This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents American Assassin by Vince Glenn. Read by George Goodell.
Prelude. Beirut, Lebanon. Mitch Rapp stared at his reflection in the dusty, cracked mirror and questioned his sanity. There was no shaking or sweaty palms. He wasn't nervous. It was just a cold, calculated assessment of his abilities and his odds for success. He went over the plan once more from start to finish, and again concluded it was likely that he would be severely beaten, tortured, and possibly killed. But even in the face of such prospects, he couldn't bring himself to walk away, which brought him right smack dab back to that part about his mental health. What kind of man willingly chose to do such a thing? Rapp thought about it for a long moment, and then decided someone else would have to answer that question. While everyone else seemed content to sit on their hands, it was not in Rapp's nature to do so. Two of his colleagues had been grabbed from the streets of Beirut by a nasty little outfit called Islamic Jihad. They were a tentacle of Hezbollah that specialized in kidnapping, torture, and suicide bombings. The jihadis had, without question, already begun the interrogation of their new prisoners. They would expose the men to unthinkable pain, and they would begin to peel back each layer of the onion until they got what they wanted. That was the savage truth. And if his colleagues could delude themselves into thinking otherwise, it just meant they had consciously or unconsciously gravitated toward convenient conclusions. After a day of watching the very people who said they would handle the situation do nothing, Rapp decided to look for a solution on his own. The bureaucrats and foreign service types back in Washington might be content with letting things take their natural course, but Rapp was not. He'd been through too much to allow his cover to be blown, and beyond that there was that nagging little thing about honor and the warrior's code. He'd been through the ringer with these guys. One he respected, admired, and liked. The other he respected, admired, and hated. The pull for him to do something, anything, to save them, was strong. The gang back in Washington might be able to simply write off losing the faceless operatives as a cost of war. But to the guys who were in the trenches, it was a little more personal. Warriors don't like leaving their own to die at the hands of the enemy, because secretly they all know they might be in the same position one day, and they sure as hell hope their country will do everything in their power to get them back. Rapp eyed his fractured reflection. His thick, uncombed head of black hair and beard, his bronzed olive skin, and his eyes so dark that they were almost black. He could walk among the enemy without attracting so much as a suspicious glance. But that would all change if he didn't do something. He thought of his training and everything he'd sacrificed. The entire operation would be exposed, and that meant his career in the field would be over. He'd be stuffed behind some desk back in Washington, where he'd rot for the next 25 years. He'd wake up each morning and go to bed each night with the nagging thought that he should have done something, anything. And ultimately he would emasculate himself by questioning the size of his balls for as long as he lived. Rapp shuddered at the thought. He might be a little crazy, but he'd read enough Greek tragedies to understand that a life filled with that kind of recrimination would eventually lead him to the psych ward. No, he thought. I'd rather go down swinging. He nodded to himself and took a deep breath before walking over to the window. Rapp gently pulled back the tattered curtain and looked down at the street. The 2 foot soldiers from Islamic Jihad were still positioned across the street, keeping an eye on things. Rapp had dropped a few hints around the neighborhood about what he was up to, and they had shown up barely an hour after he had pressed his $700 bill into the willing hand of a local merchant. Rapp had considered killing one lackey and interrogating the other, but knew word would spread so fast that his colleagues would be either moved or killed before he could act on whatever intel he could gather. Rapp shook his head. This was it. There was only one avenue open to him, and there was no sense in delaying what had to be done. He quickly scrawled a note and left it on the small desk in the corner. He gathered his sunglasses, the map, and a large wad of cash and headed for the door. The elevator was broken, so he walked the 4 flights to the lobby. The new man behind the front desk looked nervous as all hell, which Rapp took as a sign that someone had talked to him. He continued out the front door into the blazing daylight and held his map above his head to block the sun while he looked up and down the street. Looking out from behind the sunglasses, he pretended not to notice the duo from Islamic Jihad. With his face buried in the map, he turned to the right and started heading east. Within half a block, Rapp's nervous system began sending his brain alarms, each more frantic than the previous one. It took every ounce of control to override his training and millions of years of basic survival instincts that were embedded like code into the human brain. Up ahead, the familiar black car was parked across the street. Rapp ignored the man behind the wheel and turned down a narrow side street. Just 30 paces ahead, a rough-looking man was stationed in front of a shop. His left leg was straight and firmly planted on the pavement, and the other bent up behind him and placed against the side of the building. His big frame was resting against the building while he took a long drag off his cigarette. There was something vaguely familiar about him, right down to the dusty black pants and the white dress shirt with the sweat-stained armpits. The street was otherwise empty. The survivors of the bloody Civil War could smell trouble, and they had wisely decided to stay indoors until the morning sideshow was concluded. The footfalls from behind were echoing like heavy shoes on the stone floor of an empty cathedral. Rapp could hear the pace of his pursuers quicken. A car engine revved, no doubt the black BMW he'd already spotted. With every step, Rapp could feel them closing in from behind. His brain ran through scenarios with increasing rapidity, looking for any way out of the impending disaster. They were close now. Rapp could feel them. The big fellow up ahead threw his cigarette to the ground and pushed himself away from the building with a little more spring than Rapp would have guessed him capable of. He filed that away. The man smiled at him and produced a leather truncheon from his pocket. Rapp dropped the map in feigned surprise and turned to flee. The 2 men were exactly where he expected them to be, guns drawn, one pointed at Rapp's head, the other at his chest. The sedan skidded to a stop just to his right, the trunk and front passenger doors swinging open. Rapp knew what was next. He closed his eyes and clenched his jaw as the truncheon cracked him across the back of the head. Rapp stumbled forward and willingly fell into the arms of the 2 men with pistols. He let his legs go limp, and the men struggled with his weight. He felt the arms of the big man wrap around his chest and yank him upright. His 9mm Beretta was pulled from the back of his waistband, and he was dragged the short distance to the car's trunk. Rapp landed headfirst with a thud. The rest of his body was folded in on top of him, and then the trunk was slammed shut. The engine roared, and the rear tires bit through a layer of sand and dirt until they found asphalt. Rapp was thrown back as the vehicle shot away. He slowly cracked open his eyes, and, as expected, he found himself enveloped in darkness. His head was throbbing a bit from the blow, but not too badly. There was no fear on his face or doubt in his mind, though. Just a smile on his lips as he thought of his plan. The seeds of disinformation that he had spread over the past day had drawn them in just as he'd hoped. His captors had no idea of the true intent of the man they now had in their possession. And more important, no idea of the violence and mayhem he was about to visit upon them. Part 1. Chapter 1. Southern Virginia. 1 year earlier. Mitch Rapp removed the blindfold from his face and raised his seat back. The brown Ford Taurus sedan rocked its way down a rutted gravel road, twin plumes of dust corkscrewing into the hot August air. The blindfold was a precaution in case he failed, which Rapp had no intention of doing. He stared out the window at the thick wall of pines that bracketed the lane. Even with the bright sun, he could see no more than 30 feet into the dark maze of trees and underbrush. As a child, he'd always found the woods to be an inviting place, but on this particular afternoon, It had a decidedly more ominous feel. A foreboding premonition hijacked his thoughts and sent his mind careening into a place that he did not want to go, at least not this afternoon. Still, a frown creased his brow as Rapp wondered how many men had died in this particular forest, and he wasn't thinking of the men who had fought in the Civil War all those years earlier. No, he thought, trying to be completely honest with himself. Death was too open-ended a word for it. It left the possibility that some accident had befallen the person, and that was a convenient way to skirt the seriousness of what he was getting himself into. Executed was a far more accurate word. The men he was thinking of had been marched into these very woods, shot in the back of the head, and dumped into freshly dug holes, never to be heard from again. That was the world that Rapp was about to enter, and he was utterly and completely at peace with his decision. Still, a sliver of doubt sliced through the curtains of his mind and caused a flash of hesitation. Rapp wrestled with it for a moment, and then stuffed it back into the deepest recesses of his brain. Now was not the time for second thoughts. He'd been over this, around it, and under it. He'd studied it from every conceivable angle since the day the mysterious woman had walked into his life. In a strange way, he knew where it was all headed from almost the first moment she'd looked at him with those discerning, penetrating eyes. He had been waiting for someone to show up, though Rapp had never told her that, or that the only way he could cope with the pain of losing the love of his life was to plot his revenge. That every single night before he went to sleep, he thought of the network of faceless men who had plotted to bring down Pan Am Flight 103. That he saw himself on this very journey, headed to a remote place not dissimilar from the woods he now found himself in. It was all logical to him. Enemies needed to be killed, and Rapp was more than willing to become the person who would do that killing. He knew what was about to happen. He was to be trained, honed, and forged into an ultimate precision weapon. And then he would begin to hunt them down, every last one of the faceless men who had conspired to kill all those innocent civilians on that cold December night. The car began to slow, and Rapp looked up to see a rusted cattle gate with a heavy chain and padlock. His dark brow furrowed with suspicion. The woman driving the vehicle glanced sideways at him and said, "You were expecting something a little more high-tech, perhaps?" Rapp nodded silently. Irene Kennedy put the car in park and said, "Appearances can be very deceiving." She opened her door and stepped from the vehicle. As she walked to the gate, she listened. A moment later, she heard the click of the passenger door, and she smiled. Without an ounce of training, he had made the right decision. From their very first meeting, it was apparent he was different. She had audited every detail of his life and watched him from afar for several months. Kennedy was exceedingly good at her job. She was methodical, organized, and patient. She also had a photographic memory. Kennedy had grown up in the business. Her father had worked for the State Department, and the vast majority of her education had taken place overseas in countries where an American was not always welcome. Vigilance was a part of her daily routine from the age of 5. While other parents worried about their kids wandering out into the street and getting hit by a car, Kennedy's parents worried about her finding a bomb under their car. It was drilled into her to always be aware of her surroundings. When Kennedy finally introduced herself to Rapp, he studied her for a long second and then asked why she'd been following him. At the time, Rapp was only 22, with no formal training. If Kennedy had a weakness, it was with improvisation. She liked things plotted out well in advance, and being so thorough, she had gone in assuming the novice would have no idea that she had been running surveillance on him. She had recruited dozens of people, and this was the first. Kennedy was caught off guard to the point of stammering for an answer. The recruit was supposed to be the one struggling to understand what was going on. Rapp's recognizing her was not part of the script. Later, in her motel room outside Syracuse, she retraced her every move over the past months and tried to figure out where she had slipped. After 3 hours and 17 pages of notes, she still couldn't pinpoint her mistake. With frustration and grudging admiration, she had concluded that Rapp had extremely acute situational awareness. She moved his file to the top of her stack and made a bold decision. Rather than use the normal people, she contacted a firm run by some retired spooks, They were old friends of her father's, who specialized in handling jobs without creating a paper trail. She asked them to take an objective look at Rapp just in case she had missed something. 2 weeks later they came back with a summary that sent chills up Kennedy's spine. Kennedy took that report straight to her boss, Thomas Stansfield. Midway through reading the file, he suspected what she was up to. When he finished, he slowly closed the 2-inch-thick biography of the young Mitch Rapp and made her plead her case. She was concise and to the point, but still Stansfield pointed out the potential pitfalls and obvious dangers of leapfrogging the initial phase of training. She countered perfectly. The game was changing. He had said it himself many times. They couldn't sit back and play defense, and in this ever more interconnected world they needed a weapon more surgical than any guided bomb or cruise missile. Having spent many years in the field himself, Stansfield also knew this person would have to be uniquely autonomous, someone who conveniently had no official record. Kennedy ticked off 8 additional reasons why she felt this young man was the perfect candidate. Her logic was sound, but beyond that there was the simple fact that they had to begin somewhere. By Stansfield's reckoning, this was an endeavor they should have started a good 5 years earlier, so it was with a heavy sigh and a leap of faith that he decided to proceed. He told Kennedy to forego the normal training and bring him to the only man they knew who was crazy enough to try to mold a green recruit into what they needed. If Rapp could survive 6 months of schooling at the hands of Stan Hurley, he might indeed be the weapon they were looking for. Before she left, Stansfield told her to eliminate any connection. Every last file, surveillance photo, and recording that could ever tie them to Rapp was to be destroyed. Kennedy pulled the car through the gate and asked Rapp to close and lock it behind them. Rapp did as he was asked and then got back in the car. 100 yards later, Kennedy slowed the vehicle to a crawl and maneuvered diagonally in an effort to avoid a large pothole. "Why no security on the perimeter?" Rapp asked. The high-tech systems, more often than not, they draw too much unwanted attention. They also give a lot of false alarms, which in turn requires a lot of manpower. That's not what this place is about. "What about dogs?" Rapp asked. She liked the way he was thinking. As if on cue, 2 hounds came galloping around the bend. The dogs charged straight at the vehicle. Kennedy stopped and waited for them to get out of her way. A moment later, after baring their teeth, they turned and bolted back in the direction they'd just come from. Kennedy took her foot off the brake and proceeded up the lane. "This man," Kennedy said, "the one who will be training you." "The crazy little guy who's going to try to kill me?" Rapp said without smiling. "I didn't say he was going to try to kill you. I said he's going to try to make you think he's trying to kill you." "Very comforting," Rapp said sarcastically. "Why do you keep bringing him up?" "I want you to be prepared." Rapp thought about that for a moment and said, "I am. Or at least as prepared as you can be for something like this." She considered that for a moment. "The physical part is assumed. We know you're in good shape, and that's important, but I want you to know that you will be pushed in ways you never imagined. It's a game, one that's designed to make you quit. Your greatest asset will be mental discipline, not physical strength." Rapp disagreed with her, but kept his mouth shut and his face a mask of neutrality. To be the best required equal doses of both. He knew the game. He'd been through plenty of grueling football and lacrosse practices in the humid August heat of Virginia. And back then, it was only a simple desire to play that kept him going. Now his motivation to succeed was much deeper, far more personal. "Just try to remember, none of it is personal," Kennedy said. Rapp smiled inwardly. That's where you're wrong, he thought. It's all personal. When he responded, however, he was compliant. "I know," Rapp said in an easy tone. "What about these other guys?" If there was one thing that made him a little nervous, it was this. The other recruits had been down here for 2 days. Rapp didn't like getting a late start. They would have already begun the bonding process and were likely to resent his showing up late. He didn't understand the delay, but she wasn't exactly forthright with information. "There are 6 of them," Kennedy scrolled through the photos in her mind's eye. She had read their jackets. They all had military experience and shared, at least on paper, many of Rapp's qualities. They were all dark-featured, athletic, capable of violence, or at least not afraid of it, and they had all to one degree or another passed the extensive psychological exams. They had all showed a facility for foreign languages. In terms of a sense of right and wrong, they all hovered near that critical 6 o'clock position on the mental health pie chart, that thin line that separated law enforcement officers from career criminals. Around the next bend, the landscape opened up before them. A freshly mowed lawn roughly the size of a football field ran along both sides of the lane all the way to a white barn and 2-story house with a wraparound porch. This was not what Rapp had expected. The place looked like a rural postcard, complete with a set of rocking chairs on a big white porch. A man appeared from inside the house. He was holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Rapp watched him move across the porch. The man swiveled his head to the left and then right in a casual manner. Most people would have missed it. But Rapp's senses had been opened to the reality that the world was divided between those who were part of the herd and those who liked to hunt. The man was checking his flanks. He stopped at the top of the porch steps and looked down at them from behind a pair of aviator sunglasses. Rapp smiled ever so slightly at the realization that this was the man who was going to try to break him. It was a challenge he'd been looking forward to for some time. Chapter 2. Rapp looked through the bug-splattered windshield at the ballbuster he'd been warned about. Even from across the yard, he could see the displeased look on the guy's face. He had medium-length brown hair swept to the right and a full Tom Selleck mustache. He was in a pair of faded olive shorts that were a little on the small side and a white V-neck T-shirt. As the car came to a stop, Rapp noted the faded black combat boots and white tube socks that were pulled all the way up to his knees. His skin was a leathery, dark brown, and all of it, even his cheeks, seemed tightly wound with muscles and tendons. Rapp wondered about the eyes that were conveniently concealed behind a pair of sunglasses. He thought about his plan, and he figured he'd find out soon enough. "How old is he?" Rapp asked. "Not sure," Kennedy said as she put the car in park. "He's older than he looks, though, but I wouldn't bring it up. He doesn't like talking about his age." She unbuckled her seatbelt. "Wait here for a moment." Kennedy exited the vehicle and walked casually across the gravel driveway. She was wearing black dress slacks and a white blouse. Due to the heat and the fact that they were more than 100 miles from headquarters, she'd left her suit jacket in the back seat. A 9mm Beretta pistol was on her right hip, more to avoid a tongue-lashing from the man she was about to face than from any real fear that she'd have to use it. She looked up at the man on the porch and brushed a loose strand of her auburn hair behind her ear. Stopping at the base of the porch steps, she said, "Uncle Stan, you don't look too excited to see me." Stan Hurley glanced down at Kennedy and felt a twinge of guilt. This little beauty could jerk his emotions around in ways very few could. He'd known Irene longer than she'd known herself. He'd watched her grow up, bought her Christmas presents from strange, exotic places, and spent more holidays with the Kennedys than without them. And then, a little less than a decade ago, all the joy had drained from their lives when a delivery van packed with over 2,000 pounds of explosives pulled up to the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. 63 people perished, including Kennedy's father. Hurley had been away screwing one of his sources and had narrowly dodged the bullet. The CIA had lost 8 valuable people that April day, and they had been playing catch-up ever since. Hurley was well aware that he had almost no control over his temper, so it was his habit to keep things brief when he was upset and talking with someone he liked. He said simply, "Afternoon, Irene." Kennedy had been expecting and dreading this moment for some months. Normally, Hurley would have greeted her with a warm hug and asked her how her mother was, but not this afternoon. She'd done an end around on him, and Stan Hurley did not like people going over his head for approval on something this serious. The chill in his mood was obvious, but still she pressed on, asking, "How are you feeling?" Hurley ignored her question and pointedly asked, "Who's in the car?" "New recruit. Thomas told me he filled you in." Kennedy was referring to their boss. Hurley's eyes were shielded by the polarized lenses of his aviators. His head slowly swiveled away from the car toward Kennedy. "Yes, he told me what you were up to," he said with obvious disapproval. Kennedy defensively folded her arms across her chest and said, "You don't endorse my decision?" "Absolutely not." "Why?" "I don't run a damn Boy Scout camp." "Never said you did, Stan," Kennedy said in a biting tone. "Then why the hell are you wasting my time sending me some titty-boy college puke who doesn't know the difference between a gun and a rifle?" The normally stoic Kennedy allowed a bit of irritation to show. She was well aware of the special hold she had over Hurley, and a look of disapproval on her part was far more potent than a direct attack. Hurley looked down at her, and could see she was unhappy with him. He didn't like that one bit. It was the same with his own daughters. If one of his boys had so much as looked at him sideways, he would have knocked him on his ass. But the girls had the ability to get past all his defenses, get inside him and create doubt. Still, on this issue, he knew he was right, so he held his ground. "Don't make this personal, Irene. I've been at this a long time, and I know what I'm doing. I don't need you going over my head and then coming down here and dumping some untested rookie in my lap." Kennedy stood sphinx-like, refusing to yield her position. Hurley took a drag from his cigarette and said, "I think you should save us all the headache and get back in your car and take him back to wherever you found him." Kennedy was surprised by the genuine resentment she felt. She'd been working on this for more than a year. Her analysis and her instincts told her Rapp was just the man they were looking for. Yet here she was being dismissed like some complete neophyte who had no understanding of what they were trying to accomplish. Kennedy slowly climbed the porch steps and squared off with Hurley. The veteran backed up a bit, obviously uncomfortable with someone whom he wouldn't dare lay a hand on entering his personal space. "I got a lot of work to take care of this afternoon, Irene, so the sooner you get back in the car, the better off we'll all be." Kennedy squared her shoulders and, in a tight voice, asked, "Uncle Stan, have I ever disrespected you?" "That's not what this is." "It's exactly what it's about. What have I done to you that has caused you to hold me in such low regard?" She inched closer. Hurley's feet began to shuffle. His face twisted into a scowl. "You know I think the world of you. Then why do you treat me as if I'm still a teenager?" "I don't think you're incompetent." "You just think I should stick to analysis and leave the recruiting and training to you." He cleared his throat and said, "I think that's a fair statement." Kennedy put her hands on her hips and stuck out her chin. "Do me a favor and take off your sunglasses." The request caught Hurley off guard. "Why?" "Because I know your Achilles' heel, and I want to see your womanizing eyes when I tell you what someone should have told you a long time ago." Hurley cracked a smile in an attempt to brush her off, but she told him again to take his glasses off. Hurley reluctantly did so. "I respect you," Kennedy said. "In fact, I might trust you more with my life than anyone in this world. You are unquestionably the best man to whip these operatives into shape. But there's one problem." "What's that?" "You're myopic." "Really?" "Yep. I'm not sure you really understand the type of person we're looking for." Hurley scoffed as if the idea was preposterous. "That's right. And you're too stubborn to see it." "I suppose you think the Special Operations Group just showed up one day. Who do you think trained all those guys? Who do you think selected them? Who do you think turned them into the efficient, badass killing machines that they are?" "You did. And you know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our third objective." Hurley frowned. She knew right where to hit him. He quietly wondered if Stansfield had put her up to this and said, "You think this shit's easy? You want to take over running this little operation?" Kennedy shook her head and smiled in amazement. "You know, for a tough guy, you're awfully thin-skinned. You sound like one of those damn desk jockeys back at Langley who run their section as if they were some third-world dictator." She might as well have hit him in the gut with a 2x4. Hurley stood there speechless. "You've created a cult of personality," Kennedy continued. "Every single recruit is you 20 to 30 years ago." "And what's wrong with that?" "Nothing, if you're talking about our first two objectives." Kennedy held up one finger. "Training operatives with the skills to get down and dirty if they have to, and," she held up a second finger, "creating a highly mobile tactical assault team, but when it comes to the third—" She shook her head. "We're still at the starting gate." Hurley didn't like hearing this, but he was not some unaware idiot. He knew what he'd been tasked to do, and he was acutely aware that he had so far failed to make any progress on the most delicate of the three programs. Still, it wasn't in him to cede the point so easily. "I can teach anyone how to kill, that's easy. You point the weapon, you pull the trigger, and assuming you can aim, bam, a piece of lead enters the target's body, hits a vital organ, and is done. If you got big enough balls, I can teach you to slide a knife through a guy's armpit and pop his heart like a balloon. Fuck, I can show you 1,000 ways to punch someone's ticket. I can teach you battlefield techniques until I'm blue in the face." "But?" Kennedy asked, prodding him in the direction she knew he was headed. "Turning a man into what we're looking for." Hurley stopped and shook his head. "It just ain't that easy." Kennedy sighed. This was the opening she was looking for. Touching Hurley's arm, she said, "I'm not saying it is, which is why you have to start trusting the rest of us to do our jobs. I have brought you a gift, Stan. You don't realize it right now, because you think a guy has to go through boot camp before he's ready to have a run at your selection process, and normally I would agree with you. But this is different. You're just going to have to let go of some of your control issues for a bit. What I have in that car is exactly what you've been looking for, Stan. No bad habits that'll take you months to undo. None of that stiff military discipline that makes all these guys stand out like a sore thumb when we dump them into an urban setting." Hurley glanced at the car. "He's off the charts on all of our tests," Kennedy added, "and he's yours for the shaping." With a deep frown, Hurley studied what little he could see of this raw lump of coal that Kennedy was about to dump in his lap. "That is," Kennedy said, "if you can swallow your pride and admit that the little girl you used to bounce on your knee is all grown up and just might be better at spotting talent than you." Checkmate, Hurley thought to himself. "I'm stuck with this puke, at least for a few days until I can figure out how to make him quit." "Fine," he said with a defeated tone, "but no special favors. He pulls his weight just like everyone else, or he's gone." "I don't expect any favors, but," Kennedy said, pointing a finger at his face, "I am going to be very upset if I find out you singled him out and gave him some of your famous extra love and attention." Hurley digested her words and then gave her a curt nod. "Fine. I'll do it your way, but trust me, if I so much as get a whiff of weakness—" I know, she said, robbing him of the final word. "You'll make him wish he'd never met you." Kennedy had pushed it as far as she was willing for the moment. Rapp would simply have to show the crotchety old bastard what she already knew. "I have to head over to the farm to take care of something. I'll be back for dinner." She turned to head back to the car, and over her shoulder she yelled, "And he'd better look no worse for the wear than the other 6, or you're going to have one very unhappy niece on your hands." Chapter 3. Rapp watched Kennedy drive away, his heavy, oversized lacrosse double bag hanging at his side. The scene was a bit surreal. It brought back memories of being dropped off at summer camp when he was 9 and watching his mom drive off. Just like today, he had gone of his own free will, but this time there were no tears in his eyes. Back then he'd been a boy afraid of the unknown. Today, he was a 23-year-old man, ready to take on the world. As the car drove down the lane, Rapp could feel the weight of his decision. A door was closing. He had picked one path over another, and this one was undoubtedly the one less traveled. It was overgrown and more treacherous than his imagination could do justice to, but then again his youthful self felt invincible and was filled with schemes to cheat death. He would undoubtedly be pushed to quit, but he was confident that wouldn't happen. He'd never quit anything in his life, and he'd never wanted anything anywhere near as bad as he wanted this. Rapp knew the score. He knew how his chain would be yanked and jerked every which way, and he would be forced to endure all of it. The prize at the end was what it was all about, though, and he was willing to endure all of it for his chance. Rapp could feel the man's eyes on him. He let his heavy bag fall to the ground and watched him come closer. The man with the stash and the sunglasses blocked his view of the long driveway. Rapp instantly smelled the acid mix of coffee and cigarettes on his breath. He wanted to take a step back, but didn't want to appear to be backing down, so he stayed put and breathed through his mouth. "Take a good look at that car," Hurley said sourly. Rapp tilted his head to the side and watched the sedan disappear around the corner. "She ain't coming back," Hurley added in a taunting voice. Rapp nodded in agreement. "Eyes front and center," Hurley snapped. Rapp stared at his own reflection in the polarized lenses and remained silent. "I don't know what kind of fucking bullshit you pulled on her. I don't know how you managed to con her into thinking you had what it takes to make it through my selection process, but I can promise you that every day you're here, you will curse her 1,000 times for walking into your life. But you better do it silently, because if I hear you utter one single unkind word about her, I will make you feel pain you never thought possible. Do you understand me?" "Yes." "Yes!" Hurley barked. "Do I look like one of your faggot college professors?" "No," Rapp said without twitching. "No?" Hurley howled with a veiny throat. "You call me sir when you talk to me, or I'll stick my boot so far up your ass you'll be chewing leather." A fleck of spit hit Rapp in the face, but he ignored it. He'd figured something like this would happen. He'd already taken a look around and hadn't seen any others, so this was probably his best chance. "Sir, permission to speak?" "I should have figured," Hurley said with a sigh. He placed his hands on his hips and said, "All right, Ivy League, I'll give you this one chance to say your piece. I can only pray you're going to tell me this was a bad idea and you'd like to go home, and I've got no problem with that," he added quickly. "Hell, I'll drive you myself." Rapp grinned and shook his head. "Shit!" Hurley drew out the word as he shook his head in disgust. "You actually think you can do this?" "I do, sir." "So you're really going to waste my time?" "It appears so, sir, although, if I may, I suggest we speed things up a bit." "Speed things up?" Hurley asked. "Yes, sir. My guess is once you step in the ring with a man, you can probably figure out inside about 20 seconds if a guy has enough talent to make it through your selection process." Hurley nodded. "That's right." "I don't want to waste your time, so I say we find out if I have the goods." Hurley smiled for the first time. "You want to take a run at me?" "Yes, sir, so we can speed things up." Hurley laughed. "You think you can take me?" "From what I've heard, not a chance in hell." "Then why are you in such a hurry to get your ass kicked?" "I figure you'll do it sooner or later. I'd rather do it sooner." "And why's that?" "So we can get on with the important stuff." "And what would that be?" "Like you teaching me how to kill terrorists." This was a first. Hurley took a step back and studied the new recruit. He was 6'1", and looked to be in perfect shape. But at 23, that was expected. He had thick, jet-black hair and dark, bronzed skin. He had the right look. Hurley sensed the first glimmer of what Kennedy had alluded to. More amused than worried, Hurley nodded his consent and said, "All right, we'll have a go at it. You see that barn over there?" Rapp nodded. "There's an open cot in there. It's yours for as long as you can last. Throw your crap in the footlocker and put on a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. If you're not ready and standing in the middle of the mat in 2 minutes, I'm sending you home." Rapp took it as an order. He grabbed his bag and took off at a trot for the barn. Hurley watched him duck inside, noted the time on his digital watch, and walked back to the porch where he set down his coffee mug on the edge of the glossy white floorboards. Without so much as glancing over his shoulder, he unzipped his pants and began to urinate on the bushes. Chapter 4. Rapp found the cot next to 3 bunk beds. It was standard military surplus. Not great, but a hell of a lot better than the floor. After stripping to his underwear, he opened his bag and pulled out a pair of shorts and a plain white T-shirt. Kennedy had told him to pack only generic clothing. She didn't want him wearing anything that could give one of the other men an idea where he came from. They were all under strict orders not to discuss each other's past. Rapp folded up his clothes, placed them in the footlocker, closed it, and set the bag on top. He would have unpacked the bag, but he heard his instructor approaching. Rapp took up his position in the middle of the well-worn wrestling mat and waited eagerly for his shot. Hurley stopped near the entrance to the barn, took a long drag off his cigarette, and began to loosen up with a few side stretches and shoulder rolls. He wasn't expecting much of a fight, so after a quick calf stretch, he took one last puff of his cigarette, stubbed it out against the sole of his boot, and entered the barn. The new recruit was standing in the middle of the mat, wearing shorts and a T-shirt. Hurley gave him the once-over. He was fit, just like all the others, but there was a certain casual, relaxed posture that he found off-putting. "Shoulders back, eyes front and center." Hurley shook his head and mumbled some incoherent words to himself. "I don't have time to babysit." He bent over and took off his boots and socks and set them neatly at a 90-degree angle at the edge of the mat, socks folded on top. He took off his sunglasses and set them on top of the socks. Stepping onto the mat, he asked, "Rules?" Rapp didn't flinch. "That's up to you, sir." Hurley bent back, continuing his stretching, and said, "Since no one's here to monitor this little ass-kicking, I suggest we keep it civilized. Stay away from the balls and the eyes, and no throat strikes." "Chokeholds?" "Absolutely," Hurley grinned. "If you want it to end, all you have to do is tap out." Rapp shook his head. "Fair enough." Hurley caught his first glimmer of something he didn't like. There was no sign of tension on the kid's face. He looked as relaxed as a schmuck who was about to play a round of golf. 2 possibilities presented themselves, and Hurley liked neither. The first was that the recruit might not be the little mama's boy that he thought, and the second was that he might be too stupid to know he wasn't cut out for this line of work. Either way, he might have to waste more than 1 day of his valuable time trying to drum him out. Hurley was shaking his head and muttering to himself when he realized there was a third possibility, that the kid actually might have the goods. The potential hazard made Hurley pause. He glanced at the young college kid and realized he knew surprisingly little about the man standing in the middle of the mat. The jacket he'd received from Stansfield was so sanitized that the pertinent details would have fit onto 1 page. Beyond the general physical description and test scores, every other piece of information had been redacted. The man was a blank slate. Hurley had no sense of his physical abilities and general bearing. He didn't even know if he was left or right-handed. A frown creased Hurley's well-lined brow as he ran through some more scenarios. Normally, when Hurley stepped onto the mat with a recruit, he already had the advantage of having read an extensive personnel file, as well as having watched them for several days. You could tell a lot about a man by observing him for a few days. He silently called himself a dumbass for not thinking of this sooner. There was no calling it off at this point. His bare feet were on the mat. If he called it off, it would be a sign of weakness. Hurley set his apprehension aside and reminded himself that he'd bested every man he'd run through here. He moved forward with his normal swagger and a lopsided grin on his face. He stopped 10 feet away and said, "Ready when you are." Rapp nodded, dropped into a crouch, and made a slow move to his left. Hurley began sliding to his right, looking for an angle of attack. He glimpsed this opening when his opponent made an aggressive head fake that was an obvious tell of what would follow. In that moment, Hurley decided to dispatch the kid quickly. He wasn't going to waste time with defensive blocks and holds. He was going to make this kid feel some real pain, maybe bust a couple of his ribs. That way, even if he proved to be a stubborn fool, there'd be no hope of his keeping up with the others. Hurley anticipated the punch, ducked into a crouch, and came in to deliver a blow to the kid's midsection. Right about the time he pivoted off his back foot and let loose his strike, he realized something wasn't right. The kid was a lot faster than he had anticipated. The little shit had doubled back on his own weak fake and was now a good 2 feet to the right of where Hurley had thought he would be. It looked like he'd been suckered. Hurley knew he was horribly out of position and exposed, but he wasn't the least bit armed. He pulled back his punch and prepared to go back in again on a different angle of attack. He was in the process of delivering his second blow when he realized again that something was wrong. Hurley sensed more than saw the big left hook bearing down on his face. In the final split second before impact, he braced himself by pulling in his chin and dropping his hips. The crushing blow landed just above Hurley's right eye. Punches are funny things in that each one is different. You've got uppercuts, hooks, jabs, roundhouses, haymakers, and rabbit punches, to name a few. If you've sparred enough, you've felt all of them, and you learn to recognize each one by feel almost the instant it lands. A little scorecard in your head quickly analyzes the blow, and there's a brief conversation that takes place between the part of the brain that analyzes the thousands of instantaneous signals that come flying in and the part of the brain whose job it is to make sure the brain stays online. Hurley had been doing this for years, and as a man whose job it was to judge talent and teach, he had grown very accustomed to giving instant feedback to the man whose ass he was kicking. On this occasion, however, he was too busy trying to stay on his feet, so he kept his mouth shut. The punch hit him so squarely that Hurley actually went down to one knee for a split second. The turtle move had saved him from getting KO'd. If his head had been exposed any further, the force of the blow would have snapped his jaw around so quickly his equilibrium would have gone offline and he'd be down for a nice long nap. The ringside announcer in Hurley's brain made him aware of two things in extremely quick succession. The first was that he hadn't been hit this hard in a long time. The second was that he'd better launch a counterattack and do it quickly or he was going to get his ass kicked. Hurley pivoted from his back to his front foot and launched a flurry of combinations designed more to get this kid to back up than actually hit him. The first two were blocked, and the next 5 found nothing more than air. Hurley realized the kid must have been a boxer, and that meant he'd have to get him down on the mat and twist him into submission. No more punches. Before Hurley had a chance to regroup, he felt the leg sweep catch him perfectly in the ankle of his right foot, which happened to be bearing about 90% of his weight. What happened next was simple physics. The sweep took him out so cleanly that there was no hope of catching himself with his back leg, so Hurley went with it. He landed on his ass, tucked and rolled back, and sprang onto his feet. The fact that the kid had just swept him was not lost on Hurley. Boxers did not know how to use leg sweeps. There was a split-second pause while Hurley looked across the mat at the new recruit and wondered if he'd been lied to about his lack of military training. The respite didn't last long. Once again, Hurley found himself on the receiving end of a combination of well-placed punches. He had to get this kid down on the mat, or he really was going to get his ass kicked. He backed up quickly as if retreating for his life. The kid followed him, and when he launched his next attack, Hurley dropped down and slid in. He grabbed the lead leg and stuck his shoulder into the kid's groin while pulling and lifting at the same time. The kid tried to drop his hips, but Hurley had too good a hold. Hurley was about to topple him when a double-fisted hammer strike landed between his shoulder blades. The blow was so solid, Hurley nearly let go, but something told him if he did, he would lose, so he hung on for dear life and finally toppled the kid. Hurley was on top of him. He found a wrist and jammed his thumb into the pressure point while maneuvering the rest of his body into position for an arm bar. He rolled off and delivered a scissor kick to the throat of his opponent that under the rules was not exactly fair, but neither was their business. The kick barely missed, but Hurley had his opponent's wrist in both hands now and was ready to lean back and cantilever the kid's damn arm until he hyperextended the elbow. Before he could lock in the move, though, the kid did something that Hurley did not think possible. Rapp had somehow reversed into the hold and was now on top of Hurley, who still had a good grip on his wrist. Hurley's head, however, was now firmly locked between Rapp's knees. Rapp hooked his ankles together and began to close his knees in like a vice crushing a coconut. Hurley jabbed his thumb as deeply into the wrist of his opponent as he could. But it didn't get him to back off a bit. He could feel the early stages of a blackout coming on and scrambled for a way out. He released his left hand from the wrist hold and grabbed a handful of the kid's thick black hair. Instead of letting go, though, the kid squeezed his knees even harder. White lights were dancing at the periphery of his vision. Hurley couldn't believe he'd just had his ass handed to him by some college puke. Still, he did not stop looking for a way out, and with the darkness closing in, he found his answer sitting only a few inches in front of his face. He vaguely remembered a brief discussion about rules before they had started, but that wasn't important right now. Making sure he didn't lose was what was important. In a last-ditch effort to avoid calamity, Hurley released the opponent's wrist and lashed out with his now free hand. He found the kid's gonads, and with every last ounce of strength he clamped down and began to squeeze. Chapter 5. Kennedy returned to the lake house just after 6 in the evening. She was tired, hungry, and not in the mood for another confrontation with Hurley. But there were certain developments that needed to be discussed. One of the unforeseen and increasingly difficult aspects of her job was the inability to communicate freely with her colleagues. Foreign intelligence agencies that operated in Washington were always a threat, but no longer her biggest concern. Now she had to worry about her own government and a new generation of journalists who wanted to break the next Watergate, Pentagon Papers, or Iran-Contra scandal. Combined, they had ended hundreds of careers and done untold damage to national security. It was the new sport in Washington to pound on the very agencies tasked with keeping America safe. Surprisingly, Kennedy was fairly ambivalent about it. As her mentor, Thomas Stansfield, had told her many times, great spies don't complain about the rules. They find ways around them. She parked the car in front of the house and climbed the porch steps, dreading the thought of going another round with Hurley. Kennedy opened the screen door and entered. The rooms to her left and right were empty, so she went down the center hall to the kitchen. Her feet stopped where the hardwood floor transitioned to linoleum. Sitting at the kitchen table was a bruised and battered Stan Hurley. He had a drink filled with ice and Maker's Mark pressed against a fat lip and a bag of ice held against his swollen right eye. Leaning against the counter directly across from him was Troy Cheetah, a 32-year-old former Green Beret and Hurley's right-hand man. Cheetah tried but failed to suppress his amusement over his boss's battered physical appearance. "You think this is funny?" Hurley snarled. "Absolutely not," Cheetah said with dramatic, false sincerity. "You prick, wait till I stick your ass in the ring with him. You won't be laughing after he lands a couple punches." "What happened?" Kennedy asked, genuinely not sure what they were talking about. Hurley hadn't seen her enter because the bag of ice was covering his right eye, and he didn't hear her because his ears were still ringing. He turned his head and removed the bag of ice to reveal an eye that was so swollen it was almost entirely closed. The skin above the eye was a shiny, bulbous red. "What happened," Hurley said in a voice rising with anger, "was that fucking Trojan horse you dumped in front of my house this afternoon." It clicked, and Kennedy thought of Rapp. "You're saying my recruit did this to you?" "Don't fucking play games with me. I am in no mood." Hurley slammed his glass down on the table and grabbed the bottle of bourbon. He filled it to the brim. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Kennedy said sincerely. Hurley took a big gulp and said, "My ass! He's your recruit. You give me some cut-and-paste fuck-it jacket on the guy that reads like a ransom note. I know nothing about him. He's here less than a minute, and he up and suggests we find out if he has the right stuff." Hurley stopped to take another drink, and then, in a falsetto voice designed to mimic Rapp, said, "Let's speed things up and find out if I have what it takes to do this." "My recruit did that to you?" asked Kennedy, still not entirely sure what the man was talking about. Hurley slammed his glass down again. This time, brown liquid sloshed over the lip of the glass. "Yes, goddammit! And don't stand there and act like this is a surprise to you." He pointed an accusatory finger at her. "You planned it. You set me up." "I have no idea what you're talking about." Kennedy shook her head and asked, "Are you trying to say my recruit bested you?" "Damn close." Hurley turned his attention to his drink and mumbled to himself. "Your boy had him beat," Cheetah interjected with a smile, "but Stan here broke the rules and put the kid's balls in a vice." "You think this shit is funny?" Hurley barked. Cheetah smiled and nodded. Hurley looked like he was going to launch his glass across the room at him, and then, at the last minute, decided to use the bag of ice. Cheetah stuck out his right hand and caught the bag with ease. "Don't be a baby. After all the asses you've kicked around here, it's about time you got a little taste." "My problem," Hurley shot back, "is getting ambushed by this young woman here. Someone I helped raise, by the way." Hurley turned his one good eye back on Kennedy. "No military experience, my ass. Where'd you find this kid?" Kennedy was still in a bit of shock. She herself had seen Hurley tie NFL-sized linebackers into pretzels. Nowhere in her research had she found anything that would lead her to believe Rapp was capable of going toe-to-toe with Stan Hurley. "Stan, you need to trust me. I had no idea he could best you."
"He didn't best me. He almost did."
"Yeah, but you cheated," Cheetah said, taking perverse pleasure in the torment he was causing Hurley. "So technically he beat you." It took every last bit of restraint to not throw his glass at the gloating Cheetah. Hurley turned his attention back to Kennedy and asked, "What are you up to? Why in hell would you try to sucker me like this?" "Just calm down for a minute, Stan. I am telling you right now, we've found nothing in our research that said he was capable of this." Kennedy gestured at Hurley's battered face. "It was my sincere hope that someday he would be able to do this, but not this soon."
"Then your research sucks. You don't learn how to fight like this in your basement. Someone has to teach you."
Kennedy admitted he's been going to martial arts studio for the past year.
"That would have been nice to know,"
Hurley fired back. "Stan, you have been bitching up a storm that this guy is a waste of time because he hasn't had Special Forces training. You think a year of training in a strip mall is equal to what the Army puts guys through?"
"That depends on the instructor. And the student," Cheetah added.
Kennedy folded her arms and thought long and hard before she spoke. "There is one other possibility."
"What's that?"
"I know you don't like to talk about your age, but is it possible that you've lost a step?" Cheetah started laughing so hard his big barrel chest was rising and falling with each chuckle. Hurley was seething.
"I'm going to put your ass in a ring with him first thing in the morning. We'll see how funny you think this is then."
Cheetah stopped laughing. Kennedy pulled up a chair and sat at the table across from Hurley. "Please, tell me what happened."
"You're not jerking my chain?"
Kennedy shook her head.
"You weren't trying to pull a fast one on me? Set me up?"
She shook her head again and said, "No. In fact, I was worried that he would be on the receiving end of a beating, not the other way around." Even through his anger and bourbon-induced haze, Hurley was starting to grasp that Kennedy was telling the truth.
"Where did you find this guy?"
Kennedy gave him a look that he instantly understood.
"Shithead," Hurley said to Cheetah. "Go check on those clowns, and if they're screwing around, bust them out and make them snap off 100 up-downs."
"Got it." Cheetah moved out, all business. As soon as the screen door slammed, Hurley looked at Kennedy and said,
"Who is he?"
She couldn't keep him in the dark forever, but she would have preferred to wait a few more days. Setting her apprehension aside, she said, "His name is Mitch Rapp." Chapter 6. Rapp lay on his cot, his head propped up on a lumpy pillow, and a bag of frozen peas on his groin. Dinner had been served buffet-style on a folding table at the far end of the barn. His appetite wasn't really there, but he forced himself to eat. There were 7 of them, plus 2 instructors, and among them they polished off a giant pot of spaghetti, a plateful of rolls, and all the salad and corn on the cob they could stomach. The men were tired, hot, and ragged, but they stuffed their faces all the same and washed it down with pitchers of ice water and cold milk. Rapp had spent the last 5 years eating at a training table and knew how it worked. Tough drills and heat like this didn't exactly spur the desire to eat. It had the opposite effect, but you had to ignore it and shovel down the food. The physiology was pretty straightforward. They would be burning 5,000-plus calories a day, and that meant either they had to eat a ton of food or they would begin to lose weight. With his frame and current weight, Rapp could lose 10 pounds, but anything beyond that, and he would open himself up to injury and illness. Rapp tossed the copy of Time magazine on the floor and adjusted the bag of frozen peas. One of the instructors had pulled him aside as he was clearing his plate and told him he wanted him to get on his back and start icing. He then gave him strict orders to report any blood in his urine. Rapp simply nodded and took the bag of peas. After his sparring match and before dinner, he'd had a few hours to reflect on what had happened while one of the instructors led him through a tough circuit of calisthenics and then a 10-mile run through the woods. Rapp made it seem like he was struggling, but he wasn't, especially with the running.
He could last all day if he had to, but he didn't want to show these guys too much too soon. Besides, give a teacher the choice between a straight-A student who has all the answers and an earnest one who gets better over time, and they'll pick the earnest one every time. Rapp was still trying to absorb what lesson there was to learn from his earlier throwdown with the man whose name he still did not know. He wasn't happy that the man had changed his own rules in the middle of a fight, but there wasn't a lot he could do about it now. He had to focus on how it would affect things going forward. It was important to know how far he could push it, and if these instructors weren't going to abide by the rules, they could hardly expect him to do so. Rapp's first chance to meet the other men was after his run. They were at the pull-up bars behind the barn doing 4 sets of 25. In addition to the mean old bastard running the place, there were 3 more instructors. Just as his recruiter had told him, no one was to use his real name or discuss any personal information. The first 2 instructors were easy to keep straight. The short, skinny one was called Sergeant Smith, and the tall, skinny one was called Sergeant Jones. They would start their days with Smith and end with Jones. Rapp had to do 2 sets of 25, with a 30-second rest between so he could catch up with the other recruits. After each man had polished off a full 100 pull-ups, Sergeant Smith went nuts. He lined them up and paced back and forth, dumping disdain on them. "One of you faggots doesn't think he needs to do a full pull-up," the instructor started. "Thinks he can go halfway down and not quite all the way up. Well, I don't like anything done half-assed, so you ladies get to start over." Then the invective really started to fly, as he called into question their manhood, honor, intelligence, and lineage. Rapp noted that he treated them as a group rather than singling out the supposed offender, who he wasn't so sure even existed. He'd watched the other men, and none of them seemed to be slacking off. The sergeant was simply moving the goal line in hopes that one of them would grow sick of the games and quit. As he looked around, though, he didn't see that happening. The other 6 were hard individuals. "4 more sets on the quick, let's go," the sergeant barked. "And do 'em right this time, or I'll send you ladies on a nice long run, and you can forget about dinner." There were 2 bars, so the men lined up and started over. Rapp was waiting for his turn when one of the other recruits poked him hard in the kidney. Rapp turned around and took inventory of the man who had jabbed him and was now cussing him out in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. The man looked like one of those professional rugby players from Europe. He had a heavy brow made heavier by a single black eyebrow that traveled laterally from one temple to the other. His eyes were coal-black and wide-set, but his most prominent features were a hooked nose that looked to have been broken at least twice and a dimple in the middle of his pronounced chin. Rapp thought of 2 things almost instantly. The first was that it would be a waste of effort to try to knock him out with a punch to the head. The guy's neck was as thick as the average man's thigh. The second was that he didn't fit in. At least as far as Rapp understood the intent of what they were up to, the man's features were so distinctive as to make him almost impossible to forget. He looked more like an enforcer than a stealth operative. "Do 'em right this time, shithead," the big man said testily. Rapp was sweaty, dirty, hot as hell, and not used to taking crap from anyone. He had done his pull-ups correctly. If anyone could be accused of not doing them all the way, it would be the very man who was in his face. Rapp was tempted to set the tone and knock the guy on his ass, but he figured there would be plenty of time for that later. He turned back around without responding and stepped to the line. "That's right," the big man said. "Be a smart boy and keep your mouth shut. Just fucking do 'em right this time." The rest of the afternoon proceeded without incident, and they were allowed to jump into the lake to cool down before dinner. Rapp steered clear of Victor, but kept an eye on him. He had learned that was the big man's name, or at least the name he'd been given. Since they were forbidden to use their real names, the instructors gave each of them a fake first name. Rapp's was Irving, which they had already shortened to Irv. The other 5 guys were Fred, Roy, Glenn, Bill, and Dick. They all seemed decent enough and pretty much kept their heads down and their eyes alert. There were a lot of knowing glances and silent communication. Since they were forbidden to talk about their past, there was no mention of military service at the units they had served in. This created an interesting situation for Rapp. The instructors more than likely knew he'd never served in the military, but the other recruits had no idea. It created a weird dynamic when you dumped a group of guys in a situation where they were forbidden to talk about their pasts. It pretty much killed small talk, so little was said during dinner. Rapp retired to his cot so he could ice his groin, and was staring up at the slow, churning revolutions of the ceiling fan that hung from the rafters directly above him. He was thinking about the match, going through it move by move, wondering what he could have done differently, when Victor appeared next to his cot. "What's your name?" he asked in a hushed voice. Rapp glanced over to the door, where one of the instructors was giving orders to one of the other guys. "Irv." "No, dumbass." He shook his head. "I mean your real name." Rapp was starting to think he didn't like Victor. He'd been warned by his recruiter repeatedly that talking about your personal life was grounds for immediate dismissal from the program. Just 10 minutes earlier, while they were eating, the instructors had reminded them of this again. Rapp impassively looked up and said, "Didn't you hear what the instructors told us?" A lopsided grin fell across the other man's face. "That's just a bunch of BS. It's a game. They're just trying to fuck with us." He glanced over his shoulder to make sure no one was close enough to hear and said, "Come on. Where are you from?" "What's your angle?" "Huh? What are you up to?" "Just trying to get to know the guys, that's all." "Try not to take this the wrong way, but it's none of your business who I am or where I'm from." "Is that so?" His face flushed a bit and his jaw tightened. "I'll tell you something. I don't need you telling me what is and isn't my business." Rapp didn't like his predicament. He was on his back and vulnerable, but he didn't want Victor to think he was easily intimidated. "It's not me telling you," he said in a casual voice. "It's them." Rapp looked over at the instructor by the door. The instructor finished whatever he was saying and left. It was just the 7 recruits now. Victor started laughing. "There goes your mother. Looks like your ass is mine." Rapp decided lying down was no longer the best position to be in. He quickly swung his legs off the cot and stood. In a conversational tone that was loud enough for the others to hear, he said, "What's your problem, Victor?" "You're my problem." "I gathered that," Rapp said from the other side of the cot. "But could you be a little more specific? Maybe it's something I could fix." "I doubt it," the bigger man said with disdain. "You look soft to me, like you don't belong here." "Well, why don't we find out?" Rapp gestured to the wrestling mat. Victor laughed as if the idea was preposterous. "You don't stand a chance." Rapp nodded, as if to say maybe, maybe not, and walked over to the edge of the mat. "I'm sorry about your mother, Victor." "What did you just say?" Victor asked. "I said," Rapp half-yelled, "I'm sorry about your mom." "You better watch yourself." Victor's eyes had taken on a wild glare. "Or what?" Rapp asked. The other 5 guys all dropped what they were doing to see what was going on. "You going to take a swing at me, Victor?" Rapp egged the big man on. He was ready to end this thing right now. "What's wrong? Your mom, the neighborhood slut when you were growing up, she didn't hold you enough when you were little? She let every guy she met suck on her tit except you?" "You got a big mouth," Victor snarled, barely able to contain his rage. "Just trying to figure out what's wrong with you, Victor. You've been shooting your mouth off all day, acting like a world-class prick. We're all getting sick of it." "I'm going to kick your ass," Victor howled as he hopped from one foot to the other like a boxer. Rapp didn't say a word. He moved to the middle of the mat and motioned for Victor to join him. Victor started whooping and hollering as he danced circles around Rapp. He was throwing shadow punches and explaining in detail what he was going to do to Rapp when suddenly one of the instructors reappeared in the doorway. "What in hell are you ladies doing?" Victor fell silent, but it was too late. "That's it, you dumbasses. If you got enough energy to fight, then you've got enough energy to run. You've got 60 seconds to muster your worthless asses outside on the line. Put your running gear on and move it." Everyone sprang into action, and while they were putting on their gear, the other 5 men made their displeasure known through a mix of looks and verbal complaints. Rapp did not respond, while Victor seemed to relish it. He turned the taunts back on the other men and invited any of them to take a shot at him just as soon as one of them grew a set of balls. Rapp put on his shoes and sprinted for the door. He was the first one on the line, and while he waited for the others, it occurred to him that something wasn't right. If this program was so secretive and elite, what in hell was a loudmouth like Victor doing here?
loudmouth like Victor doing here?
Chapter 7. Camp Perry, Virginia. Tom Lewis took the call on the secure line. He listened patiently to the person on the other end relay a seemingly benign message about a meeting that was to take place in Washington, D.C. the following afternoon. To anyone with the ability to breach the secure system, which of course included the internal security people back in Langley, the conversation would have seemed so ordinary as to not warrant a second thought. In the third sentence, however, an adverb was used that caused his right eyebrow to shoot up a quarter-inch. Lewis thanked the person on the other end and said they would talk at the meeting the next day. The clinical psychologist slowly placed the phone back in its cradle and tapped his pen on a generic desk blotter. Everything in the office was generic, all standard-issue government furniture, the kind that was purchased in massive quantities every year by the behemoth federal government. The desk, bookcase, and credenza were all made from particle board coated with a thin plastic veneer that was supposed to look like wood, but didn't. The chairs were black plastic with coarse charcoal fabric seats that could render a pair of dress pants useless in just 9 months. Lewis was amazed at how ubiquitous this type of furniture had become in Washington, which in turn led him to the conclusion that the maker of this substandard furniture was more than likely headquartered in the home district of the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee. Lewis detested such poor craftsmanship, but nonetheless made no attempt to add personal touch to this office. His private office was in the district, and every square inch of it had been meticulously decorated. With what he charged for an hour of therapy, he could not only afford the fine trappings, but even more, his clients expected it. In a rather short period of time, he had built up a very profitable practice. His patient list was the virtual who's who of Washington's power elite. Lobbyists, lawyers, and CEOs made up the bulk of his business. He treated only a smattering of politicians, but dozens of women who were married to powerful senators and congressmen came to see him every week and poured their hearts and minds out. If he were unscrupulous, he'd be able to use that information to his benefit. But he had never been tempted. The 36-year-old Lewis had both the passion and the natural inclination for his work. He had obtained an undergraduate degree in economics and math from Pomona College and a graduate degree in clinical psychology from the University of Pennsylvania. The latter was paid for by the government, which required him to serve 4 years in the Army upon graduating. That stint in the Army, more than anything, was what pulled Lewis into this current situation, in a windowless, crappy office on a base that very few people even knew existed. It seemed he had a knack for spotting mental deficiencies, which when he was in the Army was something that greatly interested at least one flag officer and a couple of colonels down at Fort Bragg. He'd spent 3 years helping the Joint Special Operations Command tighten up their selection process and develop a new system for game theory. Lewis took a moment to collect his thoughts and figure out how the call would affect his evening. The camp had a bachelor's quarters of sorts for the various employees and consultants who traveled back and forth to D.C. When a new class was on the post, he normally stayed 1 or 2 nights a week so he could observe how they interacted. He had planned on staying the evening and spending some time with one of the recruits who was showing some troublesome signs, but the phone call was more pressing. Lewis looked down at his World War II Elgin A-11 U.S. military watch. His father had given it to him on his deathbed 3 years earlier. Lewis had replaced the worn strap and kept the watch in near-perfect shape. It was 7:14 in the evening. Nothing on his desk was that urgent, and besides, it was a perfect evening to get out on the open road and clear his mind. He collected the 2 open files and spun his chair around to face a gray metal safe which was already open. Lewis placed the files in the proper slot, closed the safe, and spun the dial. He left the office door open, as there was nothing other than the contents of the safe that needed to be protected. His motorcycle was parked in the first space in front of the building. Lewis took off his sport coat and tie and carefully folded and placed them on the seat. He unlocked one of the saddlebags of the BMW 1200 motorcycle and retrieved a gray and black leather riding jacket and a pair of chaps. He never rode his bike without them, even with the thermometer pushing 90 degrees. Imprinted on his brain was the road rash a friend had received when he'd been forced to lay his bike down on a hot California afternoon.
The jacket and tie were placed in the saddlebag, and he put on his gray helmet. The motorcycle hummed to life, and Lewis climbed on. 60 seconds later, he tipped his visor at the sentry standing post at the main gate and blew past him. A minute after that, he was rocketing up the entrance ramp onto Interstate 64 and on his way north. The drive would take a bit more than an hour, which Lewis didn't mind in the least. No phones, no one knocking on his door, wanting him to listen to his problems. Lewis was finding it increasingly difficult to find the time to clear his mind and focus on the task at hand. A big green sign informed him how many miles he had to travel to reach Richmond, but he barely noticed. He was already thinking of their new recruit. That had to be why she had called. Lewis set the cruise control at 70 miles per hour, adjusted himself on the seat, and checked his mirrors. He considered how much work he had put into this one candidate. The man was as close to perfect as anyone they'd come across in the almost 2 years he'd been working on the program. Lewis leaned into a turn and wondered if it was possible for Hurley to run the kid out in one afternoon. Unfortunately, he knew the answer to that question, because he'd seen him do it on more than one occasion. Chapter 8. Lake Anna, Virginia. It was a moonless night sky, and all but a few of the exterior lights were off so as to not attract bugs. The mutts had just finished their run, and another 100 up and downs and a few more exercises designed to fatigue little-used muscles and maybe get one or more of them to quit so they could get down to the serious stuff. Unfortunately, all 7 were now filing into the barn in a manner not much different than that of cows returning from a day grazing in the pasture. Their heads were down, their pace was slow, and their footing unsure, and fortunately, the arguing was over. The only thing they could think about at the moment was sleep. Hurley took a sip of bourbon and looked out across the lawn. Despite the fact that it was his 7th in the past 3 hours, he was not drunk. When it came to booze, and a lot of other things, the spook had the constitution of a man 3 times his size. Tonight, however, his normally unshakable confidence was a little wobbly. Hurley was feeling a nagging indecision that to the average person was a daily occurrence, but to a headstrong, decisive man like him was rare. The shiner on his eye and his throbbing headache were nothing more than a nagging physical symptom. A few more glasses of Maker's Mark, and they would be thoroughly dulled. The problem was between his ears, a crack in his psyche that had put him in a rarely visited but increasingly familiar place. It was gnawing at the back of his head, trying to crawl into his brain stem and take him down. The signs were all there: tight chest, quick breath, a sudden desire to get the hell out of Dodge and go somewhere, anywhere but here. For a man who was used to being in control, used to being right all the time, it was the most unwelcome feeling he could imagine. He'd rather get kicked in the head until he was knocked unconscious than try to wrestle with this crap. The fix, Hurley knew, involved something he still wasn't used to. He'd spent years burying his problems, patching them, hiding them under anything he could find. His job was too important. There were too many enemies to confront, and not enough men willing to do it. There was too much to do. The stakes were too high for him to sit around and feel sorry for himself. He was, after all, a product of the Cold War. While the children of the 60s cut loose and got in touch, Hurley cut throats and got as out of touch with his feelings as was possible. He darted around Europe in the late 50s and early 60s, and then Southeast Asia in the mid-60s. The 70s brought him to South America, the early 80s to Central America, and then, finally, for the biggest shit show of all, he landed in the Middle East. The entire thing was a gigantic, multi-dimensional chess match with the Soviets, a continuation of what had happened at the end of World War I and then the aftermath of World War II. Getting in touch with his thoughts or feelings, or whatever they were, was not something Hurley relished. There was right and there was wrong, and in between an abyss filled with society's whiners, people who had inherited the luxury of safety and freedom while having done nothing to earn it. He had never heard these opinions pass the lips of his mother or father. They didn't have to. He was born during the Depression, but they had lived through it.
They'd moved from Chicago to Bowling Green, Kentucky, with their 5 kids to escape the long food lines and massive unemployment of the inner city. Hurley had come of age not knowing any better. His lot in life seemed just as good as the next kid's. He'd taken that stoic demeanor and joined the Army. After serving a stint, he enrolled at Virginia Tech on the GI Bill and graduated with decent marks. That final spring, a man from the federal government who was extremely interested in his military record asked him if he'd like to see the world, asked him if he'd like to make a difference. Hurley bit. Officially, he'd spent the last 21 years darting in and out of war-torn countries and doing his part to create a few wars, too. Unofficially, it had been longer than that. He'd been on the very edge of the conflict between the Soviets and America and had no illusions about which side was the more noble of the two. All a person had to do was spend a little time in Berlin to understand the effects of communism and capitalism. Talk about a tale of two cities. East Berlin and West Berlin were living, breathing examples. Posters for the governments who had run them since the end of World War II. One side was a vivid Kodachrome film, and the other a grainy old black-and-white pile of crap. Hurley had never been more proud than when that damn wall came tumbling down. He'd spilled his own blood in the battle and had lost a few friends and more sources than he could count or wanted to remember. But they'd won. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of time to enjoy their victory. Hurley and a few others already had their eyes on the jihadists. He'd come across them when he was helping bleed the Soviet Union of cash, equipment, manpower, and eventually the will to continue its despotic experiment. It had been in the Khyber Pass, and at first he saw nothing that made him nervous. These people wanted their land back and the Soviets out. The problem started with the religious zealots who were being shipped in from Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and a handful of other crappy little countries. Hurley loved to swear, drink, and chase women, which put him on a collision course with the Puritan, fun-sucking Wahhabi jihadists from Saudi Arabia. He almost instantly developed a special dislike for them, but didn't understand back then that they would want to spread their jihad beyond the jerkwater mountains of Southwest Asia. That came later when he started to see them meddling in the affairs of the Palestinians. It was starting all over again. The Soviets had been contained and beaten, and now this new enemy was out pushing its agenda. Hurley had a bad feeling about where it was headed, and on top of that, for the first time in his life, he felt tired. This threat was not going away, and he suddenly wasn't sure he could find, let alone train, the next batch of kids who would be needed to meet the threat. He needed help. Unfortunately, asking for help was not something Hurley was good at. He heard one of the dogs bark, and then the sound of a motorcycle drifted through the pines. It was not the rumble of an American-made motorcycle, rather the purr of a Japanese or German bike. Hurley breathed a small sigh that was part relief, part resignation. It was the doc. He realized Kennedy must have called him. A single beam of light slashed through the trees, and a moment later the motorcycle coasted round the corner. The bike was so quiet, Hurley could hear the tires on the gravel driveway. The bike rolled its way up to the house, and the rider eased the kickstand into the down position and then killed the engine. After retrieving a flat piece of wood from one of the molded saddlebags, he put it under the kickstand and then took off his helmet. Thomas Lewis ran a hand through his shaggy blond hair and looked up at Hurley. He immediately noticed the swelling over the eye, but he was more concerned with a look on the man's face that he had only recently grown to understand. "Tough day?" Hurley tried to laugh it off. "No easy days in this line of work, you know that." Lewis nodded. He knew all too well the toll that their business could inflict on a person, and not just the body. The physical injuries were fairly straightforward. They could either be mended or not. The assaults on the mind and soul were an entirely different matter. Chapter 9. Beirut, Lebanon. The battered, dusty Peugeot slowed to a crawl. The driver leaned out over the steering wheel and looked left and then right down the length of Hamra Street. His friend in the passenger seat did the same, but in a more half-hearted fashion. There was no stoplight, nor was there a stop sign, but habits formed during war died hard. Samir was the youngest of 4 brothers. 3 of them had died in the civil war that had destroyed this once beautiful city. His closest brother, only 13 months his senior, had been killed by an RPG while crossing this very intersection. To the Westerners who covered the bloody Civil War, Amrah Street was better known as the Green Line. Ali and his friends called it No Man's Land. It was the street that divided East and West Beirut, and, to a certain degree, the Muslims from the Christians, or more accurately, the Shiite Muslims from the Maronite Christians. There were neighborhoods on each side of the line where you could find pockets of Sunnis, Armenians, Greek Orthodox, and Druze. Some of these outposts were more exposed than others, and they had all but disappeared during the lengthy and savage Civil War, while a few of the more entrenched ones were now rebuilding. The Civil War in many respects resembled the mob warfare of Chicago in the 1920s, but with much bigger guns. With the war officially over for almost 2 years, virtually every part of the city was showing signs of life. The Christians to the east were rebuilding at a blistering pace, and the Muslims to the west were struggling to keep pace. Construction cranes dotted the skyline, and you were now more likely to get killed by a dump truck or a bulldozer than a sniper, at least in certain areas. Amrah Street was not one of those areas. The buildings were still gutted shells, perfectly suited for a sniper to lie in wait. Samir scanned the building across the street to his left, while his friend Ali, who was sitting next to him, did the same thing to their right. "Still cautious," the man in the back seat said in a coarse voice. Samir looked sheepishly in the rearview mirror. "Sorry." Asaf Syed nodded and took another drag from his cigarette. He remembered that Samir's brother had been killed not far from here. A lot of good men had been killed along this God-forsaken stretch of road. Syed, however, did not make small talk with his men. Such familiarity led to their getting ideas. Ideas were not good. They only needed to follow orders. He also had no desire to get too close to the all-but-disposable men who worked for him. It was far easier to mourn the loss of someone you didn't know well than the loss of a close friend. Once Samir received the go-ahead from Ali, he gunned the engine and tore across the broad street, over the abandoned trolley tracks, and into a canyon of half-demolished buildings on the other side. A year or two earlier, he would have never dreamed of taking this shortcut. The car continued for 2 blocks, dodging piles of rubble, and then hung a sharp left turn. Building by building, block by block, things got better. The first sign was that the roads were clear of debris. Scaffolding and cement mixers were the next positive sign, and then, finally, they came upon a row of buildings that actually had windows, although the stone facades were pockmarked from artillery shells and small arms fire. 2 young men stood in front of a roadblock, AK-47 assault rifles at the ready. Samir slowed the car to a stop and looked at the young face of the man who was pointing the barrel of his rifle at his head. They were all young these days, or old, but there were very few in between. An entire generation had either fled the country or been killed. Samir jerked his thumb toward the back seat and watched the guard's eyes open wide as he recognized the ruthless Asaf Syed. The young man gave a quick bow of respect and then ordered his colleague to move the barricade. The block was sealed at both ends. Some had started to question the manpower and effort that went into this, but all Syed had to do was flash them one of his withering stares, and they were silenced. The Syrian intelligence colonel was of the mind that this peace was more of a lull in the fighting, and the second they let their guard down, they would pay for it dearly. He continually advised the other militias to reconstitute, to find new recruits, and to train them diligently, and to use this lull in the fighting to stockpile arms and ammunition. With each passing month, it was becoming increasingly difficult to convince them to direct their resources to the next battle. To the men under his command, however, there was no questioning his orders. Syed had made certain of that by putting a bullet through the forehead of one of his aides at a staff meeting just 2 months earlier. Syed tossed his cigarette in the gutter and entered the office building. Extension cords ran along the floor and the wall to bring power to various levels. The place had been functional for just 2 weeks,
and Syed did not plan to use it for more than another few days at the most. The greatest vulnerability for his side was a complete lack of air power. If some dog in Israel found out where he was, he could have jets scrambled and dropping bombs on him in less than 20 minutes. He took the stairs down to the basement level. The smell of raw sewage was an instant reminder that the city was still suffering the ills of almost 15 years of fighting. 2 men were in the hallway, standing next to a kerosene lamp. They were still without power in the basement. Without having to be told, the men moved away from the door. The older of the 2 snapped off a distinctly British salute. "Colonel, it is good to see you." Syed ignored the greeting. "Where is Colonel Jalil?" The man jerked his head toward the door. "He is inside with the prisoner." Syed motioned for him to open the door. The guard extended his hand. In it was a black hood. "To hide your identity." Syed gave him a disdainful look, and the man put the hood away and opened the door. A man sat naked in the middle of the room, tied to a metal chair. One man was standing beside him, another in front. Both were wearing black hoods. Syed entered the room and walked directly to the prisoner. He grabbed him by his hair and yanked his head up so he could see his face. Syed stood there searching the man's features for half a minute. So far he only had a trickle of dried blood on his upper lip. Other than that, he looked untouched. "Who are you?" Syed asked. "My name is Nihad Wasuf." Syed stared at him for a long time and finally said, "I think you are a liar. In fact, I think you are a Jew." "No," the man protested vehemently. "I am a Syrian." "I doubt that. I would not lie about such a thing. Check with the names I have given you." Syed was already doing just that, but this man seemed like a rat to him, and those lazy fools back in Damascus could be tricked. Without warning, Syed walked over to a small cart. A variety of tools were lying on the surface. His hands danced from one to the next. He did not want to do anything that would require medical attention at this point. Finally, he settled on a pair of pliers. Syed walked back to the man and held the pliers in front of him. "I am not as nice, nor am I as patient as these 2 men. I will ask you only one more time. What is your real name?" The man stammered for a second and then said, "Nihad Wasuf." Syed reached out and straightened the prisoner's forefinger on his left hand. He clamped the pliers down on the 1/4 inch of nail that extended beyond the tip of the finger and rocked it back and forth a few times. The prisoner began to squirm. A line of crimson blood appeared at the edge of the nail bed. "Tell me your real name." "I already have, I swear." "Why are you looking for the American?" "I was sent here to negotiate his release." "By who?" "His company." "I think you are lying." "No, I am not. Call my friends in Damascus. They will vouch for me." "I do not believe you." "Please, I am only a messenger. They are willing to pay a great sum of money." "What if you are a spy?" "I am not." "Liar." And with that, Syed tore the man's fingernail completely out of its bed. Chapter 10. Lake Anna, Virginia. The doctor peeled off his leather riding gear and stood on the porch, listening to Hurley recount the afternoon's events. He did so as passively as possible, even though his concern grew on several fronts. Interrupting, he'd learned with Hurley, was a bad approach. It was best to let him get it all out. Questions or comments could be perceived as a personal attack, which in turn would elicit a spirited counterattack, all of which the doctor knew was very counterproductive. Lewis had met the spook 5 years earlier. The Department of Defense had shipped his ODA team off to Pakistan to help the Black Ops boys from Langley, who were trying to train and equip the Mujahideen in the treacherous border region between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Hurley, in his typical gruff manner, had expressed his amusement that the vaunted Green Berets were now attaching shrinks to their units. He wondered if Lewis was similar to the political commissars who were attached to Red Army units, which was not exactly a compliment, since the Communist officers were political appointees and in charge of Communist Party morale among the troops. They were also known to ship off to Siberia anyone who didn't show absolute devotion to the party. They were feared and despised by their own men. Lewis had read clean through the rough bravado of Hurley, and rather than take offense, he laughed along. As the weeks passed, however, Hurley began to consult the shrink with increasing frequency. Hurley soon learned the good doctor was a valuable asset to have around. Lewis, he found out, had a gift. He could read people. The doctor was a walking, talking polygraph. When Hurley was finished giving the afternoon's play-by-play, he didn't stop to hear the doctor's opinion or let him ask questions. He moved headlong into what he thought needed to be done. "I want you to sit down with him and run him through the ringer. Clear your calendar for the rest of the week if you have to. I want to know what the deal is with this kid. He's hiding something, and I want to know what it is." As was his habit, Lewis pursed his lips and stared off into the distance while he thought about other possibilities. He respected, liked, and felt a sense of loyalty to Hurley, but he was not exactly a well-balanced, mentally healthy adult male. Kennedy, on the other hand, was possibly one of the most measured and thoughtful humans he'd ever had the pleasure of working with. Before he did anything, he wanted to hear her side of the story. "I'll clear my schedule for tomorrow," Lewis said, agreeing without really agreeing. "Let's head inside. I'm starving, and I need to use the bathroom." After Lewis had relieved himself and washed his face, they found Kennedy at the kitchen table reading a file and picking at a plate of noodles. Lewis looked at the uninspired pasta and frowned. One of his passions was cuisine, and it pained him to watch his colleagues put so little effort into something so important. Without saying a word, he began searching the cupboards for something, anything that he could use to create a passable meal. Kennedy and Hurley shared a brief smile. Lewis stuck his nose into the refrigerator, and without bothering to turn around, said, "Stan, would you be so kind as to fetch a bottle of wine from the basement? A Chateau Dominique would be fine." He took out a package of chicken and closed the door. Moving to the sink, he paused for a brief moment and then said, "You might as well grab two." When Hurley was gone, Lewis looked over his shoulder at Kennedy and motioned for her to join him at the sink. "So," he said, "Stan's not exactly thrilled with your new recruit." "He's not the easiest man to please." Lewis turned on the water and began to rinse the chicken. With a wry smile, he said, "He thinks you set him up." Kennedy rolled her eyes. "This is the one you told me about, the kid from Syracuse?" "Yes." Lewis splayed the chicken open and let the water run through the crevices. "You never said anything about his fighting abilities." Kennedy sheepishly shrugged her shoulders and said, "I didn't know he had them." "That's a pretty big thing to miss." Lewis glanced up at her. "I'm not judging. I'm not proud that I missed it, but in the end, isn't it a good thing? Maybe. Maybe not." Kennedy explained what she knew about rap, which admittedly wasn't a great deal, but she pointed out yet again that a blank slate was not necessarily a bad thing, that they could mold him into the man they needed. She finished her verbal report as Hurley made it back up from the basement. Lewis asked her to prepare a small salad while he went to work boiling noodles and slicing up the chicken and preparing a creamy white sauce. Hurley was left to open the red wine. While Lewis put the finishing touches on the main dish, Hurley and Kennedy started up again. They volleyed back and forth, each one putting forth his or her version of what had happened and how the other one had screwed up. Like any good shrink, Lewis was a good listener, and he played his part. It helped that these two were rarely boring. Hurley was a once-in-a-lifetime patient, the kind of man who was so outrageously entertaining that you sometimes felt you should pay him rather than the other way around. Sure, there was a flourish of exaggeration here and there, but Lewis had witnessed several of his exploits firsthand and knew the stories to be for the most part accurate. Kennedy was very different. There was no cussing or anger or animated hand gestures accompanied by thespian-like facial contortions. There was just a calm, analytical, intellectual way about her that put you at ease. Her answers were never rushed and almost always thoughtful.
she did not participate in personal verbal attacks or attempt to sway opinion by exaggeration. Wildly different in almost every way, they did share a few qualities that served to exacerbate the situation. Both were deeply suspicious of everyone they encountered, and did not find it easy to admit they were wrong. On top of that, their long history and familiarity served to bring both the best and worst qualities to the surface in a very raw way. Lewis would never admit this to them, but it had become one of his great clinical joys watching these two argue. It was a verbal combat at an Olympian level. The table was set, the wine poured, and the food dished up. Kennedy picked at her salad while Hurley and Lewis devoured both the salad and the chicken and tomato fettuccine. Lewis ate in near silence while he watched the two joust. He interrupted on 3 occasions, but only for clarification. When he'd cleaned his plate and poured himself a second glass of wine, he pushed his chair back and was ready to give them his take on the matter. One of the things they had decided at the formation of the group was that they wanted Lewis to have full operational input. Hurley was in charge, but there was some apprehension in Washington over his cowboy attitude. Hurley, to his credit, understood that he had certain weaknesses. Rather than cop an attitude about Lewis's role expanding beyond weeding out the whack jobs, Hurley had told him, "I don't want any bullshit, PC, shrink stuff. You're paid to voice your opinions, not give me an endless stream of what-ifs." With that in mind, Lewis put his glass down and said, "2 mistakes were made, and you both know what they were." Kennedy nodded, while Hurley said, "I can think of one. Her not doing her due diligence. What's the second one?" "You can't think of a single thing you did wrong today?" Lewis asked. "I'm not perfect, but this one's not my fault." Hurley pointed at Kennedy. "I am busier than shit trying to see which one of these boys has the right stuff. I'm not responsible for the turds she dumps in my lap." Lewis was suddenly resigned to the fact that he would have to box Hurley in a little tighter. Clearing his throat, he said, "We're left with 2 options. Either this kid is really good, or you're losing a step." Lewis took a drink and asked, "Which one is it?" Hurley's jaw tightened. "I haven't lost a step." In a slightly embarrassed voice, he added, "I just underestimated him, that's all." "And that's what worries me the most," Lewis said in an accusatory tone. "Don't worry. I won't let it happen again. I'm afraid that's not good enough." Hurley lit a cigarette and casually said, "Let's not make this into something bigger than it needs to be." "Bullshit," Lewis said with genuine fury. "Come on," Hurley said, trying to shrug the whole thing off. "Don't come on me. You fucked up today, and you fucked up big time." Kennedy leaned back, her eyes wide, unable to hide her surprise at Lewis's strong condemnation. "Let's not overreact," Hurley said easily, trying to take some of the heat out of the conversation. "Overreact?" Lewis leaned forward. "I'm not sure it would be possible to overreact to this situation, and what is really bothering me is that you know it, but you're too pig-headed to admit it. It's not the end of the world." Lewis's indignation was growing with each denial. "You're supposed to be infallible. These guys are supposed to fear you, loathe you, hate your fucking guts, but the one thing they are never supposed to do is lay a shiner on you." Lewis pointed at Hurley's swollen eye. "And they definitely aren't supposed to beat you, especially not 5 minutes after they've walked through the gate." "He didn't beat me," Hurley growled. "Well, that's debatable. From what I've heard, he had you beat, and the only way you got out of it was by cheating." "Yeah, well, life's not fair." "At this stage, Stan, these guys are like young pups, you know that. When we lay down the rules, we can't break them. It sends the wrong signal." Hurley leaned back and stubbornly folded his arms across his chest. "I was suckered into this thing." "I'm not sure you were, but for a moment I'll go along with you." Lewis paused briefly and then said, "You're not supposed to get suckered. You're supposed to run these dogs until they're so tired they can barely stand. You're supposed to watch them go after each other, get a sense of what they're capable of, and then you're supposed to bring them into that barn and smack them down, just like when you and I went through boot camp. This is delicate work, goddammit, and you know it. There's a reason why we do things the way we do them, and your ego has no place in the decision process." "My ego has nothing to do with this," Hurley shot back with a sour look on his face. "I just let my guard down, that's all." "No," Lewis shook his head. "I'm inclined to agree with Irene on this one.
You still see her as a little girl, and you don't give her the credit she deserves. She shows up with this new recruit, and because he doesn't fit into your little box of where these recruits are supposed to come from, you decided to skip steps 1, 2, and 3, kick his ass, and send him packing." Lewis sat back, took a drink of wine, and then in a calmer voice asked, "Does it mean anything to you that Thomas signed off on this?" Lewis was referring to the Deputy Director of Operations. Embarrassed, Hurley said, "I didn't think of that. Do you understand the situation you've created?" Hurley didn't react at first, and then, very slowly, he began to nod. Kennedy was feeling better about her position, but she wasn't entirely sure what they were talking about, and asked Lewis, "What do you mean by situation?" "These things have a way of spinning out of control," Lewis said. "One recruit has some success putting a shiner on an instructor, and all of a sudden the rest of them think that maybe they can take a shot. That these guys are human. Throw in the fact that Stan here had to cheat to avoid losing, and we now have a potentially dangerous situation." "How so?" Kennedy asked. "Do you think it's in our best interest to train your boy, send him off, and have him decide that when things get tough, the rules don't really matter?" Kennedy now saw the point. "Fuck," Hurley mumbled to himself. "What do you want me to do?" "You're going to get the hell out of here for about 5 days. I want you to heal up. You let me and the others run these guys down. I'll get a better sense of this rap kid and his full potential. And then you come back here and you head into the barn with him, and you beat him fair and square." "And if he can't beat him?" Kennedy asked. Lewis and Hurley shared a look. They were in uncharted waters. Lewis finally looked at Kennedy and said, "That would be a nice problem to have." Chapter 11. The first night didn't go so well, at least as far as sleep was concerned. Victor had kept all of them up telling outrageous stories of his sexual conquests, each one more graphic and bizarre than the already twisted story he'd just finished. After an hour or so he ran out of steam and called them all a bunch of faggots for not reciprocating. Victor then proceeded to launch into a symphony of unabated flatulence for a quarter of an hour, before eventually falling into a deep, snorting slumber. Rapp placed his pillow over his head and tried to block out the noise, but it didn't work. It was in those much-needed sleepless hours just after midnight when Rapp began to explore the idea of getting rid of Victor. At first he considered getting up and throttling the idiot right then and there, but knew it would only result in further punishment from the instructors and disdain from his fellow recruits. Still, the thought of spending the next 6 months with the lout was something that presented a very real problem. A guy like Victor could easily drag someone down with him, and Rapp had an undeniable feeling that the two men were on a collision course, and not one of those collisions that could be avoided if one or both of them changed their behavior. It was inevitable. It was the kind you needed to brace yourself for. Either drop your hips, lower your shoulders, and make the other guy feel more pain than you, or he would do the same to you and you were toast. There was something undeniably odd about the man. The idea of his participating in a covert op was preposterous. If he could ever walk among the enemy undetected, it would be a miracle. Rapp wanted this new vocation with every fiber of his body, although he was smart enough to know that saying he would never quit and actually never quitting were two very different things. He also knew he would be tested in ways he'd never imagined. He'd be pushed to the full extent of his physical and mental abilities, and it was likely that at some point, when he was really in the hurt bag, that pang of doubt would creep into his mind. Could Victor create a climate in which, at his lowest point, he might consider quitting? Rapp didn't want to find out. Somewhere in the middle of the night, as he was lying on his back, watching bats dart around the rafters of the barn, and listening to the snorting Victor, Rapp decided the moron would need to quit. And if he didn't do it on his own, and do it quickly, Rapp would have to find a way to subtly nudge him in the right direction. They were up before the sun. 2 of the instructors came in and cursed, yanked, kicked, and slapped them out of bed. Luckily for Rapp, he was half awake and heard the door open. His feet were on the floor before the DI could dump him out of his cot. He'd guessed this was how the morning would start, but the yelling was nonetheless unsettling. In between the barking and smacking, Rap tried to make out exactly what it was that he was supposed to do. Somewhere in the middle of it he heard the words line and PT. He threw on his workout gear and running shoes and was out the door like a shot. The lawn was covered with a thick morning dew, and the sun was only a gray veil in the east. They weren't allowed watches, and there were no clocks in the barn, so Rap guessed that it was somewhere in the vicinity of 5 a.m. The air temp had to be in the mid-70s, and the humidity was pasty. It would be another hot one. As Rap came to a stop in the line, he was aware that he was the first and only one out the door. He figured to start with there were certain things where it was smart to be first and others where it wasn't. Getting out of bed and getting on the line was an area to be first. Hand-to-hand combat and fighting drills he would never hold back on, but the endurance stuff like running and PT he would. He needed to stay healthy and hold some things in reserve. These guys didn't need to know he could run like the wind. As he waited for the others, he caught a whiff of coffee and turned to look at the house. There, standing on the porch, was a new face, a blond-haired guy who looked to be in his mid-30s. The man was staring intently at Rap. Rap returned the stare, and even at a distance of several hundred feet, noted the blue eyes. The guy was in a pair of jeans and a T-shirt. He was leaning against one of the porch columns, sipping his coffee, and making no effort to conceal his interest in Rap. There was something different about the guy. Rap could tell he was in shape, but he was way more relaxed than the other DIs who were marching around, and that sadistic little cuss who'd tried to neuter him. One by one, the guys tricked out of the barn and fell in. Victor was last, which was becoming a common theme. Sergeant Smith was walking quickly beside him, giving him an earful in a hushed voice. They had all been warned that there would be no yelling on the line. This wasn't the only place on the lake, and voices carried across the water. Inside the barn, with the door closed, however, the decibel level went through the roof. Victor fell in at the far end from Rap. Sergeant Smith stepped out in front of the 7 recruits and with a clenched jaw said, "You buds better get your shit together, or I'm going to start knocking some heads. I've seen Cub Scouts do better than this. This is damn sloppy. It should never take you morons more than 60 seconds to get your ass out of bed, dressed and on the line. When you go to bed, you make sure your shit is ready. You lay it out on your footlocker so it's ready to go. We start PT at 5 every morning." Rap watched the DI's eyes shift to the opposite end of the line. He leaned forward and saw Victor had his arm raised. "Sarge, when are we supposed to take a piss? I gotta go so bad I'm about to drown." Sergeant Smith walked over to Victor and got in his face. "Maybe if you had gotten your lazy ass out of bed when I told you to, you would have had time to piss." He stepped back and looked down the line. "We're going to do a quick warm-up. As much as I hate you idiots, the powers that be don't want you ladies getting hurt until they see if you've got some potential. I have tried to dissuade them, as you are the biggest collection of shit-lickers I've seen come through here in some time." "Sarge, I gotta go real bad," Victor whined. "Then piss yourself, you big idiot." His head snapped to the group. "If you can't take care of your business and get out here in 60 seconds, I'm going to have to treat you like a bunch of toddlers. So go ahead and piss yourself, Victor. The rest of you who need to go, I suggest you wait until we head out for a run. You can pull over on the trail and take care of business. Now drop and give me 50, and if I see any of you pussies cheating, we'll start over." They did the 50 push-ups, followed by 100 sit-ups, 50 up-downs, and then a few minutes of scissor kicks and a couple of stretches, and then Sergeant Smith led them into the woods. 8 of them in a nice, neat line, with Victor trailing. Rap guessed they were moving at just under a 6-minute pace. He could keep a 5-minute pace for 10 miles, so he was feeling good. They finished the 5-mile run and found themselves standing in front of an obstacle course in the middle of the woods. The place looked like a relic from an abandoned Renaissance festival. Sergeant Smith had his stopwatch out and was clocking them. Rap positioned himself 5th in line, carefully placing one man between himself and Victor. He wanted to see how these other 4 guys navigated the course, guessing that they'd all done it when they'd gone through boot camp. His idea kind of fell apart when Sergeant Smith started sending guys at 30-second intervals. The course started with a low wall. It was a 10-foot-tall wood, moss-laden wall with 2 telephone poles stuck in the ground in front of it. The first telephone pole stuck out of the ground about 1.5 feet and was 4 feet in front of the wall.
The next telephone pole was 2 feet in front of the wall and stuck out of the ground 3 feet. Rapp watched as the first recruit headed for the wall, picking up speed. Right before the telephone poles, he did a quick stutter step, and then, as nimbly as you could imagine, he placed his left foot on the first and shorter telephone pole, using it as a step. His right foot then landed on the second telephone pole, and he launched himself up and onto the wall, grabbing the top with both hands and pinning his knee to the wall just a few feet from the top. It was like a controlled collision. The recruit was up and over, dropping to the soft ground on the other side. The second guy did it the same way, and the third tried something slightly different that involved doing a pull-up. After the low wall was a 40-foot dash to a 15-foot-high wall with ropes hanging on the face. There was nothing fancy about this one. You just grabbed the rope, put your feet on the wall, and walked your way up. Next in line was barbed wire. Again, pretty straightforward. Dive under, keep your butt down, and do an infantry crawl to the other end. After that was a 40-foot cargo net strung between 2 towering pines. Beyond this was a set of logs set up in a zigzag pattern about 3 feet off the ground. They acted as a sort of footbridge to test your balance. Rapp didn't have a chance to see what came after the balance logs because it was his turn to start. He quickly dried the palms of his hands on his shorts, and then, when Sergeant Smith gave him the signal, he ran toward the short wall, mimicked the exact steps of the first recruit, and threw himself up and at the top of the wall. He caught it, pulled himself up and over, and landed with ease on the other side. The second, taller wall was easy enough to navigate, and the barbed wire was about as primal as it got. If a guy couldn't grasp the simplicity of crawling, he should just quit and go home. The cargo net proved to be the first real challenge. About a third of the way up, Rapp realized there was too much slack in the middle, so he moved over to the side. After that, it was easier. The balance logs were a breeze, the tires were nothing, and the transfer ropes were Playground 101. Then he came across something that looked like a set of uneven parallel bars, like the kind female gymnasts use. He paused, not sure how to attack the 2 horizontal telephone poles, and then, almost on cue, one of the DIs was right there barking orders at him, telling him what to do and to do it quickly. Based on what the DI was telling him, it sounded like a great way to break a rib. But Rapp could see no other way, so he launched himself into the first pole and then the second, and then it was more tires and a thing called the Burma Bridge. After that, there were more logs, ropes, and walls to negotiate, and a sprint to the finish. When Rapp crossed the line, Sergeant Smith was staring at his stopwatch and shaking his head. He glanced at Rapp, contempt on his face, and said, "You suck." Rapp was doubled over with his hands on his knees, acting more tired than he was. He wanted to smile, but didn't. He couldn't have done that badly. The guy in the number 6 position had yet to finish. Rapp turned to see how the last 2 were doing. At the edge of the course, about 50 yards back, he saw the blonde-haired guy he'd seen on the porch earlier in the morning. The man was standing at the edge of the woods, staring straight at him, making no effort to conceal his interest. Chapter 12. Langley, Virginia. Kennedy parked in the east lot and entered the headquarters building at exactly 8:03. She'd used the hour-and-a-half drive up from Lake Anna to try to prioritize her ever-increasing list of responsibilities, both official and unofficial. Much of her job was off the books, and that meant no notes and no files. She had to keep it all organized in her own mind, and every time she came back to HQ, she needed to have her story straight. When the elevator doors parted on the 6th floor, one of her bosses was waiting with a deeply concerned look on his face. Max Powers nudged her back into the elevator and said, "Problem." Powers was the Near East Division chief. It had taken Kennedy a while to get used to his style. Powers was famous for speaking in one-word sentences. His colleagues who had worked with him over the years called him Musket Max. Kennedy stepped back and asked, "What's wrong?" Her immediate fear, as it was almost every time she entered the building, was that her Black Ops program had been uncovered. "Beirut," Powers said, offering nothing more. Beirut could mean a lot of things, but on this hot August morning, Kennedy was aware of one thing in particular. "John?" "Yep." "Crap." Kennedy mumbled under her breath. John Cummins was one of their deep-cover operatives who had snuck into Lebanon 3 days earlier. an American businessman who worked for a data storage company had been kidnapped the previous week. This company, it turned out, was run by a Texan with big contacts in D.C. The owner was old-school, former Army, and over the past 30 years, he had freely and enthusiastically kept the CIA and the Pentagon abreast of all the info he and his people happened to pick up in their international dealings. A lot of very important people in town owed him, and he decided now was time to call in a few of his IOUs. The Pentagon had zero assets in the region, and the CIA wasn't much better. They were still trying to recover from the kidnapping, torture, and death of their Beirut station chief half a decade earlier. Langley did, however, have assets in Jordan, Syria, and Israel. Cummins, who had lived in Syria for the past 3 years, was the best bet. He'd built up some great contacts by passing himself off as a counterfeiter of U.S. currency and smuggler of American-made goods that were embargoed in the region. From the jump, Kennedy argued against using him. He was by far their most valuable asset inside Syria, and Beirut, although safer than it had been in the 80s, was still pretty much the Wild West of the Middle East. If anything went wrong, Cummins would be lost. Someone with a much bigger title had overruled her, however. "How bad?" Kennedy asked. "Bad." The doors opened on the 7th floor, and Kennedy followed Powers down the hall to the office of Thomas Stansfield, the Deputy Director of Operations. The door was open, and the two of them breezed through the outer office, past Stansfield's assistant, and into the main office. Powers closed the soundproof door. Kennedy looked at the silver-haired Stansfield, who was sitting behind his massive desk, his glasses in one hand and the phone in the other. Stansfield was probably the most respected and feared man in the building, and possibly the entire town. Since they were on the same team, Kennedy respected but did not fear the old spy. Stansfield cut the person on the other end off, said goodbye, and placed the phone back in its cradle. Looking up at Powers, he asked, "Any further word?" Powers shook his head. "How did it happen?" Kennedy asked. "He was leaving his hotel on Rue Monod for a lunch meeting," Stansfield said. "He never showed. He missed his check-in this afternoon, and I placed a call to my opposite in Israel. Mossad did some quiet checking." Stansfield shook his head. "A shopkeeper saw someone fitting Cummins's description being forced into the trunk of a car shortly before noon today." Kennedy felt her stomach twist into a wrenching knot. She liked Cummins. They knew all too well how this would play out. The torture would have commenced almost immediately, and depending on how Cummins held up, death was the likely outcome. "I remember you voiced your opposition to this," Stansfield said. "But no, there are certain things that even I wasn't told." "Such as?" The ops boss shook his head, letting her know he wasn't allowed to talk about it. "The important thing now is that Schnauz's Syrian contacts back his cover story. If they don't step up to the plate for him, this will end badly. Cummins was half Armenian and half Jewish, and had a nose to make a Roman emperor jealous. Hence, his unofficial cover name was Schnauz. "Double down," Powers chimed in. "Get the Texas boy on a plane with a couple suitcases filled with cash." "It's a possibility that I already floated with the White House. They're getting nervous, though, and for good reason." "They should be," Kennedy said. "They just burned one of our most valuable assets, trying to do a personal favor that, as far as I can tell, has nothing to do with national security." "Bingo," Powers said. Stansfield was quiet for a moment. "I have a back channel I can use with the CEO. He wants this employee back, and I think when I explain to him what happened to our man, he'll offer to pay for both. It should help cement the idea that Schnauz was working as a freelancer." "It better happen quick," Kennedy said. "We never know how long someone will be able to hold out. If they break Schnauz—" She stopped talking and shuddered at the thought of the damage that would be done. "I know," Stansfield sighed. "Rescue up?" Powers asked. Stansfield looked slightly embarrassed. "Not going to happen. We knew it going in. Beirut is still radioactive. What if we get some good intel? Kennedy asked. That's a big what if. But if we do, Kennedy pressed her point, we need assets in place. Stansfield sadly shook his head. Corner office or 1600? Powers asked. Kennedy understood the shorthand question to mean, was it the director of CIA who was freezing them out, or the White House? White House, Stansfield replied. Our friends at the Institute. Powers offered it as a suggestion. They're in the loop? Stansfield tapped the leather ink blotter on his desk while he considered the Israeli option. The Institute was the slang Powers used to refer to the Institute for Intelligence, or, as they were better known, Mossad. I'm told they knew before we did. Maybe let them handle the cowboy stuff, if it comes to that. The fact that it had not occurred to him to have Mossad handle the rescue spoke volumes about the complicated relationship. If something concrete comes our way, I'll consider it, but you don't want to owe them the farm, Powers said. That's right. They would more than likely demand something that I'm either unwilling or unable to give them. May I say something, sir? Kennedy asked. Stansfield wasn't sure he wanted to hear it, but he knew he needed to let his people vent. He nodded. This problem is never going to go away until we send these guys a very serious message. I assume you mean the kidnapping? Yes. I told the director the same thing 5 minutes before you walked in the door. But it seems we lack the political will at the moment to take a more aggressive approach. Pussies, Powers muttered, and then looked at Kennedy and said, sorry. No need to apologize. She paused and then decided this was the right time to push her agenda. You know what this means? No. It's yet another example of why we need to get Orion up and running. How in hell can we expect our assets to operate in this environment? It's bad enough that we won't get tough with these guys. It's inexcusable that we won't even consider a rescue op. It's one of our own, for Christ's sake. Stansfield was not surprised that she'd brought it up. He would have done the same thing if he was in her place, but during a crisis like this, it was a common mistake to hurry things that needed time. I want this to happen as badly as you do, Irene, but it can't be rushed. If we send a bunch of half-baked assets into the field, we'll end up spending all our energy trying to pull them out of the fire. Trust me, I saw it firsthand back in Berlin. Just try to be patient for a few more months. If a couple of these guys can prove that they have the stuff, I'll greenlight it and support you every step of the way. Kennedy took it as a promise, but couldn't get her mind off Cummins and what he was enduring. Her thoughts, for some unknown reason, turned to Rapp. She hoped he was the one, the weapon that could turn loose on these murderous zealots. Chapter 13. Lake Anna, Virginia. They each ran the obstacle course 3 more times, and then double-timed it back to the barn for breakfast. They stuffed their faces with eggs and pancakes, then were given 30 minutes to digest their food and make sure their bunks were squared away. Rapp was somewhat relieved that Victor used this time to pester someone else. Then it was off to the pistol range, which was a 2-mile hike back into the woods. It was not a leisurely hike, however. They were given 12 minutes to get to the range, and were told that anyone who was late could pack his bags. Rapp was starting to get the idea that they would be doing a lot of running, which was fine by him. He kept a pace or 2 off the lead, and made it look as if he was struggling to keep up. But he wasn't. The range was adjacent to the obstacle course. It was 12 feet wide and 100 feet long, and was as bare bones as you could get. Basically, a tractor had scooped out a 10-foot deep trench that ran between a row of pines. It was lined with old car tires and covered with camouflage netting, which, in addition to the tree branches, made the light pretty weak. There were 3 shooting stations made out of pressure-treated plywood and lumber. Silhouette targets were already hung at 20 feet, and silenced 9mm Beretta 92Fs were loaded and ready to be fired. The first 3 guys stepped up, and when Sergeant Smith ordered them to commence firing, All three methodically emptied their rounds into the paper targets. Rapp swallowed hard when they were done. The first two guys punched soup can-sized holes through the chests of the black silhouettes. The third target had a nice, neat hole about the size of a silver dollar in the center of the face. There was not a stray shot among the three. Rapp was impressed. But the thing that really surprised him was the reaction of Sergeant Smith. The instructor had a smile on his face. Sergeant Smith stood beside the last shooter and said, "Normally I don't like you SEALs, but goddamn, they sure do teach you boys how to shoot." He gave the recruit a rough slap on the back and ordered the next three up. The results were similar, at least as far as the first two were concerned. They had both punched nice, neat holes in the chest of their targets. Rapp's target, however, looked a little rough. Rapp lowered the pistol and took in his handiwork. He had only started shooting a few months earlier, and without any actual training from an instructor, the results were lacking. The target looked like a piece of Swiss cheese, with holes from the chest all the way down to the groin. He set the heavy Beretta down on the flat plywood surface and grimaced as the instructors fell in, one on each shoulder. "Definitely not a SEAL," Sergeant Smith said. "Nope," Sergeant Jones replied. "Not a D-boy either. Might be a gangbanger, though. That's how those little fuckers shoot, just spray it all over the place and hope they hit a vital organ." "Definitely not the way we do things around here," Sergeant Smith said. "Son," the taller of the two said, "where the fuck did you learn how to shoot?" Rapp cleared his throat and admitted, "I don't know how to shoot, Sergeant." "You mean you've tried and suck, or you've never been taught?" "Never been taught, Sergeant." There was an uncomfortable pause while the two instructors tried to figure out what to do. Unfortunately, Victor took the opportunity to throw in one of his asinine comments. "He shoots like a girl." Underneath Rapp's bronzed skin, his cheeks flushed. He had known that, due to his lack of training, shooting would be one of his weaknesses. Still, it embarrassed him that the others were so much better. Rapp looked to Sergeant Smith and asked, "Any pointers?" The shorter man looked up at Rapp and regarded him for a moment before nodding and saying, "Let's see you do it again." Sergeant Smith handed him a fresh magazine. Sergeant Jones yelled, "All right, Victor, you jackass, get up here and show us what you can do." The other five stood back and watched in silence while two fresh targets were put up. Sergeant Smith stood at Rapp's side and quietly issued instructions. He watched Rapp squeeze off one shot and then reached in to adjust his grip, elbow position, and feet. With each shot, the instructor issued corrections, and the grouping of shots grew tighter. This time, the holes were still loose, but at least all of them were in the chest area, as opposed to all over the entire target. Rapp heard someone giggle, and he looked over at Victor's target. The clown had shot eyes and a nose in the target, and 5 more shots made a downturned mouth. The remainder of the shots were concentrated in the groin area. "Victor," Sergeant Jones said, "what in hell are you doing?" "Long-term strategic planning, Sarge." "I doubt your pea-sized brain could attempt any such thing." "Population control," Victor said, spitting a gob of chew on the ground. "Shoot the nuts off all the Hajis and no more baby terrorists. 20 years from now we declare victory. Brilliant, if I say so myself." Sergeant Jones put his hands on his hips. "Put the weapon down, Victor, and step back." The big man did so, and then Sergeant Jones continued in a disappointed voice, "Since all of you appear to be decent shots, and Victor here thinks this is a joke, we're going to head back over to the O course, where I'm going to run all of you until at least one of you pukes. Our earnest yet respectful virgin will stay here with Sergeant Smith and attempt to learn the basics of pistol shooting." The big sergeant eyed the group, and when no one moved, he said, "Well, I guess you ladies would like to do some push-ups first." In a gruff voice, he shouted, "Assume the position!" All 6 men dropped to the ground and got into the plank position. They were told to start, and no one said a word except Victor, who continued to complain as they counted out their punishment. While they worked through their push-ups, Sergeant Smith began instructing Rapp on the finer points of marksmanship. Rapp listened intently, digesting every word. Sergeant Smith told Rapp to aim for the head this time. He slammed the fresh magazine into the hilt and hit the slide release. When you have a fresh magazine in and hit the slide release, a round is automatically chambered. The sergeant offered Rapp the weapon and said, "The hammer's back so she's hot. Not every gun is like that, but that's how the Berettas work. Also that red dot right there? Red means dead. So don't point it at anything you're not going to shoot at, and always keep that finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Got it?" Rapp nodded. "All right, show me that stance. Keep those feet just so. You're a lefty, so put your right foot a few inches in front of your left. Create the power triangle with your arms and place that dot right in the center of the head. Some guys get all hung up on breathing in versus exhaling, but I don't want you to think about that crap. You're going to need to learn to shoot on the run, so breathing in or out ain't going to work. The main thing right now is how you squeeze that trigger. Notice how I didn't say pull. Don't pull it. Squeeze it straight back and put a round right through the middle of the head this time." Rapp did everything he was told, and the bullet spat from the end of the suppressor. The muzzle jumped, and when it came back down, Rapp was staring at a perfectly placed shot. "Do it again," Sergeant Smith ordered. Rapp squeezed the trigger, and the bullet struck the target half an inch to the right of the first one. "Again." The third shot bridged the first and second. Rapp fell into a rhythm. He didn't rush it, but he didn't take too much time either. It took him less than 20 seconds to empty the rest of the magazine, and when he was done, all of the rounds were within a 6-inch circle. A jagged hole punched through the face of the paper target. Rapp breathed a sigh of relief. Sergeant Smith clapped him on the shoulder and said, "You're coachable, kid. Nice work. Let's try this a few more times." Rapp was in the midst of reloading the weapon when by chance he turned his head and looked over his left shoulder. About 60 feet away, in the shadows of a big pine, a man was watching them. With the poor light, Rapp couldn't be certain who it was, but he thought it might be the guy he'd seen on the porch earlier in the morning. Rapp turned back to Sergeant Smith and was about to ask him who he was when he thought better of it. It would be a mistake to confuse a little one-on-one instruction with friendship. Chapter 14. Dr. Lewis walked into the office, offered a faint smile to his visitor, and closed the door behind him. He'd been watching the new recruit intently for the past 3 days. At 23, he was the youngest project they had attempted to run through the program, and from what he'd seen the last few days, the man showed a great deal of promise. Before sitting, Lewis glanced down at the notepad and pen sitting in the middle of the desk. Next to them sat a file with Rapp's name written in large black letters. It was impossible to miss, and intentionally so. They knew surprisingly little about the man, but then again, how much could you really know about someone this young, this untested? If he listened to the irascible Hurley, inexperience was a curse, and if he listened to the more pragmatic Kennedy, it was a blessing. Lewis didn't know who was right, but he had grown tired of listening to them bicker. Moving behind the desk, Lewis sat in the worn leather and wood desk chair and leaned back. The chair emitted a metal squeak. The doctor ignored it and moved his eyes from the subject to the contents sitting on his desk. There were many tools in his trade, little tricks that could be used to test the people he was assigned to evaluate. Some were subtle, others more overt, but all were designed to help him get a better glimpse into the minds of the men they were recruiting. The file on the desk had been a test. Lewis had spent the last 5 minutes in the basement watching the recruit via a concealed camera. Rapp had sat sphinx-like in the chair. He had glanced at the file only once, and then adopted a relaxed posture that spoke of boredom. Lewis didn't know him well enough to gauge whether it was sincere, but there was something about this Mitch Rapp fella that suggested great possibilities. There was a casualness on the surface that helped mask something far more complex. Lewis considered reaching for the notepad and pen. It was a way of establishing authority and creating stress for the subject, making him feel the pressure of possibly giving incorrect answers. Lewis decided against it, from what he'd witnessed over the last 3 days. It was highly unlikely that the ploy would fluster this one. Nothing else had so far. Going on a hunch, Lewis clasped his hands behind his head and casually asked, "You know what you're getting yourself into?" Rapp looked at him with his dark brown eyes and shrugged, as if to say it wasn't worth acknowledging the obvious. "I don't read minds," Lewis said, only half serious. "I'm going to need you to verbalize your answers." "Hopefully,
You're going to turn me into a weapon. A killer.
Lewis considered the straightforward answer and then said, "Not me specifically, but in essence, yes. That is what we are going to do." Rapp gave a slight nod, as if that was just fine with him, and continued to look right back into the bright blue eyes of the man who had been watching him from a safe distance. "Do you have any reservations?" "Not really." Lewis placed his palm on the desk, and after staring at the back of his hand for a long moment, said, "It would be normal if you did." Rapp cracked a thin smile. "I suppose it would." "So do you have any reservations?" It was a pretty vague question, and Rapp didn't like vague. "In terms of what?" "This is a big commitment. Most of your friends are probably taking jobs with Kodak or Xerox." More than a few of them were, but Rapp simply nodded. Lewis noted that Rapp was not jumping out of his chair trying to please him with earnest answers, nor was he displaying the open disrespect that many of the candidates would employ as a defense mechanism. He was striking the perfect balance. Lewis decided to skip his standard 20 minutes of preamble and get to the heart of the matter. "Have you ever wondered what it's like to kill a man?" Rapp nodded. He had spent more time wondering about it than he would ever admit it to this guy or anybody else. "Do you think that's healthy?" This time Rapp let out a small laugh. Lewis noted the classic deflection technique, but didn't want to seem judgmental, so he smiled along with Rapp. "What's so funny?" "I can answer your question 6 ways, and depending on your mood, you might find all of the answers acceptable or none of them." "How do you mean?" "It's all in the context." "Context is important," Lewis agreed. "Give me an example." Rapp thought about it for a moment and then said, "If I'm lying awake at night thinking about killing the guy who broke into my car and ripped me off, it's probably safe to say that I have some anger issues and a poor grasp of what constitutes just punishment." Rapp put his tanned arm over the back of the chair and looked out the window for a second, wondering how much he should admit. "But if I lie awake at night thinking about sticking a knife through the eye socket of a terrorist who's killed a couple hundred innocent civilians," Rapp shrugged, "I think that's probably not so far out there." Lewis appreciated the blunt answer. Wanting a deeper reaction, he asked, "Do you miss your girlfriend?" Rapp gave Lewis a disappointed look and shook his head. "What's wrong? Did I say something that offended you?" "No, not really. From the look on your face, it would appear that I did. I volunteered for this, but I hate playing all these games." "Games?" Lewis asked with an arched brow. "You're a shrink, right?" Rapp didn't give him a chance to answer. "You've been watching me for the past 3 days. I've noticed that you seem to be paying a lot of attention to me, more so than the others. You choose your words carefully, and you've undoubtedly read that file that's sitting on your desk. You know why I'm here." Lewis hid his surprise that Rapp had guessed his profession. "It's my job to ask questions." "But why would you ask if I miss her? Don't you think that's pretty obvious?" "So that's why you're here?" "I'm not here because I miss her. I miss my father, who died when I was 13. I miss my grandparents, and someday I'll miss my mom when she dies, and maybe if I get to know you, I'll miss you too. That's part of life. I'm here for a very obvious reason, one that I'm sure you're already aware of." Lewis noted how he had taken charge of the conversation, but was willing to let this play out. "Revenge?" "I prefer retribution, but it all depends on the definition you choose." Lewis was pleased that he'd made the distinction. He was intimately familiar with the difference between the two words. "I'd like to hear your definition." "Revenge is more wild, less calculated, deeply personal." "And retribution?" Rapp thought about it for a moment and then answered in a very clear voice. "Retribution is a punishment that is morally right and fully deserved." "And the men who conspired to bring down Pan Am 103? Rapp leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees, and said, "Every last one of them deserves to die." Lewis looked at the file on the desk and asked, "You're Catholic?" "Yes." "So how do you square this with your Lord? Your idea of retribution doesn't exactly conform to the turn-the-other-cheek preaching of Jesus Christ." "Nice try," Rapp grinned. "How do you mean?" "I'll tell you a little secret about me. I'm not the most patient guy. I have a lot to learn, and I'm eager to learn it. So when you start to hit me with selective theology, you might get my back up a bit." "Selective?" Lewis asked. "Yeah. I've never understood the intellectual dishonesty of people who say the Bible is the Word of God, and then choose to pull verses only from the New Testament, for example. Turning the other cheek is one of their favorites, and they use it while ignoring a dozen Old Testament verses and a few New Testament verses that say the men who brought down that plane deserve to die." Lewis conceded with a nod. "So if it comes to it, you don't think you'd have a problem taking another man's life?" "That depends. On what?" "Who the guy is, and more important, what he's guilty of." Chapter 15. When the sun rose for the 5th day, they were one man short. It was Dick. Rapp didn't know the guy's real name, much less where he was from or where he was going, so it was hard to feel too bad when the guy stepped out of formation during a grueling set of up-downs in the hot afternoon sun. He simply approached one of the instructors, announced his intention, and the two men shook hands. Just like that, the guy was done. Free of the pain, the sweating, the burning muscles, the tired eyes, and the battered ego. It all seemed too easy, and that's what scared the crap out of Rapp. It made him briefly wonder if he was capable of pussing out. All it would take was a down moment, a bad spell, a cold, or a fever, or another sleepless night. One misstep, and he could be the one shaking hands and packing his bag. While falling asleep that night, Rapp focused on the positive. There was one man fewer to compete with. They kept saying it wasn't a competition, but Rapp wasn't so sure. If it wasn't a competition, why did they count or clock everything they did? The image of the fellow recruit bowing out after 5 days put Rapp on guard against a moment of personal weakness. It refocused him by showing just how rapidly this journey could come to a very unsatisfying end. Rapp awoke tired but ready to push ahead. He was the first one on the line and was stretching his neck and shoulders waiting for the others when he noticed the two instructors having what looked like an unpleasant conversation. When everyone was finally on the line, Sergeant Jones stepped forward and with a disappointed look on his face, said, "One of you screwed up real bad last night." Rapp began racking his brain, trying to think of any mistakes he'd made. "We have rules for a reason. At this point you don't need to understand these rules, you just need to follow them." He paused to look each of them in the eye. "You have all been repeatedly warned to not divulge any personal information. Now, we're realistic enough to understand that you boys will discover certain things about each other. Some of you have a slight accent, so it's pretty easy to figure out what part of the country you come from. As far as prior military experience, we haven't busted your balls over debating the healthy rivalry between the services, but last night, someone crossed the line." He stopped and looked at the ground. In a disappointed voice he said, "The one thing you are never supposed to do is tell someone your real name." Rapp heard someone farther down the line mumble something under his breath, but he couldn't tell who it was, and considering the mood of the two instructors, he didn't dare look. "You're all smart enough to know this, and you were all warned what would happen if you slipped up on this one. This isn't a fucking summer camp. This is serious shit," Sergeant Jones said in a disappointed voice. He looked to the far end of the line and said, "Bill, pack your shit, you're gone." The man they called Bill, whom Rapp had pegged as the hot-shooting Navy SEAL from Texas, took one step forward and shook his head at the harsh punishment he'd just received. He looked as if he was going to say something and then caught himself. Sergeant Jones started moving and told Bill to follow him back to the barn. Sergeant Smith stepped in to lead them in PT, but before he could start, Bill turned back to the group. "Victor, you're a real asshole. I told you I didn't want to talk, but you just wouldn't leave it alone." Looking at Sergeant Jones, he asked, "Why isn't he getting the boot as well?" "Keep moving, we'll talk about it in the barn." "This is bullshit. He told me who he was and where he was from, same as me," Bill complained. Victor laughed. "I gave you a fake name, you stupid hick." "Why the hell would you do that?" one of the guys farther down the line asked Victor. "Asshole," someone else grumbled. "You guys should all be thanking me," Victor said in an easy voice. "One less guy to worry about." Sergeant Smith silenced all of them with a growling order to assume the position. "The next one of you who opens his pie hole is gone. Now push him out." Rapp dropped his chest down to the dewy grass and pushed straight up, quietly counting out each push-up as he went. He'd done so many in the past 5 days that they were becoming second nature, almost like breathing. Somewhere past number 40 and before number 50, Rapp began feeling some serious ill will toward Victor. If only the big jackass would stumble and break an ankle. He was too risky to have around. For the rest of the morning, as they ran from one thing to the next, Rapp couldn't shake the feeling that he and Victor were on a collision course. With Dick quitting and Bill getting the boot, that meant 2 fewer people to run interference. Victor could focus more of his time on pestering Rapp. The long run was actually nice, since Victor was the slowest of the group. They were spared his running mouth. When breakfast rolled around, they all gave him the cold shoulder. It didn't matter to Victor, though. He stayed chatty, continuing to dole out insults and the occasional wise-ass comment that the instructors seemed to take better than they should have. They spent an hour on the obstacle course and another hour on the pistol range before heading back in for lunch. The attitude among the recruits was decidedly sour. It was as if they had a traitor in their midst. After lunch, they went over field-stripping various handguns, and then it was announced that they were heading into the barn for a little hand-to-hand combat. For Rapp, it was his first time back on the mat since the day he'd arrived. He had wondered where the mean old cuss had gone, and had almost asked Sergeant Smith, but the guy wasn't exactly keen on sharing information. Jones and Smith paired the men up. Since there were 5, someone had to be the odd man out, and it turned out to be Rapp. The rules were simple: no blows to the head or groin. Chokeholds were encouraged, but they warned the men to be careful not to crush anyone's larynx. If you wanted out, all you had to do was tap the mat. Right before they started, the blonde-haired shrink quietly slipped into the barn. The first 2 men up were Roy and Glenn. Rapp hadn't figured out where either of them was from and wasn't about to ask. Like all of them, the 2 men were dark-featured, with black hair, brown eyes, and tan skin. Roy was 5'10", and Glenn was perhaps an inch taller. Rapp guessed they were both around 27. He was not impressed with their fighting styles. They both used standard judo techniques, lots of holds and throws, but nothing that could be used to incapacitate an enemy in one quick flurry. Technically, they were sound, and they were both tough enough and in good enough shape to draw out a lengthy, tiring, boring match. After about 4 minutes, they ended up in a sweaty tangle in the middle of the mat, and Sergeant Smith stepped in. Victor and Fred were up next. Fred was 6 feet tall and about 175 pounds, and had done a really good job of keeping to himself. He finished in the top 3 on every run, handled the obstacle course with ease, and was a top marksman after Bill. Victor, at 6'2" and 220 pounds, was by far the biggest of the group. His neck was nearly as thick as his thighs, which meant, as Rapp had noticed when he met him, that he would be really hard to knock out with a shot to the head. From all of the talking he'd done, Rapp half expected to see the second coming of Muhammad Ali. Victor bounded across the mat, shadowboxing as he went. "You ready to get your ass kicked, Freddy?" Fred said nothing. He walked to the center of the mat in his bare feet and took up his fighting stance. Rapp pegged him for a wrestler by the way he moved. Victor was such an oversized peacock that it was impossible to tell what he was capable of. Most guys his size were not boxers, but he did move pretty well on his feet. Sergeant Smith dropped his hand, and the 2 men charged at each other. Fred went low, just as Rapp expected him to. Victor tried to sidestep him, but his right leg got looped by his opponent. Fred hooked onto Victor's knee and pulled it tight to his chest. He stayed low and kept driving with his legs, trying to tip the bigger man over. Victor hopped back on his left leg and started delivering punches to Fred's back. The first few were misplaced and lacked power. Rapp watched Victor lose his balance and begin to go down. He changed his tactic and smacked Fred in the back of the head with a closed fist punch. Fred appeared to slow for a split second, but he didn't lose his grip. Victor went down and rolled immediately onto his stomach. He flared his arms and legs out so he couldn't be flipped. Fred scrambled over the top of him and shot his right arm under Victor's neck. He wrenched the bigger man's head back and placed his left forearm across the back of Victor's head. The hold was commonly known as the sleeper hold, and if it wasn't broken in short order, it performed as advertised. Victor got hold of a couple of Fred's fingers and twisted with everything he had while turning into the man. Victor used his strength to reverse out of it. At first it looked as if he was getting the upper hand, and then Rapp saw what Fred was up to. He had allowed Victor to think he was initiating the move, but in truth, it was Fred's idea. Once on his back, Fred wrapped his legs around Victor's waist and clamped down with a vicious scissor lock. Victor only made things worse by trying to pull himself up and away. As Rapp had learned the hard way, the best way to get out of that hold was with a well-placed elbow to the inner thigh. Earlier in the summer, his instructor had put him in the same scissor lock and made him pay dearly. By pulling away, you stretched out the torso, which allowed the person initiating the hold to clamp down even tighter. Then you emptied your lungs to take in a big breath, and the person squeezed even tighter. The next thing you knew, you were desperately in need of oxygen, writhing in pain, and genuinely concerned that you were about to end up with a broken rib or two. Victor made that mistake, and it was obvious by the worried look in his eyes that he knew he was in trouble. He swung hard, trying to hit Fred in the solar plexus, but the blow was blocked. Next, he tried to twist away, which only allowed Fred to tighten his hold a few more notches. Victor's face was beet red. Rapp knew it would only last a few more seconds, and he was silently hoping to hear a few ribs pop between now and then. It looked as if Victor was going to quit. He started to wave his left hand, and then, just as Fred relaxed a touch, Victor brought his big right fist smashing down. The blow hit Fred square in the face. His head bounced off the mat, and he released his legs. Then blood began to pour from his misshapen nose. Rapp took a step forward, ready to kick Victor in the head. He was on the verge of delivering the blow when Sergeant Smith stepped onto the mat and began barking orders. Rapp took a step back and watched as Victor rolled off Fred, flopped onto his back, and began laughing. Chapter 16. Sergeant Jones was attending to Fred's broken nose. Roy and Glenn were talking quietly and shooting Victor daggers. Rapp looked to the door and noticed the shrink studying him. Twice now, Rapp had seen the rules of engagement broken, and so far there'd been no punishment handed out. Not that the old codger could be punished, but Victor was one of them, and if he could get away with it, then Rapp could as well. It got Rapp thinking that maybe it was time to bend the rules a little bit. While he was working out the details of what he wanted to do, Sergeant Smith ordered him onto the mat and then pointed at Glenn. "I would rather fight Victor," Rapp said. "Well, you're not running the show around here," Smith snapped. "He's doing you a favor," Victor said, still out of breath. "A little pussy like you wouldn't last 5 seconds against me." Rapp stayed calm, but there was something unmistakably ominous just beneath the surface. "Let's find out," he said evenly. "Suicide," Victor retorted. "I think you're afraid." "Shut up, all of you," Sergeant Smith said. "Glenn, get your ass on the mat." Rapp moved to his left, cutting off Glenn. He stayed facing the wiry instructor and said, "I'm confused. Do rules matter around here? Or does Victor get to do as he pleases?" "We have rules, damn it. Now get in the middle of the mat and shut up." "No disrespect, Sarge, but this is bullshit. How are we supposed to trust each other? How are we supposed to trust you when he keeps doing whatever the hell he wants without getting punished?" "You think there's any rules out there?" Victor laughed. "In the real world? Hell no. But in here, we should just let you do whatever you want." "Sarge," Victor said as he got to his feet, "I got this one. Don't worry, I can take care of this little college puke with one arm tied behind my back." Sergeant Smith looked as if he was about to lose it, but the blonde-haired shrink stepped in and said, "Sergeant, I think we should allow Victor and Irving to have a go at it." The sergeant's head snapped around. Rapp noticed a brief exchange of thoughts between the men before the sergeant retreated. "All right," he grumbled,
Both of you center the mat, square off, and on my mark you start." "Do we bother with rules this time, or should I assume Victor will break them?" Rapp asked, stone-faced. "The head and neck are off-limits, damn it." "I appreciate the effort, Sarge, but I'd prefer no restrictions," Rapp said. "I don't care what you prefer. I make the rules." Rapp hesitated. He wanted clarification on this point, and he'd rather not have to worry about Victor cheating. "And if Victor accidentally punches me in the face?" "God damn it," the sergeant boomed. "This isn't a debate club. Do you ladies want to go for a nice long run?" Rapp silently moved to the center of the mat, satisfied that he had made his point, but nonetheless wary that Victor would do whatever it took to win. A strategy was already forming in his head. Victor had shown that he was a fairly one-dimensional fighter. Against the uninitiated he could probably hold his own on the mat, but boxing was his preference. That was plain enough to see. Victor was all smiles as he slapped one fist into the fleshy palm of the other. "I'm going to kick your ass, you little puke." Rapp brought his fists up close to his face like a boxer, elbows in tight. "And if you can't, Victor?" There's no doubt you're going down." Rapp drew him in. He feigned that he was out of position and allowed Victor to initiate the first salvo. 2 slow left jabs were launched straight for Rapp's face. Rapp blocked them with his right hand and then ducked under a big hook that would have knocked him off his feet if it had connected. Rapp noted that 3 punches had been thrown by Victor, and all 3 had been directed at his supposedly off-limits head. And more important, Sergeant Smith didn't seem to care that Victor was breaking the rules yet again. That would make things easier for Rapp. He changed directions and bobbed back to his left as Victor threw 2 hard right jabs. The first one Rapp dodged, and the second one hit him in the left shoulder. The blow was solid, but Rapp played it up, intentionally stumbling to his right, as if he were in trouble. Victor took the bait and charged in, his left hand trying to push Rapp's hands out of the way so he could deliver a knockout blow with his right. As Victor brought his fist up by his right ear, Rapp sprang forward with such quickness that he caught Victor completely off guard. He grabbed the bigger man's left wrist with his right hand and threw up his left arm to block the coming punch. Rapp launched himself at Victor, his head arching back and then whipping forward. His hard forehead slammed into the soft cartilage of Victor's nose, making a sickening, crushing sound. Before Victor could counter, Rapp wrapped his hands around the back of the big man's neck, pulling him down and in. Rapp delivered 2 harsh knee strikes to the big man's sternum before releasing him. Victor staggered back, blood pouring from his nose, gasping for air. "Sorry about that, Victor," Rapp said, egging him on. "I didn't mean to break your nose." "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" Victor screamed. Rapp simply motioned for Victor to bring it on. The big man charged. Rapp expected the bull rush. He feinted to his right and then back to his left, and as Victor lumbered by, he hit him with a punch to the kidney, which stood him up. Victor pivoted to meet the next blow, and rather than gain distance, Rapp engaged, moving in and wrapping his left hand around the back of Victor's neck and his right hand around Victor's biceps. Victor reared his head back and was prepared to deliver a headbutt of his own, but before he could strike, Rapp did something that none of them expected. He jumped up in the air, swung his left leg under Victor's right armpit, and then his right leg around Victor's neck as he allowed himself to fall to the mat. Rapp was now upside down, hanging onto Victor's left arm and pulling him down on top of him. Rapp raised his hips, and the pressure toppled Victor to the mat. Rapp had him in a version of the same armbar that he had put the mean old cuss in on the first day, except that Rapp wasn't looking for submission this time. Rapp grabbed Victor's wrist with both hands. He twisted and pulled the arm until the elbow socket was on top of his right hip bone, and then he raised his hips while pulling down as hard as he could with his hands. Rapp did not stop, even when Victor started to scream. The entire thing took just under 2 seconds. There was a loud pop, and then Rapp released the arm, which was now bent at a very unnatural angle. Rapp got to his feet and looked down at Victor. The man was moaning, his entire body rigid with pain. Rapp didn't smile or gloat. There was a touch of guilt over what he'd just done, but Victor was a bully and a jerk. Fred was sitting at the edge of the mat with cotton shoved up his nostrils and an ice pack on his nose. Fred nodded to Rapp and flashed him the thumbs up. Roy and Glenn wandered over, each man quietly congratulating him for solving their problem. Sergeant Smith was too busy attending to Victor, who was flopping around, writhing in pain. Rapp had no idea whether he was in trouble. He looked over at the shrink, who was watching him intently. The man's lips were pursed in thought, as if he appeared to have drawn some conclusion about Rapp.
The only problem was, Rapp couldn't tell if it was admiration or disappointment. Chapter 17. Lewis made the calls late in the afternoon, after he'd had an hour to put his thoughts and observations down on paper. As darkness approached, they descended one by one on the house by the lake in southern Virginia. Kennedy was the first to arrive, then Deputy Director of Operations Stansfield, and finally Hurley. Stansfield's bodyguards remained on the porch. They were two of his most trusted, and knew to be very selective about what they saw, and more important, about what they remembered. Stansfield suggested, in his typical quiet way, that they all adjourn to the basement. It was not a suggestion, it was an order. The four of them walked downstairs and proceeded to a freestanding room that sat in the middle of the basement. It served as the surveillance communications shack for the property. The inside walls and ceiling were covered with an egg-carton gray foam that absorbed sound. A bank of monitors and 2 listening stations occupied the wall on the right, and an oval conference table for 6 sat in the middle. When everyone was seated, Stansfield closed the soundproof door and threw the bolt. The number 3 man at Langley took the chair at the head of the table and loosened his tie. He looked the length of the short table and said, "Doctor." Lewis was leaning back in his chair, his hands steepled in front of his face. "We've had an interesting development." "I'd say so," Hurley interrupted, unable to contain himself. "I heard one of my instructors is out of commission for 6 months. 3 titanium pins in his arm, for Christ's sake! He was one of my best." Hurley held up the appropriate number of fingers to punctuate his point. 3 pins! The doctor's bright blue eyes locked in on Hurley with the kind of all-knowing stare that could only be flashed by a spouse or a therapist. The message was clear. "I know you better than you do yourself. Shut up and let me speak." "Sorry," Hurley apologized half-heartedly. Irene's recruit has proven himself quite capable. Lewis directed his comments at Stansfield. "You heard what he did to Stan earlier in the week?" "No." Stansfield turned his inquisitive gaze on Hurley. "The bruising on your face, that was caused by this Rapp fellow?" The swelling was down, and the bright red bruising had turned dark purple with a yellow tinge. Hurley shrugged his shoulders. "I made a mistake. It won't happen again." "You got thumped by a college kid with no military experience," Kennedy said. "I still can't get over it." Lewis interceded before Hurley could blow his lid. Looking at Stansfield, he said, "Let me give you the narrative." Lewis explained in detail what had transpired during the opening minutes of Rapp's arrival at the complex. Hurley tried to interrupt twice, but Lewis shut him down with an open palm. Stansfield, for his part, listened in total silence. Kennedy had nothing new to add, and knew how Stansfield hated too many people talking, so she kept her information to herself. In situations like this, Hurley was more than capable of scuttling his own ship. "Now, to Victor," Lewis said, turning his gaze from Stansfield to Hurley. "I have made it very clear from the outset that I am not on board with your methods of deception." "I know you have," Hurley said, "and in your theoretical world I'm sure your points have merit, but this is where the rubber meets the road. I don't have all day to dick around with these kids. I need to know who has the goods, and the sooner I find out the better." "And using your system, how many men have you found thus far?" Kennedy asked, unable to resist. "My concerns," Lewis said forcefully, "are centered on building a relationship of trust. And if we introduce deceit into the training—" "It's not training," Hurley said with a scowl. "This is selection. And besides, this is what we do for a living. We deceive people. If these kids don't understand that, they have no business signing up with us." "There is a major difference between deceiving each other and deceiving our enemy. Again, strong relationships are built on trust. We can work on the deception part later." "This is bullshit," Hurley said defensively. "You two come and go as you please, but I'm the guy down here 24/7 playing nursemaid. I don't pretend to know how to do your jobs. Do me a favor and stop trying to pretend you know how to do mine." "You are so thin-skinned," Kennedy said, with a tone of open contempt. "Yeah, well, young lady, this is serious shit.
It ain't amateur hour. We recruit our candidates from the best of the best, and that means Special Forces and Spec Ops guys. It doesn't mean some amateur who doesn't know the right end of a rifle from his ass, or how to navigate his way through the woods in the dead of night, or 1,000 other things. Are terrorists living in the woods these days? Kennedy asked, making it clear she was mocking him. The last time I checked, they were urban dwellers, so I'm not so sure knowing how to start a fire with a knife and belt buckle qualifies you to hunt terrorists. Don't talk to me about training. You have no idea what it takes to turn these guys into killers. Apparently you don't either. Well, at least I know how to recruit, which is more than I can say for you. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? It means you didn't do your job. I did a little reconnaissance of my own the past few days. Do you know where your boy spent the last few months? He was staying at his mother's house in McLean. Yeah, and spending his days hanging out at a dojo in Arlington. And what, pray tell, would be wrong with that? I told him he would need to be in shape, and it would be a good idea to start taking some judo classes. Yeah, well, I spoke to his sensei. You did what? Kennedy was irked that he had gone behind her back. I waited and had a conversation with his sensei. After going around with him on the mat, I could tell something wasn't right. Kennedy looked to Stansfield for help. He had no right to do that. It's my recruit. I have worked almost 2 years on bringing him in, and I haven't left a single trail. No one in his life knows that we're interested in him. And they still don't, Hurley said dismissively. Really? How in hell did you introduce yourself? I told him I was a trainer from Richmond. Said I went around with this young kid named Rapp and was very impressed. I wanted to ask his sensei what he thought. And? Lewis asked, suddenly very interested. The kid doesn't pass the smell test. His sensei says he came in 3 months ago and claimed he had almost no experience. Within a month and a half, he had throttled everybody in the dojo except the sensei. Brazilian jiu-jitsu? Lewis asked. Yeah. How'd you know? I saw him take Victor down today. The style is hard to miss. So he comes in here and almost bests me, and then he snaps Victor's elbow. I'm telling you, the kid isn't who he says he is. Stansfield's patience was wearing thin. Be more specific. I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel right. What, you think he's a plant? A spy? Kennedy asked in a mocking tone. I'm not sure. I'm just telling you, he doesn't pass the smell test. He can't get that good that quick. Kennedy looked at Stansfield. Let's cut to the chase. He doesn't like him because he's my recruit. She sat back and folded her arms across her chest. He's a misogynist. I don't like him because I don't know who the hell he is. We need to know everything there is to know about these guys before we bring them in. That's why military experience is a must. That way we know exactly what they've been doing for a minimum of 4 years. And how is that working out for us, Stan? Kennedy shot back. We don't have a single operative in the pipeline. And we've been at this for almost 2 years. I am well aware that I have failed to produce. Painfully fucking aware, but that doesn't mean I'm going to rush things and have something this important blow up in our faces. Lewis, in a neutral tone, asked, Stan, what is your problem with Rapp? He took a while to answer and finally said, I can't put my finger on it. It's more of a feeling. A bad feeling. Do you know what I think it is? Kennedy asked. 2 things. First, I think you have major control issues. You can't stand the fact that you weren't involved in recruiting him. And second, you feel threatened. What? Hurley's face was twisted into a mask of confusion. He's you. He's the man you were 40 years ago, and it scares the crap out of you. Hurley shook his head dismissively. That's bullshit. Really? Well, I can say the same thing about your gut feeling. It's bullshit. What, do you think the PLO planted him in a D.C. suburb 23 years ago, raised him Catholic, and sent him off to Syracuse to play lacrosse? Or do you think it was the KGB before the Soviet Union collapsed, and now he's a rogue deep-cover operative? Ridiculous. Kennedy dismissed the ludicrous idea with a flip of her right hand. You're clutching at straws. No one moved or spoke for 5 seconds, while Kennedy's stinging remarks set in. Lewis finally said, She has a point. He pushed back his chair and stood. I'd like to show you something. I sat down and talked with him before all of you arrived. I think you'll find this very interesting.
Lewis approached the surveillance control board and pressed a few buttons. A black-and-white image of Rapp appeared on the screen. He was sitting in the office on the first floor. Lewis's voice came over the speakers. He was off-screen to the right. "That was unfortunate. What happened this afternoon?" Rapp sat still for a few seconds and then nodded. "Do you feel bad at all about what you did to Victor?" It took him a long time to answer, and then he said, "We're all big boys here." "So you feel no remorse?" "I wish it hadn't happened, but Victor isn't exactly the nicest guy." "I see. Is it possible that you intentionally broke his arm?" "Intentionally is a strong word. We were sparring, and one thing led to another. The thing that led to the other was you snapping his arm before he could tap out. I'm not sure he would have tapped out. You could be kicked out for what happened." "Why?" "Sergeant Smith thinks you intentionally broke Victor's arm." "I don't see how that would be fair. No one said anything about what holds we could use or not use. We were supposed to stay away from the head and the groin, that was it. If you intentionally broke another recruit's arm, that would be grounds for dismissal." Rapp looked at the floor for a long moment and then said, "I don't like playing all these games." "Games?" "Yeah, games." "How do you mean games?" "You know what I'm talking about." "I'm not sure I do." "That file on your desk the other day." Rapp pointed to the clear surface. "The file with my name on it." "What about it?" "You were testing me." "Really?" "Yes," Rapp said in an easy tone. "I've seen the way you monitor what's going on around here. You study everything." Rapp gestured at the desk. "You're not the kind of guy who leaves sensitive files lying around unless there's a reason. I'm sure this place is wired for video and sound." Rapp motioned toward the bookshelf and then the overhead light. "When you asked to see me a few days ago and I was left sitting in here by myself for 15 minutes, you were probably sitting up in the attic or down in the basement watching me, testing me to see if I would open the file and read what was in it." Lewis could be heard clearing his throat and then saying, "Even if that were true, I don't see it excuses your breaking Victor's arm. I never said it excused anything. What I said is that you are playing games with us. You leave files lying around, tell us one set of rules, and then let Victor break them. You were in the barn. How was it okay for Victor to punch Fred in the face?" "We will deal with that separately. This is about what you did." "I saw the way you reacted when Victor punched Fred in the nose." Rapp paused and looked down at his hands. "Do you know what I think? I think Victor doesn't fit in." "How so?" "Based on what I've seen since I've been here, there are just two logical conclusions where Victor is concerned. Either Victor is a recruit just like the rest of us, or he's part of your evaluation process." "Part of the process?" "He works for you guys. He's one of the instructors." "And why would we do that?" "So you could get a closer look at us. You put Victor in with us, and his job is to tempt us into making mistakes. Ask us who we are and where we're from. Try to get guys to screw up so you can get rid of the guys who don't have the discipline." "Interesting. Either way, it isn't good. If I understand this program correctly, Victor is not the kind of guy you're looking for. So if he is a recruit, and you guys can't see that, I'm not sure I want to work for people who can't grasp the obvious." "And if he is one of the instructors?" "It's a pretty fucked-up way to train disciplined men." "Let's assume you're correct for a second. Knowing all of that, you decided to break his arm." Rapp shook his head. "I had my suspicions before, but I wasn't sure. After I broke his arm, I saw the way you and the other instructors reacted, and I pretty much knew he was one of you." There was a good 5 seconds of silence, and then Lewis asked, "Do you think you have a good moral compass?" Rapp let out a small laugh. "Here we go with your vague questions. I know, but please, try to answer this one. You mean, do I understand the difference between right and wrong?" "Yes." Rapp hesitated. "I would say, pretty much yes. But here, at this place, it seems like that line keeps getting moved." "Can you give me an example?" "That angry old cuss, the one my recruiter warned me about. Well, I'm not here 5 minutes, and the two of us end up in the barn. He's telling me to quit, and save all of us the effort. I tell him no and suggest we should find out if I have what it takes. He very clearly tells me that the head and groin are off limits while we spar. We lock horns, and 20 seconds into it, I have him beat. He was about 2 seconds from blacking out when he grabbed my nuts and practically turned me into a eunuch. He never said anything to me about it. In fact, I haven't seen him since. Then you have Victor running around here breaking every rule he wants while the instructors are all over the rest of us. Again, we go into spar today, and the instructors clearly tell us the head and groin are off limits, and what does Victor do? Fred is within seconds of beating him, and Victor punches him square in the face. I saw the look on your face, but the other two didn't say boo. It's screwy. I don't know how you expect the rest of us to follow any rules. And here I sit. Technically, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm being threatened with the boot. I didn't threaten you. You said Sergeant Smith thinks I should get the boot. I'd say that's a threat. Lewis hit the stop button and turned to face Hurley. With arms folded, he said, "That was one of the more difficult sessions I've conducted. Do you know why?" Hurley shook his head. "Because I agreed with virtually everything he said." Chapter 18. Stansfield stood at the end of the dock, looked up at the moon, and ran through the list of transgressions. Although he didn't show it, and he never did, he was livid with what was going on down here. He had allowed Hurley far too much latitude, and while much of his anger was directed at the snake-eater, more of it was directed back at himself. How had he not seen the signs earlier? This place, this operation, all of it was his responsibility. Kennedy had tried to warn him as respectfully as she could, but his days were filled with 100 other pressing issues of national security. And he had a blind spot when it came to Hurley, especially on the operational side of things. He'd known Stan longer than anyone at the company. He knew his long list of talents and his short but potent list of faults. There'd been a few bumps over the years, occasions when Hurley had let him down, but even the great Ted Williams struck out every now and then. They had met in Budapest in the summer of 1956, just as everything was heating up in the unwilling Soviet satellite. Stansfield was in his 30s and was quickly rising through the ranks of the fledgling CIA, while Hurley was in his early 20s, fresh out of training and thirsting for a fight. Stansfield saw firsthand, in the run-up to the Hungarian Revolution, that Hurley had a real aptitude for mayhem. He was talented and wild, and a lot of other things, some good and some bad, but one thing was undeniable. He knew how to get at the enemy, engage them, upset them, bloody them, and somehow make it back with nothing more than a few bumps. In the espionage business, it was easy to fall into a safe daily pattern. Begin the day at your apartment, head to the embassy for work, a local cafe for lunch, back to the embassy, maybe a cocktail party at another embassy in the evening, a stop at a local cafe for a nightcap, and then back to your apartment. You could safely move about a foreign capital without ever risking your job or your life. Not Hurley. When he landed in a new place, he headed straight for the rough part of town. Got to know the prostitutes, the barkeeps, and most important, the black marketeers who despised their communist overlords. Hurley fed him daily reports about the rising contempt among the citizenry and proved himself to be a first-class field operative. He became Stansfield's indispensable man. Tonight, however, Stansfield was having his doubts. Budapest had been a long time ago. Sooner or later, all skills diminished. The obvious transition was to move him behind a desk, but that would be like asking a racehorse to pull a plow. It would kill him. Stansfield looked back up at the house. He had silently left the meeting and walked down to the lake on his own. A simple hand gesture was enough to tell his bodyguards to wait at the top of the small hill. Hurley would know to come find him. He didn't have to be asked. Stansfield could tell his old colleague was well aware that he had disappointed him. He was as down as he'd seen him in many years, and it could have been because of a variety of factors. At the top of the list was probably that shiner on his face. Stansfield had to bite down on the right side of his tongue when he'd found out that Kennedy's recruit had been the one who'd painted him. Hurley's fighting abilities were unmatched by any man he'd ever encountered.
His tolerance for pain, his quickness, his mean streak, his Homeric ability to find the weakness of another man, no matter how big or strong, had become the stuff of legend at Langley. Looking back on it now, Stansfield could see where the mistakes had been made. He had allowed Hurley to create a cult of personality down here, his own little fiefdom of special operations shooters. All of them were extremely talented and useful, but as a group, they had the ability to create a toxic stew of contempt for anyone who had not walked in their shoes. Even Dr. Lewis, a snake-eater himself, had voiced concern. Kennedy had repeatedly attempted to nudge him in the right direction. She had the gift, the ability to glimpse where it was all headed. She knew they needed to adapt, change course and tactics, and she'd been trying to get Stansfield's attention. The problem was, as the Deputy Director of Operations, he was in charge of it all. Every valuable operative they had in every major city all over the globe, and all of the support people who went with him. Virtually all of it was compartmentalized in some way, and a good portion of it wasn't even put to paper. It was a never-ending chess game that was played in his head every day, all day long. Stansfield heard the soft footfalls on the stairs coming down to the lake. He turned and made out the image of Hurley in the moonlight. The platform swayed as he stepped onto the L-shaped dock. Hurley approached his boss without a word and pulled out a pack of Camels. He offered his old friend one, knowing that he liked to acquaint himself with his old habit when he was away from his wife. The two men stood facing the lake, looking up at the starry night sky, puffing on their cigarettes for nearly a minute, before Hurley finally spoke. "I fucked up." Stansfield gave no reply, just a simple nod of agreement. "Maybe it's time I call it quits." Stansfield turned his head a few degrees to look at Hurley and said, "I will tolerate a lot of things from you, but self-pity is not one of them. You've never been a quitter, and you're not going to start now." "I got my ass beat by a college puke. You got your healthy ego bruised is what happened. You don't understand. It should have never happened. I still can't explain how it happened. I'm not getting any younger, but even on an off day, I'm still better than 99.9% of the guys out there. I know math was never your strong suit, but the answer is pretty obvious. What the hell is that supposed to mean? If you can beat 99.9% of the guys out there, and he bested you, that means he's in the 0.1%. Hurley shook his head. "I don't see how it's possible. Not enough training." "You don't see it because you don't want to. I did a little checking on my own. Irene's find is an exceptionally gifted athlete. He's considered a bit of a freak of nature in the world of lacrosse. Did you know he's considered to be one of the greatest college lacrosse players of all time? What in hell does that have to do with fighting? A great athlete can learn almost anything, and do it a lot quicker than an average athlete." Stansfield said firmly, "Your big problem, though, is that you allowed your personal disdain for anyone who hasn't worn the uniform to cloud your judgment." Still nothing." Stansfield cut him off. "The boy is a 3-time All-American and national champ. You got thumped by a world-class athlete who has no real training. You yourself said he's been taking classes. Rolling around some mat at a strip mall is not training." Stansfield let out a tired sigh. It was his way of releasing pressure so he didn't blow. Some people you could gently tap with a finishing hammer a few times, and they would get the point. Not Hurley, though. You had to hit the man square in the forehead with a sledgehammer repeatedly to get your point across. "Sorry," Hurley said meekly. "I'm still having a hard time buying this kid's story." "You are possibly the most stubborn person I have ever met, and that's saying a lot. You have used that to your advantage many times, but it has also gotten you into a fair amount of trouble. And before you get all sensitive on me, this is coming from the guy who had to get you out of all that trouble over the years. I've called in a lot of favors to pull your ass out of the fire, so hear me when I tell you that this issue is moot. The kid beat you, and quite honestly, I don't care how he did it, or where he learned how to do it. The fact is he did it, and that makes him a very desirable recruit." Hurley finally got it. "What do you want me to do?" "Fix it."
How do I fix it if I'm not even sure where I fucked up? Stop being so conveniently modest. You know where you made mistakes. It's just not in your nature to confront them, so dig a little harder and they'll turn up. And by the way, I made a few mistakes of my own. Ultimately, you are my responsibility. Stansfield glanced back up at the house. That last hour in there was one of the most embarrassing of my career. Hurley was too embarrassed himself to speak. We're supposed to know better, Stansfield continued. We're the veterans, and we just had two kids point out something that we both should have caught. There was a day when I knew better. To put it mildly, you are an organizational nightmare. You belong in the field. I think this— Stansfield held his arms out and motioned at the nature around them, lulled me into thinking that you were in fact in the field, but you're not. You're too corralled down here. Then let me go active again, Hurley said in an almost pleading voice. Stansfield mulled the thought over while taking one last puff. There were any number of sayings that could be applied to the espionage trade, but few were as appropriate as the phrase, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." At some point you had to jump into the game. Stansfield had grown weary of receiving secure cables telling him that another one of his assets had been picked off by these radical Islamists. It was time to start hitting back. Stan, these Islamists aren't going away. I've been telling you that for 10 years. Looking at the big picture, they've been a minor irritation until now, but I sense something bigger. They are organizing and morphing and spreading like a virus. You can thank the damn Saudis and the Iranians for that. That was true, Stansfield thought. Very few people understood the bloody rivalry between the Sunnis and the Shias. Each sect was growing more radical, more violent. They couldn't wait any longer. Stansfield lowered his voice. Stan, in 6 months' time, I want you operational. Stop trying to run these kids down like it's a special forces selection process. Irene's right. I don't really care if they can survive in the forest for a week with nothing more than a fingernail clipper. I want them ready for urban operations. I'm going to task Doc to you full-time. Listen to him. He knows what he's doing. Okay. And after 6 months? Hurley asked, with a bit of optimism in his voice. I'm going to turn you loose. We need to hit these guys back. At a bare minimum, I want them lying awake at night, worried that they might be next. I want you to scare the shit out of them. Hurley smiled in anticipation. I know just what to do. Good. And one last thing. You're almost 60. This is a young kid's game, especially your side of the business. Our days are numbered. We need to start trusting these kids more. In another 10 years, they're going to take over, and we'll probably be dead. Hurley smiled. I'm not going down without a fight. Chapter 19. Beirut, Lebanon. Syed mopped his brow with a rag. The front of his white T-shirt was splattered with the blood of the man who had just confessed to myriad sins. The basement was warm and damp, and he'd been at it for most of the day. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had to work so hard to get a man to talk. He was thirsty and hungry, but both needs would have to wait. They were gathered upstairs, nervously waiting to hear what he'd discovered. Syed dropped the pliers on the metal cart. The device bounced and fell open, the serrated clamps releasing a bloody fingernail. There were 8 total, strewn about the stainless steel surface, sticky and gooey with blood and tissue. Syed admired his work for a second. Every man was different. For some, the mere threat of physical pain was enough to get them to admit their deception. Others, like this Jewish pig, took a little more work. He'd employed many different methods to get at the truth, but he preferred fingernails and toenails for the simple reason that there were 20 of them. And they grew back. Syed had seen torture practiced in a wide variety of forms. Most sessions were brutish and conducted without forethought or planning. Slapping and kicking was the most common method, but employed against a man who had been desensitized to such things, it was more often than not useless. There were stabbing and slicing and shooting, and although they worked,
They also required medical care if you were going to continue to interrogate the individual. There was degradation, such as shoving a man's head in a bucket full of human excrement, sticking things in orifices where they didn't belong, and a long list of things Syed found distasteful. Electrocution was the only other form that Syed would use. It was extremely effective and clean. Its only downside was the potential for heart failure and long-term brain and nerve damage. Syed liked to spend time with his subjects. To truly debrief a prisoner took months. Syed could never understand why people would so casually throw away such a valuable commodity. Killing a subject after he admitted to his lies was foolish. As an interrogator, you had barely scratched the surface. An admission of guilt was just that, and often nothing more. The truly valuable information lay buried in the subject's brain and needed to be slowly and carefully coaxed to the surface. And to do that, you needed time. Syed wiped his hands on a blood-smeared towel and said to one of the guards, "Clean the wounds and bandage the fingers. I don't want him getting an infection." He put on his black dress shirt and left the interrogation room. He continued past the guards and up one flight of stairs. There were a dozen men milling about the lobby. Most were in plain clothes. A few wore fatigues, but all were armed with rifles and sidearms. Syed continued up another flight of stairs to the second floor, where he found more armed men milling about the hallway. He frowned at the sight of them. The presence of so many men was bound to draw attention. His colleagues were far too one-dimensional. They were still thinking of their struggle as a ground battle between vying factions. Car bombs, snipers, and assaults must always be taken into account, but the bigger threat at the moment was the jets flown by Jews and the Americans. These men had not walked here, which meant there were far too many cars parked in front of the building. Syed traveled with a light contingent of bodyguards for this very reason. 3 or 4 were usually more than enough. The others were either too paranoid, too proud, or too stupid to see the folly of traveling in such large motorcades. 8 guards were standing in the hallway outside the office at the back of the building. Syed approached one of the more recognizable faces and said, "I pray for the sake of our struggle that no more than 6 vehicles are parked in front of this building." The man looked in the direction of the street, and without answering took off at a trot. Syed was pleased that at least one of these morons knew how to take orders. He opened the door to the office and found 4 faces instead of the 3 he had expected. Mustafa Badruddin, the leader of Islamic Jihad, was at the head of the table. To his right was the leader of Islamic Jihad's paramilitary wing, Imad Bughnia, and then Colonel Amir Jalil of the Iranian Quds Force. He was Iran's liaison between Islamic Jihad and Hezbollah. The last man, Abu Radi, was not welcome, at least not as far as Syed was concerned. He was the representative for Fatah, the extremely unreliable band of men who claimed to speak on behalf of the approximately 500,000 Palestinians living in Lebanon. In Syed's conservative opinion, they were nothing more than a gang of organized mobsters who stumbled from one confrontation to the next, leaving a trail of havoc in their wake. They were only good for 2 things: to use as a buffer against the Jews to the south, or as cannon fodder against the Christian militias to the east. "Well?" Colonel Jalil asked. Syed ignored the Iranian and turned instead to Mustafa Badruddin. "CIA." "I knew it," Radi said excitedly. Syed glanced at the imbecile who had created the problem and said, "You knew no such thing." "I did so," Radi said defensively. "How could you have possibly known? What evidence did you have in your possession that pointed to the fact that this man was CIA?" "I have my sources." Syed laughed at him. It was an empty claim, and everyone in the room knew it. "And the businessman you kidnapped last week, what has he told you?" "He admitted that he is an American agent." Syed was dubious of the claim, but the fool had just painted himself into a corner. "In that case, I will need you to turn him over to me." Rodney realized his mistake. "Well, he has admitted to a lot of things. My men are not done interrogating him." Syed stared at him with a look that told everyone in the room that he didn't believe a word of it. "I'll give you a report in a few days," Rodney said. Syed dismissed him with a look of contempt and addressed the other men. "The man downstairs is an employee for the CIA, who has spent the better part of the last 4 years in Damascus. My government will want to assess the damage he has caused. To do that thoroughly, I will need Radi to transfer his hostage to me. I'm afraid this point is not negotiable." "But he is my hostage," Radi said, half yelling. "It was my operation." "An operation that was not approved." Radi ignored the point and said, "He is extremely valuable. He has told us his company will pay a large sum to get him back." "Not if he is an American agent." Syed shook his head sadly and scratched his thick black beard. "As we know all too well, the Americans do not negotiate for hostages, especially the CIA." Pointing at the ceiling, he added, "They are far more likely to track him down and drop a bomb on all of us." The other men shared nervous looks. "The other American, the one you grabbed in front of this hotel last week," Badruddin said to the Fatah leader. "He has told you implicitly that he is an agent?" "It is my suspicion," Radi said, thankful for the breathing room. "What was he doing in Beirut?" "He works for one of their big telecommunications companies." Radi blathered on about his prisoner, but Syed was only half listening. The CIA man in the basement had verified the fact that the other man was a legitimate businessman, but Syed did not feel like coming to the aid of the twit from Fatah. He would only know for certain after spending months interrogating the men. Syed looked at Mughniya and said, "Some men are very good liars. It takes a skilled hand to discern the truth from these Americans." Mughniya nodded and spoke for the first time. "I don't like the coincidence. We should turn him over to Syed. He will get to the bottom of it." Syed was quietly pleased. Mughniya had a reputation for killing those who crossed him. Radi would not want to defy him. "The entire thing gives me great concern," the Iranian chimed in. Syed could barely stand the man. He was a self-proclaimed intellectual who was part of the rabble who had helped bring down the Shah and bring about the Islamic Revolution of Iran. "It cannot be a good sign that the Americans are back," Jalil said, as he caressed his bottom lip with the forefinger of his right hand. "Nothing good can come from them poking around in our business." "I will find out what they are up to," Syed said confidently. The 3 men exchanged looks, ignoring Radi, who was growing more agitated by the second. Badruddin spoke for the group. Turning to Radi, he said, "Please transfer your hostage to Syed as soon as it's possible." "That means tonight," Syed said, not wanting to give the man an inch. "That is impossible," Radi said, as if they were asking him to fly to the moon. "This man is too valuable. I am more than capable of finding out his true identity." With a casual flip of his hand, he said, "I will give all of you a report within a few days." "That will not work," Syed held his ground. "I want him tonight. I will not give him to you. He is my prisoner." Mughniya leaned forward in his chair and glared at the representative from Fatah. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. "I don't remember your seeking our permission to conduct this operation in the first place." "And when was the last time any of you came to me to ask permission to launch an operation?" With an icy voice, Mughniya said, "I do not need your permission. That hardly seems fair. You are invited to these meetings as a courtesy. Nothing else. The rest of you have taken hostages for years, and have profited greatly while the rockets of retaliation rained down on my people, and I did not complain to you. Now all I am asking is that I be allowed to share in the spoils of war. You have not allowed me to partner on any of your other business ventures, so I must take what is rightfully mine." With a look of sadness he added, "I have given nothing but loyalty, and this is how you treat me." Mughniya threw his arms up in frustration. He looked at Badruddin and Jalil. "Talk some sense into him before I shoot him." Syed didn't let it show, but he was enjoying every minute of this. Badruddin sighed heavily and said, "This is only temporary. Hand the man over to Syed. He is without question the best man to do the job. When he is done, if the man is in fact a businessman, he will turn him back over to you, and you can then negotiate a ransom. That is fair." Radi shifted nervously in his chair. He did not want to give up the man, but he could not defy these four. Any one of them could have him killed before the sun rose again. He could see what Syed was up to. The hostage could be worth as much as several $1 million if he did in fact work for the telecommunications company, and once the man was out of his hands, he would be lucky to get half of the ransom. Still, half was better than being dead. With great reluctance he said, "Fine." And then, glancing sideways at Syed, he added, "You can interrogate him at my camp." Syed laughed. "Nice try." "Why not?" "Because I said so. I do not need to explain such things to you." "He is being unreasonable," Radhi said to the other three. Before they could answer, Syed said, "I need to inform Damascus of this situation, and I need to continue my discussion with the American agent. I expect Radhi to have his prisoner here by 10 o'clock tonight so I can get to the bottom of this, and I suggest you all leave as quickly as possible." He glanced at the ceiling. "The four of us," he said, intentionally leaving Radhi out, "are far too tempting a target, and with the American in the basement, who knows what they are up to these days? They may have other spies in the area." Moving toward the door, he said, with absolute finality, "I will have more answers for you tomorrow." Part 2. Chapter 20. Istanbul, Turkey. Of all the changes Rapp had to make over the 6 months of his training, adjusting to the solitude had been the most challenging. As he became increasingly immersed in his new trade, he drifted further and further away from his friends. The big change was not that he didn't see them as much. It was a mental detachment. With each new level of training, they had less in common. His new life was far from social. Rapp's childhood had been fairly normal. He'd grown up in a nice upper-middle-class suburb of Washington, D.C., and pretty much stayed out of trouble. He did well in school, although some subjects, like French, were far easier than math and science. He excelled at every sport, which guaranteed a certain level of acceptance among his peers. There had been just one setback, and it was a pretty big one. When Rapp was 13, his father dropped dead of a massive heart attack. It was a heavy blow, but Rapp didn't go into a complete freefall, nor did he retreat into a shell. The truth was his dad wasn't around much. He was a workaholic who golfed on the weekends. He was in no way a bad father. He was fair and honest with his 2 boys, and as far as Rapp could tell, he had been faithful to his mother and treated her with the respect she deserved. It was neither bad or good, it just was. Rapp had a tight group of friends in the neighborhood, and his father had been wise enough to take out the right amount of life insurance, so very little on the home front changed. The awkward moments came at the sports banquets, where he was the only one without a father, and the holidays, when the memories of his father inevitably bubbled to the surface. But through it all, he was more concerned about his little brother and mother. There was one area where it definitely changed him. He wanted stability in his personal relationships. His friends became more important than ever. Not that they hadn't been before, it was just that he had never had to think about it. All he had to do was walk out his front door, get on his bike, and within a block or two he couldn't help but stumble onto a basketball or stickball game. More than anything, though, his father's death taught him that the clock was ticking. Everyone was going to die. Some a lot sooner than others, but in the end, there was no avoiding it, and since he wasn't a Hindu, he pretty much figured he'd better make the best of his one shot. This drove him with amazing intensity and focus on fields and courts of his youth. And then there was Mary. Rapp met her when he was 16. He was playing baseball and she was running track. He didn't know if it was love at first sight because he hadn't a clue what love was. But it was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It was like every great emotion he'd ever felt, all rolled into one euphoric wave, and it scared the crap out of him because he instantly knew he was not in control. Fortunately, she was, and she had the sense and stability to not jerk him around too much. Her father was a captain in the Navy and a huge lacrosse fan. With 3 daughters of his own, he enthusiastically attended Rapp's lacrosse matches. Rapp and Mary dated all through high school, and then headed off to Syracuse together, where Mary ran track and eventually landed in the Newhouse School of Public Communications.
Her ambitious plan was to become a sports announcer. On a chilly December night in 1988, Mary was returning home from a semester abroad when her plane was blown out of the sky, killing 259 passengers and crew and 11 more innocent souls on the ground in Lockerbie, Scotland. The terrorist attack that became known as Pan Am Lockerbie hit Rapp like a hammer blow. They had planned their entire life together. They'd discussed kids, ambitions, and fears, but never once did they think that one of them would be taken. If he'd made it through the death of his father relatively intact, the opposite was true this time. He crumbled. He was already home for Christmas break and planning on picking Mary up at Dulles after she'd connected through JFK. Strangely enough, when he received the news, he never questioned it, never challenged it, never asked for proof. The downing of the plane was all over the news, and there was no doubt that she was on it. She'd called him from Heathrow right before she'd boarded. It was a wreck for the first week. He refused to see a soul, including Mary's parents. And then, on the morning of her funeral, he emerged from the basement, shaved and wearing a suit and tie. His mother and his brother, Stephen, accompanied him to the funeral, where he sat, stone-faced in a state of bewildered shock. Midway through the service, though, something happened. The shock, the pain, the agonizing self-pity over the fact that he would never see her again, never hold her, never smell her. The list went on and on and on like some pounding surf that threatened to drown him. Sitting in that pew that morning, listening to all of the crying, witnessing all of the pain and loss, made him want to make a break for it. He didn't want to share his heartache with these people. None of them knew her the way he did. It was his dreams that had been dashed, his life that had been turned upside down and wrecked. Self-pity was something he had never experienced before, and it sickened him. Rapp took his pathetic, self-absorbed emotion and shoved it as far down in his gut as it would go, and he plugged it with the first and only thing he had available, anger. That anger slowly metastasized into a suit of armor. For the first time since the news had hit him, he saw a way out, a faint light at the far end of the cavern. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew he had to head toward it. It was the only thing that offered him hope. The rest of these people could sit around and feel sorry for themselves and each other, but not him. He wanted to hurt someone. He wanted to make someone pay. He didn't know for certain that he would achieve his goal, but he knew with absolute certainty that he wanted to kill the men who were responsible for bringing down that plane. Rapp didn't know if it was right or wrong, and he didn't care. All he knew was that the anger kept the pain at bay. Rapp and Hurley had developed a hate-hate relationship. Rapp and Hurley had developed a hate-hate relationship. The shrink had told him it didn't really matter as long as they were united in their hatred for the enemy. It had been a strange 6 months, and looking back on the journey, Rapp was amazed that he'd made it through without any serious injury. He was young enough going in to be fearless, but coming out on the other end, looking back at what he'd been through, was another story. It was a little like being told not to look down while on the high wire. You just take it one step at a time. And when you get to the other side, and reality sets in, you think you must have been off your rocker to ever try it in the first place. Rapp could point to a specific date and time when the physical hell and mental abuse had all but vanished. It was replaced by 18-hour days that were structured to the minute and more academic than grueling. There were still long runs and lots of push-ups and pull-ups, but they were designed to keep them in peak shape, not to try to get them to quit. The low point was the day after he'd broken Victor's arm. For the first week they were rousted at 5 every morning. Rapp didn't need an alarm. He was on his feet as soon as the door was opened. But on the morning after the incident with Victor, Rapp found himself thrown from his cot and rolling across the dusty floor. After landing with a thud, he came up swinging. It was still dark, and his muscles were tight, and he never saw the blow that came out of the darkness. It hit him in the solar plexus, and as Rapp doubled over from the first strike, another punch hammered his left eye. Rapp hit the floor and lay there gulping for air like a largemouth bass flopping around on a dock. The lights suddenly came on, and with them the insults came raining down from the mouth of the mean old cuss. He stood over Rapp, his fists clenched, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. If Rapp had had a gun at that moment, he would more than likely have killed the man. The 4 remaining recruits were ordered outside and for the next 4 hours were forced to endure unimaginable tortures. One man collapsed from exhaustion, and another simply quit. It was now down to just Rapp and Fred. That was when the bastard turned all of his attention on Rapp. By noon they were down to 1. It was an unwarranted slap to the back of the head that did Rapp in. As calmly as possible, he turned to face the old man and told him, "If you ever slap me again, I'm going to put you in the hospital." The old man ordered Rapp into the barn, and they went at it again. This time Rapp lost fair and square, or so he thought at first. As he lay there on the mat, bloodied and exhausted, he realized what had happened. The old man didn't think he could take him fair and square, so he ran Rapp into the ground first. He dumped him from his cot at 4 a.m. and spent the next 8 hours wearing him down and tenderizing him. Rapp never had a chance. The old prick had made it personal, and in Rapp's mind that did not reflect well on the organization he thought he was joining. The whole thing was starting to look and smell like a shit show. Rapp got to his feet, told the old bastard exactly what he thought of him, and quit. Rapp packed his stuff and was almost to the gate when the shrink caught up with him. He tried to talk Rapp out of quitting, and when that didn't work, he outright asked him to stay. Rapp still didn't budge, so Lewis put all the cards on the table. He formally introduced himself and admitted that Victor was, in fact, one of the instructors. He explained that he had vigorously protested using him to infiltrate the recruits. Rapp asked him for the old cuss's name, but Lewis refused. "If you stay and make it through the rest of the training, you will find out who he is, but short of that, I cannot oblige you." When Rapp held his ground, Lewis told him only that the old man was not the most likable guy, but he assured Rapp that he was exceedingly good at his craft. He assured Rapp that the nonsense was over and that from this moment forward they would be focusing on tradecraft. Rapp still wavered. He simply couldn't see how it was possible for the old cuss to change his behavior. Lewis, sensing Rapp's indecision, said, "You're one of the best I've ever seen. We could really use you. In a way that might explain why he's so hard on you." Rapp finally relented. It was down to just him and Fred. They still began every day with a workout, but the rest of the time was spent either in the classroom, in the barn, on the pistol range, or on field exercises to Richmond and then to Atlanta. They employed their skills against random targets, unwitting businessmen. They followed them, surveilled their every move, and looked for the right opportunity to dispatch them. Everything was analyzed and critiqued by Lewis and the old man. While at the lake house, they were allowed to speak only Arabic. They honed their fighting skills with virtually every conceivable weapon. They focused on knives and guns for the most part, but they were also taught to inventory every room they entered for objects that could be used to defend or kill. A day didn't go by where the old cuss didn't remind them of the endgame. He was turning them into killers. They studied physiology until they had an intimate understanding of the best ways to either dispatch or incapacitate an opponent. They became expert marksmen with a variety of pistols, shooting with both left and right hands. They were taught escape and evasion techniques, explosives, and the tricks of the counter-surveillance trade. As a final step, Rapp and Fred were told that if anything went wrong, they were on their own. Embassies and consulates were off limits. The United States government didn't know they existed, and it sure as hell wasn't going to claim them if they landed in hot water. The mean old cuss asked them if they accepted this. If they didn't, they could walk away right now, no questions asked. After only brief consideration, both men said they fully understood the need for plausible deniability. They were in. Hurley then formally introduced himself and told Rapp and Fred they were now free to reveal to each other their real identities. Rapp and Fred had already done this several months earlier, but they went through the motions as if it were the first time. After that, they were forced to memorize a lengthy list of addresses and phone numbers across Europe and the Middle East. A day did not pass without Hurley's reminding them that the United States government had no knowledge of their existence. If they were caught doing something illegal in a foreign country, they were on their own. There would be no cavalry or diplomatic effort to gain their release. As often as Hurley brought it up, Rapp did not dwell on it, for the simple reason that he didn't plan on getting caught. Chapter 21. As planned, Rapp was the first one to arrive in the former capital city of the Byzantine Empire. He'd been given a long list of orders, and one of them was to stay away from the safe house until it was dark. It was February, and the temperature was in the mid-50s. Rapp took the tram to the Beyoğlu district, found a men's room, retrieved a few objects from his luggage, and then deposited the suitcase in a locker and set about exploring the area which he'd already memorized by map. He was immediately taken by the scope of the city, as well as its rich history. He'd traveled to London and Paris previously, and Istanbul rivaled them in every way. The images of London and Paris were well known throughout the Western world, but Istanbul, far more rich in history, had in a way been forgotten by people in Europe and America. After stopping for a quick bite at a cafe, Rapp made his way toward the Galata neighborhood, where their target lived. Hurley had given him specific orders to stay clear of both the target's apartment and his office. Rapp had not made a conscious decision to defy the order. It more or less just happened. As he turned onto Bankalar Chadisi, or Banks Street, he couldn't help but walk past the target's place of work, along with several hundred other people who crowded the sidewalk. Rapp passed on the opposite side of the street and noted the bank guard standing next to the front door. With that done, he decided he might as well take a look at the man's apartment, which was 6/10 of a mile from the office. It was on a tree-lined street that reminded Rapp of a much smaller version of the Boulevard Montmartre in Paris. It was a wealthy enclave, and as in all such enclaves in cities the world over, the occupants were protected from the riffraff by security guards, ornate fences, and iron bars on the first-floor windows. At first glance, neither the office nor the apartment looked like the ideal place to strike. When the sun finally set, Rapp found his way to the two-bedroom flat via a back alley. He went by once without stopping to check and see if there were any surprises, and then circled back. In the poor light, he threaded the worn key into the lock and held his breath. The first attempt didn't work. Rapp jiggled the key a bit and then tried again. This time, the deadbolt released. He stepped into the room, barely breathing, and closed the door behind him. He stood statue-like, all of his senses on high alert. This apartment was the only definitive link to him in the entire city of 12 million people. Hurley had warned him that this was the second most dangerous moment when conducting an operation. Rapp asked him what was the most dangerous, and the old man had replied with a devilish smile, "When you engage the target." After dropping his bag, he locked the door and found the wall switch. Two small wall sconces cast a yellow light over the room. He fished a large rubber doorstop from his suitcase and wedged it under the door. He couldn't help but smile to himself as he thought of Hurley's rules. The man even had rules about how to go to the bathroom. Some of them, like the rubber doorstop, made complete sense, while others, like which stall to choose and why, seemed a bit much. Rapp checked the windows next. They had bars, which were padlocked. There was only one way in and out, the door he'd just come through. That was not the best situation should the police come looking for them. Rapp made sure the shades were pulled tight on the two garden-level windows that faced the alley, and then he went straight for the bedroom. At the bottom of the armoire, under an extra blanket and pillow, he found what he was looking for. Rapp placed the tattered leather suitcase on the bed, dialed in the combinations, and popped the clasps. Inside was a shrink-wrapped file, a small arsenal of pistols, silencers, ammunition, knives, and a surveillance kit. Rapp snapped on a pair of latex gloves and retrieved a Beretta 92F from the foam cutout. He checked the slide, the chamber, the firing pin, and then the trigger. The gun had been cleaned by a pro. After screwing a silencer to the end, he took one of the 15-round magazines and inserted it, chambered around, and checked the safety. Rapp then set about doing a complete examination of the apartment.
He retrieved the electric razor from his shaving kit, pressed 2 buttons, waited for the light to blink. The shaver was actually a scanning device used to detect bugs. Hurley had explained that the flat had been rented by a freelancer, which in this case was code for a retired agency employee. The man was to sanitize and stock the flat, but Rapp had been ordered to go over the entire place again from top to bottom just to make sure. It took him the better part of an hour to go over the entire apartment. When the jet lag finally caught up with him, Rapp was too tired to make anything to eat, so he took a quick shower and then tore the shrink-wrap from the file. He'd been given a full briefing on Hamdi Sharif back in the States, but this file, he was told, would be far more target-specific. The target was 58 years old. He was a Turkish national, and according to press clippings had made his money in real estate. What the clippings left out was that the majority of his wealth had come from supplying arms to various regimes throughout the Middle East and Southwest Asia. British, French, and American intelligence agencies all had his number, but Sharif was in bed with the Russians, which made him a bit of a sticky situation. None of the Allies wanted to risk upsetting the Russians, so they tolerated him. Rapp frowned as he reviewed the section on Sharif's ties with the tangled web of former Soviet generals and Ivan-come-lately millionaire businessmen. All but a few were thugs and mafiosi, and the legitimate businessmen were being dropped and squeezed out of their holdings on a weekly basis. Russia had become the Wild West, and the sheriff was in on the fix. The KGB brutes had new business cards, but other than that, not much had changed. The Allies, for some reason, couldn't see that the more they turned a blind eye, the more brazen these men were becoming. Rapp could give a rat's ass about the Russians and who they used to peddle their arms, so long as those arms didn't end up in the laps of terrorists. Unfortunately for Sharif, that was precisely what he had been doing, and in ever-increasing shipments. Most of the file was a summary of what Rapp already knew, such as his ties to Hezbollah, but there were a few new snippets about a Marxist outfit called Dev Sol. In the past year, the group had targeted the overseas offices of 15 U.S. corporations in Istanbul. The bombs were all military-grade, and the Brits were saying Sharif's outfit had supplied the goods. Sharif was a Muslim and an ardent supporter of Hezbollah, Hamas, and Fatah. How he had ended up in business with a bunch of leftist, God-hating communists was a real head-scratcher. The file didn't draw any conclusions, just gave the facts. Rapp was left to venture guesses on his own. He supposed it was money first, and then the old saying, "My enemy's enemy is my friend." The Dev Sol wrinkle gave Rapp pause, however. He got the sense that this might be about more than just Pan Am Lockerbie, or at least that certain important people stateside don't care so much when innocent civilians get killed, but by God, if the day-to-day operations of a couple of Fortune 500 companies were disrupted, it was time to send a message. Those corporations contributed a lot of money to the coffers of important politicians in Washington. The more Rapp thought about it, the more he realized it didn't matter. It was like Sharif supporting Dev Sol. As long as he and the corporations were going after the same enemy, it didn't much matter. Rapp finished the file and stuffed it under the mattress. He lay there for a long moment with his eyes open, thinking about the detailed report. It was written in English, but it had not been written by an American. The choice of words was distinctive and the sentence structure more formal. Rapp concluded the Brits had put the report together and that they had taken a long, hard look at solving the Sharif problem. They had conducted careful surveillance on the arms dealer. His daily routine was detailed down to the minute. The report didn't say how long they had watched him, but he got the impression it was for several weeks. Rapp remembered that the shrink back at the lake house had told him you could discern patterns in almost any person's life. In reading Sharif's file, those patterns jumped off the page, and one in particular was almost impossible to ignore. Rapp's mind began to wander down a path that he should have steered clear of, but he found it impossible to resist. After a few minutes he set the alarm on his watch, turned off the bedside lamp, glanced at the loaded pistol, closed his eyes, and began to drift away. Hurley's orders couldn't have been more clear, but it would be 2 more days before he arrived in the city. Rapp began to imagine how he would do it. The act of his first kill played out in his mind like a movie. As he drifted off to sleep, he decided he would go for a nice long run in the morning. And he would break another one of Hurley's rules. Chapter 22. Rapp awoke, rested, and went through the motions of his morning routine without coming to grips with what he had for the most part already decided. He shaved, drank a glass of orange juice, and mixed some granola and yogurt into a small bowl. He read the file again while eating. He started with the summary and worked his way back to see if he'd missed anything. After reading it a second time, he was even more convinced that it had been prepared by the Brits, which led to a very obvious question. Why had they decided not to act? It could have been as simple as Hurley, or someone at Langley, offering to solve the problem for them. Rapp had been trying to decipher the organizational structure of the team that was centered on the Lake Anna house for some time now. There had to be more people involved than the handful of operatives he'd met. After Rapp had proved himself worthy of joining their endeavor, the veil of secrecy was lifted a notch. His recruiter gave him her real name, although he had no way of knowing if it in fact was her real name. Irene Kennedy was the only person in the small group who actually worked at Langley. According to her, everyone else was a contractor. Rapp asked the obvious question, "What am I?" Kennedy thought about it for a second and said, "Does it matter to you?" "Maybe. Technically, you don't work for the CIA. But I work for you. That's correct. The important thing is that you have no record of ever working for the federal government, and we'd like to keep it that way." Rapp thought long and hard about what he was about to say. "So, I'm a hired gun." Kennedy's squinting eyes showed that she wasn't exactly in love with the label. Rapp surprised her even more by what he said next. "How about assassin?" She frowned. "No. By my estimate, I've fired around 20,000 rounds of ammunition since arriving here. And you've become quite the marksman. And what's the point of all of this training? To keep shooting paper targets? Or to eventually sink a bullet into a target's head?" "You know the answer." He did. "Remember the first time we met?" She nodded. "You told me there are people in Washington who think that we need to take a more aggressive approach with these terrorists." "Yes." "But they don't have the courage to say so publicly." "It would be foolish for them to do so. We live in a civilized society. They would be thrown out of office. And a civilized society would never condone assassination, even in instances where it involved national security. Not unless we were at war, and even then it would be tricky." Rapp digested that for a moment and then said, "I'm not into semantics. Private contractor, hired gun, operative." He shook his head. "Killer. The point of all of this is to go out and find the enemy and put a bullet in his head, right?" "I suppose that is an accurate definition. I suppose the answer is yes." "So I'm an assassin?" "Not yet," she offered with a sly smile. "You haven't killed anyone." Rapp looked in the mirror at his reflection and wondered if he really knew himself. The college athlete looked back at him with the innocence of youth. The public face in no way jibed with the thoughts of retribution that filled his head. Inside, he was a much older man, a jaded, hard man who was now a trained killer. He thought again of his conversation with Kennedy and his new profession. He was ready, eager really, but not in a reckless way. More methodical, perhaps, than at any time in his life. He asked himself again if he should proceed with his plan. The answer came back, a resounding yes. Rapp secured the silenced Beretta in a shoulder holster and covered it with a lightweight blue and silver reversible running jacket. He stuffed one of the surveillance kits into a fanny pack and strapped the pack to his waist. He put a dark blue Nike baseball hat on his head and checked himself in the full-length mirror on the inside door of the armoire. There was a slight bulge under his right arm, where the 9mm was holstered. As a last measure, he grabbed a white towel from the bathroom and looped it around the back of his neck. He stuffed the ends inside the running jacket, zipped it up, and checked himself in the mirror. The bulge was no longer noticeable. Rapp lowered the zipper, turned to the side, and stuck his left hand inside the jacket. He gripped the Beretta and attempted to aim the weapon. The silencer caught on the jacket. He tried again, this time partially drawing the weapon but keeping it hidden inside the jacket. He found it worked best if he raised his right arm, as if he were checking the time on his wristwatch. Rapp practiced the move 50 more times until he was completely comfortable with it. Finally, he checked the alley and then left the apartment, locking the door behind him. He decided to skip stretching before the run, no sense in giving the neighbors time to observe him. Whenever possible, reconnaissance is best done on foot. A satellite can't give you the smells and sounds of a neighborhood, and it can't see what might be lurking behind a window or under the awning of an apartment building. A car isn't bad, but then again, cars usually travel at fairly high speeds, placing them in the area of concern for a few seconds at most. Often, they were the only choice, but in this situation, walking the neighborhood was the best option. Or in Rapp's case, running it. It took off at a trot. From studying the file, Rapp knew there was a park a block down the street from Sharif's apartment. The previous night, he'd found a low wall that offered a decent vantage point where he could stretch and keep an eye on Sharif's building without drawing too much attention to himself. It was 1.5 miles to the park. After 1 mile, Rapp stopped at a public phone and punched in an international calling card number using the knuckle of his forefinger. When he heard the dial tone, he punched in the number for the phone service. 5 seconds later, he heard the pre-recorded greeting. At the beep, he left a coded message in Arabic that told Hurley everything was proceeding according to plan, which technically was the case, but probably not for much longer. Rapp carefully placed the phone back in the cradle and took off for the park. He circled the entire area twice and saw nothing that would lead him to believe that there was any surveillance. There were a few doormen who were out sweeping, a couple of early morning exercisers, and some people walking their dogs, but no police. Rapp entered the park at 7:41 and settled in by the wall. He started stretching his calves, first his right for 30 seconds and then his left. He'd positioned himself so that he had a clear view of the front of Sharif's apartment building. There was no wind, and Rapp guessed the temperature was in the high 50s. According to the Brits, Sharif's apartment was one of 2 on the 5th floor. It was a big place, totaling 4,500 square feet. His mother, his wife, and one of his daughters lived with him. Rapp started on his calisthenics and kept track of the people entering and leaving his corner of the park. Every minute or so a pedestrian passed just outside the park. None of them paid him an ounce of attention. It was the same the world over. Most of these people had been sound asleep 30 minutes ago, and they were now off to start their daily grind. They would be lucky if they were fully awake by the time they reached their offices. Rapp did 50 push-ups, followed by 50 sit-ups, and then stretched some more. At 8, he checked the apartment door, and his pulse quickened just a touch. At 8:05, he frowned and started to doubt the accuracy of the surveillance report. Then, at 8:07, the apartment building's doorman stepped outside and held the door open for a plump man and a little brown dachshund. The man was wearing sunglasses and a long black trench coat. He had his collar turned up against the morning chill. The sunglasses, coat, and dog all matched the photos from the surveillance report. It was Sharif. Rapp glanced at the open park bench about 80 feet to his left and started doing more sit-ups. Every time he rose, he could look over the wall and see Sharif moving closer with his dog. Every time he lowered himself to the ground, he thought of his orders. The plan was for Rapp to arrive 2 days early and conduct counter-surveillance to make sure they weren't being watched. He would then call the service and flash them the all-clear. Hurley and Richards would arrive on the 3rd day, and they would begin direct surveillance on the target for a minimum of 5 days. If all went well, they would then make their move. Rapp let out a slight grunt. even though the sit-ups were easy. Sharif was almost to the bench. Rapp lowered himself to the ground and rested for a second. The entire operation seemed far too complicated. Far too many moving parts, as his college coach liked to say. Too many places where something could go wrong. Rapp began another set of 25 sit-ups. Sharif was just arriving at the bench. The man bent over, undid the dog's leash, and tossed a small blue ball into a grassy area. The little brown sausage took off after it. When Rapp came up the next time, Sharif had a mobile phone out and was punching in a number. Kennedy had played a tape to Rapp and Richards 2 weeks earlier, on which Sharif implicated himself in a number of illegal dealings with the known terrorist organizations. Rapp asked her where she got the intel, and she politely told him it was classified information. Rapp guessed it came from these morning chats on his mobile phone. Rapp did another sit-up and thought of Dr. Lewis, the shrink. The man must have asked him in every conceivable way how he thought he would cope with taking another human life. Rapp had answered that question so many times, he finally said to the shrink, "Well, I guess I won't know until I kill someone." "That's right," Rapp muttered to himself. The whole idea behind the Orion team was that it would have a small footprint. It would go through all the bureaucratic BS and get things done in a more expeditious manner. And of course, deniability was paramount. Rapp finished the set of 25 and lay flat on his back for 60 seconds, playing the entire thing out in his mind's eye. The longer they were on the ground in Istanbul, lurking around Sharif's apartment and office, the greater the chance they'd be noticed. He didn't like that one bit. He also didn't like the idea of dragging this thing out when the solution was so obvious. He thought of how mad Hurley would be and dismissed the thought almost immediately. The man was always mad about something. Rapp thought of the past 3 years, all the sleepless nights where he had yearned for the opportunity to meet just one of the men behind the downing of Pan Am 103, where he had imagined down to the most minute detail what he would do to them. And now he had the man who had supplied the plastic explosives and military-grade fuse and detonator sitting in his sights. He'd waited long enough. When the best course of action was staring at you in the face, you should take it. Rapp hopped to his feet and did a couple of side bends before walking over to a tree. He stretched one thigh and then the other, stealing a glance at Sharif as he did so. The man was too busy yapping on the phone to notice Rapp. Rapp did a few more stretches and took a quick inventory of his surroundings. He counted 4 people within 200 feet. The closest had just passed by on the sidewalk. Rapp waited to give the woman a good head start and then stepped out from behind the tree. His feet fell silently on the dirt jogging path that ran in front of Sharif's bench. He unzipped his jacket a foot and slid his left hand inside. His thumb found the safety. He flipped it up. Rapp then pulled his hand out of his jacket and kept moving toward the target, who had yet to notice him. 20 feet away, Rapp's pulse was as steady as it had ever been. His eyes narrowed a bit, and he took in a deep breath. He could hear the man clearly now. It was the same voice he'd heard on the tape Kennedy had played for him. He was talking about an extremely valuable shipment. Rapp never flinched, never wavered for a second. He was only 10 feet away when Sharif finally looked up. Rapp gave him a friendly nod and then raised his right wrist to look at his watch. A split second later, his left hand slid between the folds of his jacket and found the grip of the Beretta. He swung the gun up, the holster acting as a sling, the blue fabric of his running jacket bulging just slightly. Rapp's finger was prepared to squeeze the trigger when he changed his mind. He wanted to look into Sharif's eyes. He wanted to confront the man. The 2 men locked eyes for a second. Rapp smiled at him, and then changed directions, took 2 steps, and casually sat down on the bench next to the arms dealer. Rapp leaned forward and jabbed the end of the silencer into Sharif's ribs. A look of panic washed over the Turk's face. His mouth was agape, the mobile phone held in his right hand a half-foot from his face. A man's voice could be heard squawking from the tiny speaker. Rapp elevated the silencer a few inches and squeezed the trigger.
The bullet pierced the fabric of the running jacket, leaving a small hole, and then, a millisecond later, it shattered the cell phone. Sharif let out a yelp, dropped what was left of the phone, and clutched his bloody hand. Rapp jabbed the silencer firmly into the man's ribs and, in a menacing voice, said, "How do you sleep at night?" "What?" Sharif asked in total confusion. "You heard me, you piece of shit. How do you sleep at night? Do you think of all the innocent people you've helped kill? Do you think of their faces?" Rapp poked him hard with the silencer. "Do you think of their final seconds, how they react when a bomb goes off in the cargo hold of a 747 at 31,000 feet?" Rapp saw the recognition and then fear in the man's eyes. "I don't know what you're—" "Shut up," Rapp commanded. "I know who you are, and I have no desire to listen to your lies. But—" This time Rapp jabbed the silencer so hard into the man's ribs that Sharif let out a small cry. "I only want to know one thing," Rapp said. "Do you ever think about them? Have you ever felt an ounce of guilt over all the people you've helped kill?" Sharif shook his head slowly and parted his lips to speak. Rapp didn't want to hear his lies. He squeezed the trigger and sent a bullet into Sharif's chest. The Turk grunted and clutched his chest with both hands. Rapp stood, lifted his right arm again, as if he were checking the time, and squeezed the trigger 3 times in quick succession. The bullets spat from the end of the silencer, all 3 of them striking the arms dealer in the nose. The hollow-tipped rounds were designed to pancake on impact and triple in size. A pink mist exploded from the back of Sharif's head. A good portion of the man's brain was now in the bushes behind the bench. Rapp flipped the safety into the up position and moved off down the path, without even the slightest bit of remorse. Chapter 23. Langley, Virginia. The Counterterrorism Center was tucked away in the basement of the old headquarters building at CIA. It was underfunded, understaffed, underdecorated, underground, and pretty much isolated from all the major players in the building by both geography and attitude. 8 diligent souls worked there, and that was counting an overworked administrative assistant and Irene Kennedy, who was loosely attached to the group as an expert on all things Arab and Islamic. Kennedy had spent her youth moving from one diplomatic post to the next, all of them in the Middle East, and all of them, save one, in Arabic-speaking countries. Her father had diplomatic credentials, but in fact worked for the CIA. Kennedy was reviewing a particularly bad translation that had been kicked downstairs by someone on the intel side of the building. The translation was so poorly done that Kennedy finally sat back and looked at her colleague, Andrew Swanson. The tall, blonde-haired Dartmouth grad was leaning against the wall of her cubicle, tugging at his curly hair. He'd been up all night, trying to make sense of the intercept. "You keep pulling your hair like that and you'll go bald," Kennedy said without looking up. Swanson pulled his hand away and tried to stand still. After a half-minute, he couldn't take it any longer and said, "The thing doesn't make any sense." "That's because the translation is wrong." Kennedy scratched a few more notes in the margin. "I knew it." Kennedy closed the folder and tapped it with her pen. "I'm going to need the tape." Swanson groaned in frustration. "Shit." She looked at the designation on the folder. "What's the problem?" "It's frickin' NSA." "I see that. I'll be lucky if I get the tape before the 4th of July. Kennedy grabbed a Post-it note and wrote down a name and number. She stuck it to the front of the folder and handed the whole thing back to Swanson. "Call Kathy. Tell her I said she owes me, and ask if she can messenger the tape over this afternoon." "And if she tells me to get in line like everyone else?" Kennedy's phone rang. She looked at the small, rectangular, monochrome screen and saw that it was Stansfield's extension. "She won't, I promise. Now run along and bug someone else. I need to take this." Kennedy grabbed the handset and said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning. Would you please come upstairs? There's something we need to discuss." Kennedy instantly recognized the touch of intensity in her boss's voice. The average person would not have noticed, but she knew him so well that she was instantly alert. "I'll be right up." She hung up her phone, locked her desk, and started for the door. On the elevator ride up, she reviewed the various operations that she was currently running or involved in.
There were 14 active operations that she was associated with to one degree or another. It could be any one of them, or something entirely new. She really hoped it wasn't anything new. She didn't know if her marriage could take much more of her job. She barely saw her husband as it was. Kennedy passed through Stansfield's outer office. His assistant, Meg, was on the phone and motioned for her to go in. Kennedy entered and closed the door behind her. Stansfield was standing at the map table behind his desk, reviewing a document. The corner office was devoid of any personal touch, with the exception of a family portrait of his wife and kids that he kept on his desk, and even that faced away from visitors. As Langley's top spy, he was very cognizant of those who collected information and ferreted out secrets. Kennedy had done some digging 3 years earlier, and came up with a long list of medals, citations, ribbons, and awards that Stansfield had received dating back to World War II. Not a single one of them was displayed, either here or at home. Thomas Stansfield was an intensely private man. "Please sit," he said without turning around. "There's tea on the table. Help yourself." Kennedy went to the leather couch, opened the bamboo box, and selected a green tea. After tearing open the package, she dropped the bag in a cup and filled it with steaming hot water. Stansfield crossed the office, a piece of paper in hand. He sat in the chair to Kennedy's right, slid the sheet of paper across a cherry-inlaid coffee table, and clasped his hands in front of him. Kennedy stopped dunking the tea bag and looked at the very top edge of the sheet. As someone who was on the operations side of the business, she was intimately familiar with what she was looking at. It was a secure cable. These sheets came in all day long from U.S. embassies and consulates the world over. They were sent using some of the most secure and classified encryption software mathematicians could design. The designation across the top told her not only the sensitivity of the information, but where it had originated. This particular piece of paper had come from the U.S. consulate in Istanbul. Kennedy swallowed hard as her eyes raced through the body of text. Hamdi Sharif was dead, gunned down in a park across the street from his house. "Is my memory failing me?" Stansfield said. "Or was I misinformed about the operational timetable?" Kennedy read the cable again and went over the dates in her head. Finally, she looked up at her boss and said, "To the best of my knowledge, Stan and Richards aren't even in the country." "Where are they?" "Greece." Stansfield sat back and ran his right hand over his black and blue striped tie. "Where is Rapp?" "In country." He thought about that for a second. "When did he arrive?" "Yesterday afternoon." "You're sure?" She nodded. "He checked in last night and then again this morning." "His time or ours?" "It would have been around midnight our time." Stansfield looked out the window for a moment, and then removed his black glasses. He set them on his lap and rubbed his eyes. Jumping to conclusions wouldn't do him any good. Anything, of course, was possible when it came to a character like Sharif. He had made more than a few enemies over the years, but the notion that two separate camps had decided to go after him at the exact same time was a tough one to swallow. Before Stansfield could say what was on his mind, his office door burst open. Max Powers, the nearest chief, strolled in without offering an apology. "Big news." "What now?" Stansfield asked. "Our favorite arms dealer is no longer with us." Out of the corner of his eye, Stansfield saw Kennedy withdraw the secure table and fold it in half. "Which arms dealer would you be referring to?" "Sharif, that fat Turk," Powers said with a satisfied grin. "Someone blew his head off in Istanbul this morning." "His entire head?" Kennedy asked, taking the comment literally. "The back of it, at least." Powers placed the palm of his right hand on the back of his head and tapped his bald spot several times. "I have a good source who works for Turkish NIO, says someone plugged him up close. One in the heart, and they're not sure how many in the face, but more than one. Right here." Powers tapped the space at the top of his nose between his eyes. "Tight grouping, very professional, blew the back of his head off." NIO was Turkey's national intelligence organization. "Do they have any idea who carried it out?" Kennedy asked. "Not a clue, but the rumor mill is already working overtime." "Candidates?" Stansfield asked. "Usual suspects: Jews, frogs, Iranians, Iraqis, Syrians, and us, of course." "Russians?" "My guy said they were thick as thieves. Also said he got a call from your old friend at KGB." "You mean SVR?" Kennedy reminded him of the Russian intelligence service's new name. "Yeah, but he referred to them as KGB. Same assholes as before, just a new name." "What did Mikhail want?" Stansfield asked, referring to Mikhail Ivanov, the deputy director of Directorate S, perhaps the most ruthless outfit in the espionage business. "Not happy," Powers said, with an emphatic shake of his head. "I guess he made some pretty heavy demands." "Such as?" "He wants to know who did it. And he expects full cooperation. Said he's going to make life very hard for anyone who doesn't cooperate fully. Pushy bastard." "Any witnesses?" Kennedy asked. "Not one," Powers said with a grin. He looked at his watch. "The Turk's been dead for 5 hours. It looks like it was professional. 5 hours means the guy who pulled the trigger is long gone. They're screwed." "Guy?" Kennedy asked. Powers shrugged. "Just my guess. No offense, but it's pretty much an exclusively all-men's club." Kennedy smiled to let him know she wasn't offended. Stansfield asked, "Your source? He's good?" "Great. Very dialed in." "Loyalties?" "To the almighty dollar, but he prefers to do business with people he likes. We can trust him." "Keep me posted. I want to know what Mikhail is up to. If he starts swinging his velvet hammer, we might be able to win over a few more hearts in Ankara." "Good idea. Anything else?" "I'll have my gang put together a full workup for you." "Thank you." Stansfield looked to the door, letting Powers know he wanted to get back to his meeting with Kennedy. As soon as the Near East chief was gone, Kennedy was on her feet. She made a beeline for Stansfield's desk and grabbed the handset of his secure phone. She started punching in numbers, pausing for prompts and then hitting more numbers. After an interminable 20 seconds, she accessed the voicemail. Kennedy listened intently to Rapp's brief, coded message and then slowly hung up the phone. Stansfield twirled his glasses in his right hand and asked, "Well?" Kennedy nodded, cleared her throat, and said in near disbelief, "It was him." Chapter 24. The handsome young man loosened his tie and nudged his bag toward the customs desk at John F. Kennedy Airport. He casually yet carefully studied the face of every officer who was checking passports and clearing people through customs. He had a U.S. passport and thus was spared the more stringent and crowded queues that were serving foreigners seeking to visit the United States. He chose this particular line not because it looked like the fastest, but because the officer manning it looked to be the oldest and most uninterested of the 6 currently on duty. When it was his turn, he stepped to the elevated desk and slid his passport across the cheap blue laminate surface. The officer, a 50-some-year-old gray-haired man, gave him a serious look and then glanced at the passport. He was all business. In a voice devoid of real interest, he asked, "Did you have a good trip, Mike?" The man gave a relaxed shrug and said, "Business." "What do you do?" "Computer software, workforce management stuff." The man asked a few more standard questions before getting back to his second one. "Workforce management, what's that?" "Sorry, scheduling software. They tell me workforce management sounds more cutting edge." The officer let out a small laugh while he applied the appropriate stamps. He closed the passport, slid it back across the surface, and said, "Have a nice day." "Thanks, you too." The software salesman headed for the main door and a connection to one of the domestic terminals. He was just another man in a blue suit, white shirt, and burgundy tie trying to earn a living. Other than the fact that he was tanned and fit, there was nothing that made him stand out. He found a stall in the men's room outside the Delta ticketing desk. He carefully pulled back the magnetized liner on his black Travel Pro carry-on bag. He deposited the passport from Mike Cruz along with a wallet stuffed with matching credit cards, a Maryland driver's license, a bent and tattered UVA college ID, and a brand-new Blockbuster card. He extracted a thin money clip with just one credit card, a Virginia driver's license, and $800 in cash. After closing the suitcase, he left the men's room and proceeded directly to the Delta ticket counter, where a very enthusiastic young woman with a southern accent asked how she could be of service. "I'd like to purchase a ticket on your next flight to Dulles." He placed his driver's license on the counter. The woman was already pecking away at her keyboard. She nodded at her screen and then looked at the license. "Well, Mr. Rapp, we have a flight that leaves in 1 hour and 48 minutes. She went on to give Rapp the time of arrival and cost of the ticket plus tax. He simply smiled and slid 4 $100 bills across the counter. 3 minutes later, he was on his way with his change and ticket. He'd spent the last 3 days traveling across Europe, pretending to be someone else. He was relieved to be back on U.S. soil, but was not naive enough to think that his problems were over. He'd taken a roundabout way back to the flat after he'd executed Sharif, and he'd forced himself to run at a much slower pace than he was used to. A man running a sub-5-minute mile in any city of that size would look as if he were running away from something. Back at the flat, Rapp snapped on the latex gloves and wiped down and disassembled the Beretta. He placed the magazine, slide, and frame back in the worn leather suitcase, along with the surveillance kit. He locked the case and put it back in the armoire under the pillow and blankets. The barrel and firing pin were tightly rolled up inside the running jacket and placed in a brown grocer's bag. The rest of the clothes that he'd worn to the park, including his shoes, were placed in a second grocer's bag. Rapp took a fast shower and put on his suit. After taking 2 minutes to walk through the flat and make sure he wasn't missing anything, he stuffed the 2 paper bags in his black duffel and attached the duffel to the top of his black wheeled carry-on suitcase. 41 minutes after executing Sharif, Rapp locked the apartment and headed for the tram. The closest stop was 3 blocks away, and Rapp had 2 major decisions to make. The first was to find the right place to dispose of the 2 brown bags, and to do it quickly. The second decision involved getting out of the country. 3 different plans had been researched. The first was to simply fly out of the country. The second was to take the train, and the third was to rent a car. Rapp did not like the car rental as an option unless it was to be used to drive to Ankara 8 hours away, where he would leave it at the airport and grab a flight. Using the car to cross the border would create a different set of problems that he wanted to avoid. It put a name in a system that the police could trace. It would be a fake name, of course, but even the false identities that they had manufactured were to be protected. Heading straight for Istanbul's airport would be the faster way out of the country, but it would also involve standing in close proximity to a large number of police, who he didn't think had a description of him, but he couldn't be sure. A half-block from the tram stop, he ducked into a bakery and purchased a coffee, newspaper, and breakfast roll. He paid in liras and took the coffee black and in a to-go cup. Outside, he removed the lid, blew on the hot coffee, and watched a nearby public garbage can. He had enough credits left on his tram card that he didn't need to worry about buying a new ticket. The digital readout above the stop told him he had 2 minutes before the right tram arrived. Rapp put the lid back on his coffee and partially opened the black duffel bag. He extracted the more damning of the 2 paper bags and stuffed it under his left arm. The hum of the approaching tram caused everyone to look, and that was when Rapp moved. He headed toward the flock of passengers who were waiting to board, pausing for a split second near the garbage can. He released the suitcase, grabbed the bag, and stuffed it in the big circular receptacle. The tram stopped, the throng moved forward in unison, and 10 seconds later they were all on their way to Sirkaji Station. When they pulled into the grand old home of the Orient Express, Rapp searched the crowd for police officers who were showing unusual signs of alertness. There were none to be seen, which he took as a good omen. He exited the train and went straight to the nearest kiosk. Rapp had the departure times for Greece and Bulgaria memorized and knew that the express trains for both countries left in the evening. Hanging around the busy transportation hub for the rest of the day just to grab an express train was foolish. It was better to start working his way toward the border. A train was leaving for Alpulu in 15 minutes. Rapp bought his ticket and made a quick stop at a bank of payphones. He punched in the long series of numbers and then, in Arabic, left the coded message that would tell Richards and Hurley to not bother coming to Istanbul. Then, threading his way through the busiest part of the terminal, he slid past a trash bin and got rid of the second paper bag that contained his running gear. After that he found the right platform, boarded his train, and took his seat. He pretended to read the newspaper while keeping a close eye on the platform. When the train finally pulled out of the station, Rapp relaxed a touch with the comforting thought that he was putting distance between himself and the crime. Distance, he had been taught by Hurley, was your greatest ally and your number one objective after taking someone out. As the train rolled through some of Istanbul's less desirable neighborhoods, he thought of Hurley. The man would lose it when he retrieved the message. Rapp spent the rest of the afternoon hopping westbound trains until he crossed the Greek border at 2 p.m. The Greeks and Turks did not have good relations, diplomatic or otherwise, so for all intents and purposes he was safe. He was sick of riding in trains and listening to other people yammer, so he decided to rent a car. It would be returned at the Macedonia International Airport in Thessaloniki, and as long as he didn't kill anyone in Greece, no one would care that an American by the name of Mike Cruz had rented a crappy little red four-cylinder Fiat. Rapp pointed the tin can south and headed for the coast. As he neared the ocean, he cracked the window and smelled salt air. The landscape before him didn't look anything like the travel brochures he'd thumbed through back at the rental agency. The city of Alexandroupolis lay before him, an industrial fishing village with a few archaeological sites of significance. Istanbul it was not. It was gray and brown and dirty and dead, and it didn't affect his mood one bit. Rapp was not the kind of person who allowed geography or climate to depress him, as long as he didn't have to stay in one place too long. He rolled through Alexandroupolis just before sunset and continued up the coast for another 15 kilometers until he found a small light blue seaside hotel. It was off-season, so the place wasn't busy and the rate was cheap. Rapp wheeled his bag straight into the reception area, which also doubled as the bar and dining room. A heavy-set older gentleman waved to Rapp from behind the bar. Rapp walked over, and the two of them worked out the details in broken English. The proprietor then held up a bottle of liquor and asked Rapp if he would like a drink. Rapp wondered for a brief second what Hurley and Richards were doing in Athens, and then decided that a drink was a great idea. He ordered a beer. The barkeep placed a bottle of Mythos in front of him, along with a full bottle of ouzo and 2 shot glasses. He filled both glasses and slid one closer to Rapp. It was the beginning of a long night. 3 beers and as many shots into the evening, Rapp looked at the house phone and considered calling Hurley at his hotel. He dismissed the idea as a bad one and ordered some dinner. Fortunately, 2 college kids from England showed up, and the bartender now had to divide his attention among the 3 of them. 4 beers and a few more shots later, Rapp looked up and caught a reflection of himself in the mirror. It was at that exact moment that he realized a killer was staring back at him. He studied the reflection for a long moment, and then held up a shot glass filled with ouzo. He toasted the man in the mirror and went to bed. He did not awaken until almost noon the next day. Chapter 25. Vienna, Virginia. The world headquarters for International Software Logistics, Incorporated, or ISL, was located in a new office park on Kingsley Road. The campus, as the developers called it, consisted of 5 buildings. They were all made of brown brick and reflective glass. 3 of the buildings were strictly office space, while the other 2 were a mix of office and industrial. The developers were an LLC out of the Bahamas who had quietly set aside the southernmost building for software logistics. It was at the far end of the office park, and it backed up to a ravine. Nice and private. The building had 22,000 square feet of space. The front quarter was built out with a reception area, 6 offices, a conference room, an area for cubicles, a break room, and a bathroom. The warehouse occupied the remainder of the space, and for the most part sat vacant. There were plans, however, to do some expansion. Stansfield looked at the building through the windshield of a Dodge Caravan and suppressed his concern. These front companies were laborious to set up. The LLC he was part of had directed legitimate funds into the development of this piece of land. The other owners were like-minded men of his era who had made millions and now, in that final season of their lives, were suddenly very concerned with where their country was headed. All 5 of them had fought in World War II under the command of Wild Bill Donovan, who ran the Office of Strategic Services. After the war, they went on to have successful careers in defense, politics, finance,
and in Stansfield's case, espionage. He went to great lengths to make sure they were protected should the Orion team ever be exposed. But they all understood that if you were going to run an effective clandestine operation, you actually had to lock horns with the enemy and possibly get your hands very dirty. Kennedy told him she could handle the meeting, but he had his doubts. It wasn't that he didn't think her capable. While it was perfectly fine to send people off with messages, words had a funny way of being interpreted differently by different people, often in a way that gave them the outcome they were seeking. And there was a very real chance that his old friend would steamroll her. Even so, his desk was full, and he did not want to go through the deceptions it would take to actually get to the meeting. Kennedy left his office, and Stansfield began to systematically move through the stacks on his desk and map table that required his close attention. As the afternoon ticked away, he periodically found himself staring out the window, thinking about the new recruit. There was something about this Rapp fellow. He hadn't seen any of his people this fired up about anything in a long time. This kid was either a diamond in the rough or a disaster waiting to happen, depending on who you listened to. Kennedy was possibly biased by the fact that he was her find, and Hurley was surly on a good day and an intolerable bastard on a bad day. So it was hard to see who was right. Lewis was steady, analytical, and unfortunately had no desire to run things. He had no doubt that Kennedy was right for the job, but she needed a few more years under her belt before she would be ready. Stansfield stewed over their personalities for a good 5 minutes and then decided he needed to go to the meeting. The outcome was preordained. Hurley had never liked this Rapp fellow, and while Kennedy and Lewis were formidable, Hurley would wear them down with his bombastic, stubborn ways. And in truth, it was his call. As the person in charge of field ops, he needed to be able to trust his men without question. Stansfield became stuck on the team concept for a second. Through all of the bickering and managing of egos, they had lost sight of one very important fact. The new recruit had not only succeeded, but had done so on his own. He arrived in Istanbul, and less than 24 hours later, he had successfully removed a very nasty thorn in America's side. There were a number of allies who would be cheering Sharif's death as well, and Stansfield hoped that at least one of them would be blamed. As much as Stansfield would love to take the credit for the assassination of Istanbul's Merchant of Death, he couldn't. The Orion team needed complete anonymity, or they risked investigation and exposure, which would in short order render them useless. That was why these new recruits could have no link whatsoever to Langley. But what was the sense of any of it if you didn't engage the enemy and make him bleed? Stansfield had to be cautious with his hopes, though. How much of this was wishful thinking? He had yet to meet the young man. Who was to say this Rapp fellow wasn't in reality an uncontrollable asset who would eventually blow up in his face? Lewis didn't think so, and that was worth something, but still Stansfield realized he needed to meet this fellow and find out for himself what he was made of. If he was as good as some of them were saying, it would be a tragedy to throw him away. Stansfield asked his security detail to prepare for the vehicular version of a shell game. Langley kept a number of nondescript, windowless vans in the motor pool for just this type of thing. As the operations boss, Stansfield did not have to inform anyone of his needs. His security detail only had to show up and take what was available. The detail had access to extra license plates and a variety of magnetized decals to help facilitate the deception. At 7:04, they left the back service-gated Langley in a white van with the red carpet linen service logo on the sides. They headed for Tyson's Corner, and once inside the busy parking structure, Stansfield was moved to a Ford Taurus. 15 minutes later, he found himself standing alone under a tree next to the main entrance of George Mason University. The Dodge minivan was parked across the street. Stansfield waited for 5 minutes, and then the vehicle flashed its brights. After climbing into the back seat, he handed Joe, head of his security detail, a piece of paper with an address on it. The driver memorized the address and handed the paper back to his boss. He briefly consulted his road atlas and then put the car in drive. 5 minutes later, they were at the office park. "Joe," Stansfield said, leaning forward, "take us around back. There's a call box and a code for the door." When they reached the back of the building, Stansfield got out and punched in the code. He trusted Joe, but the fewer people who had the numbers, the tighter the circle remained. Stansfield motioned for Joe to pull in and then pressed the big red button to close the door. 4 cars and a motorcycle were already parked inside. To the right, shelves, like the kind you'd find in a library, jutted out from the near wall. They were filled with software titles that were legitimately being shipped overseas. To the left were pallets and boxes, and then a sea of darkness. Stansfield headed for the offices and asked Joe to stay with the car. There was a cipher lock on the door. He punched in the 4-digit code, leaned into the door, and was immediately aware of loud shouts coming from just ahead. Stansfield frowned and wondered first and foremost why the conference room hadn't been soundproofed. He also wondered why these supposed professionals were incapable of keeping their tempers in check. As he stepped into the room, he almost didn't notice the man sitting at the break table reading a magazine. "They've been at it like that for almost an hour." Stansfield recognized the face instantly. "Mr. Rapp, I presume." Chapter 26. Rapp didn't know who the man was, but there was something about him that instantly garnered respect. The gray hair, charcoal suit, shiny wingtips, discerning eyes, and the fact that he'd just walked unannounced into the secure building told him he was standing before someone who more than likely had an office on one of the top floors at Langley. After he gave him the once-over, he couldn't help but think the man reminded him of a more slender version of Spencer Tracy. Rapp decided he'd better stand. He offered his hand and said, "Yes, and you are?" Stansfield gave him a grandfatherly smile. "George." Rapp studied him with suspicion. "That's not your real name, is it?" "No," Stansfield said. After a moment, Rapp said, "Any chance you're the guy running this show?" Stansfield gave him a relaxed smile. "When you get to my age, you better be running something, or it's time to retire. Please sit." He motioned with his right hand toward the chair Rapp had been sitting in. Rapp returned to his seat. Stansfield smelled coffee and found a pot on the counter. He helped himself. "Would you like some?" "No, thanks." After joining him at the break table, Stansfield blew on his coffee and said, "I hear you've been making waves again." Rapp wasn't sure how much he should say, so he shrugged his shoulders and kept his mouth shut. "Would you care to walk me through your decision?" "What decision would that be?" "Why you decided to act on your own in Istanbul." Rapp's dark eyes narrowed. He studied the old man for a few seconds. He was in enough hot water for breaking their damn rules. He wasn't about to break another. "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about." Stansfield grinned. "I'm afraid you do." "I'm at a bit of a disadvantage if you're who I think you are. You know I can't discuss any of this with someone unless they give me the green light." Rapp jerked his head toward the conference room door. "Good point. You don't know me, and that's for good reason. But I know you." Rapp gave him a dubious look that changed into a humble one as the silver-haired man recited his life story, including date of birth, social security number, parents' names, a long list of athletic accomplishments, and his relative strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't until the last part, though, that Rapp began to feel vulnerable. 3 days ago, you used a 9mm Beretta pistol to execute a man at point-blank range. Here and here." Stansfield touched his heart and then tapped the bridge of his dark glasses. He looked at the door to the conference room and said, "You have one avid supporter, another who thinks you have great potential, and one very forceful detractor. They are in there deciding your fate right now. If you want to continue on your current career path, I am more than likely your best hope. So, if you have anything you'd like to say, now is the time to do it." That this man knew so many details about his life, and was able to recite them chapter and verse without a single note, told Rapp all he needed to know. "You seem to have most of the facts." He carefully turned the question back on George by saying, "I'm sure you've formed some opinions." Stansfield sat back and crossed his left leg over his right. "I'm hearing conflicting stories. That is why I decided to meet you in person." "What are the conflicting stories?" "You appear to be a man who is possibly uniquely suited for this line of work. You also appear to have a hard time following rules, and that, young man, can be a dangerous thing." Rapp nodded. It was becoming apparent that Spencer Tracy's little brother really was the guy who ran this entire show, which meant he needed to get him in his corner and do it before Hurley sank him once and for all. "Sir, would I be totally off the mark if I guessed that at some point in your career you spent some time in the field?" Stansfield grinned, but didn't answer the question. "And when you were in the field, did things always go as planned?" Stansfield saw instantly where he was headed. There's a big difference between adapting and disregarding orders. Rapp nodded and was sullen for a split second. That was exactly what Hurley had screamed at him, with a few colorful words thrown in to boot. If Doc Lewis hadn't been there, Rapp was pretty certain they would have come to blows. "To be fair," Stansfield continued, "I use great caution when I evaluate a decision that someone has made while operating in a high-stress environment." The man's choice of words gave Rapp pause. He considered them carefully and then said, "High stress?" "Yes." "I'm not sure I'd call it high stress, sir." Stansfield's eyes sparkled with amusement. "You snuck into a foreign country using a false identity, killed a man at close range, and then made it out of the country all on your own. You didn't find any of that stressful?" "The getting out part, maybe a little. But really only getting out of Istanbul. After that, the odds of getting caught were pretty low." "Why did you decide to act on your own?" "I didn't go to Istanbul thinking that I would handle the job on my own. It happened. It evolved. I saw the opportunity and I took it." "What do you mean you saw an opportunity?" Stansfield was keenly interested in the young man's next words. "I read the surveillance briefing that the Brits gave us." Stansfield held up his hand and stopped him. "Who told you the Brits gave us that report?" "No one." "Then why did you say the Brits gave it to us?" Rapp shrugged, as if to say it was obvious. "I could tell by the way it was written." Stansfield nodded for him to continue and made a mental note to revisit the subject later. "I read the report and there it was. It jumped right off the page." "There what was?" "The opportunity. The report said that the target took his dog to the park every morning. He sat on a park bench and talked on his cell phone while he threw a ball to his little dog." Rapp turned his palms up and said, "How does it get any easier than that?" Rapp turned his palms up and said, "How does it get any easier than that? No bodyguards to deal with, no drivers or armor-plated cars, no security cameras, very few witnesses, and the few who are around are busy living their own lives. And it didn't occur to you to pass this information on to Stan?" "It did, but it also seemed like it was too good to pass up." "If you'd brought it to Stan, you wouldn't have been passing it up." "You're not serious." "Completely. If I had brought my idea to Stan, he would have called me a moron and told me to shut my mouth." The young recruit was probably right. Stan is very good at this type of thing. This is not his first dance. "So I've been told," Rapp said, unimpressed. "You have some problems with Hurley, I hear." "Who doesn't?" The point was more accurate than not. "Still, he has a lengthy resume." "I'm sure he does. But the entire thing was more complicated than it needed to be. The whole idea here is that we are supposed to get in, get it done, and get out without anyone noticing we were there. If we'd stuck with Stan's plan, we would have followed the guy around for 5 days and come to the same conclusion that was right there in the Brit report, and our odds of screwing up somewhere being noticed would have increased 5-fold at least."
He was probably right. But Stansfield didn't tell him so. He would have to deal with Hurley later. "When did you read the report?" "When I got to the safe house." "That first night?" "Yes." "And you decided that night that you would handle it on your own?" "No. I saw the possibility, that was all." "And when you decided to go to the park armed the next morning?" "I thought there was a chance. I wanted to see with my own eyes and then decide." "But when you left the safe house, you were prepared to kill him if the opportunity presented itself?" Rapp hesitated, and then admitted the truth. "Yes." Stansfield took a sip of the coffee and slowly set the mug on the table. "Any other reason why you chose to act on your own?" "How do you mean?" Stansfield gave him a knowing grin. "I was your age once, a long time ago. I was asked to do certain things for my country, and until I actually did them, I wasn't sure I had it in me." Rapp looked down and studied the pattern in the gray and black carpeting. It was not in his character to be this open with someone he'd just met, especially on a subject like this, but there was something about this guy that made it difficult to be anything but forthright. "I wanted to kill him," he finally said. "Revenge?" Rapp shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal way. "Remember, we recruited you for a reason. I know what you went through. I know how you were affected by Pan Am Lockerbie. Revenge? Justice? I don't know. I just know when I left for the park that morning, I wasn't sure. And then, as soon as I laid eyes on him, I wanted to kill the bastard. I was sick of all the planning and talking. It made no sense that it had to be so complicated." Stansfield took off his glasses and looked at Rapp with his gray-blue eyes. "Any other reason that may have pushed you over the edge?" Rapp looked at the carpeting again. He hadn't even admitted the next part to himself, at least not fully. Without looking up, he said in a soft voice, "I was afraid I wouldn't have the guts to do it." With the understanding of someone who had walked the same path, Stansfield gave him a sympathetic nod. It had been a long time since Stansfield had killed a man, but he remembered the doubt that gnawed at him until he pulled the trigger for the first time. "How do you feel now?" "How do you mean?" "Now that you have taken a human life." Rapp gave a nervous laugh and checked his watch. "Do you have a few hours?" "You know, laughter is often a defense mechanism used to deflect." Rapp thought of Doc Lewis. "I've heard that somewhere else recently." "This isn't a good time to deflect." Rapp noticed the concern on the old man's lined face. He fidgeted with his hands and then said, "This isn't exactly a topic I'm used to discussing." "No, you're right about that." Stansfield himself had never spoken to a soul about the men he had killed. It simply wasn't his way. There were others, though, whom he had worked with over the years, who were quite different in that regard. Some spoke with an intensity that was more academic, as if they were simply trying to perfect their craft for the sake of perfection. Others took a more light-hearted or twisted approach to their play-by-play analysis of how they had killed a man. The best ones, Stansfield had always felt, were the ones who kept it to themselves. "This is very important," Stansfield said. "How are you up here?" The old man tapped his temple. "I think I'm fine." "No problem sleeping?" "No, in fact, I've slept better than I have in years." "Good. I want you to understand something very important. Hamdi Sharif chose to get into the arms business, and he knowingly sold weapons to terrorist groups that were going to use those weapons to kill innocent civilians. I know. I am every bit as responsible as you for his death." Rapp frowned and gave him a look that said he wasn't quite buying it. Stansfield had expected that. "Who do you think sent you on that operation?" "I don't know." "I did.
I was the judge and the jury. You were merely the executioner. Never forget that." He spoke with intensity for the first time in the entire conversation. He was almost pleading for Rapp to grasp the gravity of what he was saying. Finally, Rapp nodded, even though he wasn't sure he fully grasped the man's meaning. Stansfield stood and said, "Why don't you go home now?" "What about their decision?" "Don't worry. I'll smooth things out. Just try not to cause any problems for the next few months." Chapter 27. "Thank God," Lewis announced upon seeing Stansfield enter the room. "I can't spend another minute trying to talk sense into these two." With pure disappointment, Stansfield glared down the length of the table, first at Hurley, who was on the left, and then at Kennedy, who was directly across from him. They were both on their feet. "Sit," he commanded. Kennedy sat. Hurley remained standing. "The first person who raises his voice is being sent to Yemen for the rest of his career." "You can't send me anywhere," Hurley snarled. Stansfield directed his full attention to Hurley and communicated his resolve with an icy stare that silently communicated the fact that he could do a lot worse than sending his ungrateful ass to Yemen. Of the three, Hurley was the only one who had seen this look before. It had been nearly 3 decades ago, but Hurley still remembered that his stupidity had almost cost him his life, and if it hadn't been for Stansfield's magnanimous attitude, he would have died that day. Hurley slowly sank to his seat. "Have I failed you two so poorly that it has come to this?" Stansfield said in a calm but disappointed voice. "You scream at each other like children trying to bully their way to victory." He cocked his head in Kennedy's direction. "I expect far more from you. What did I tell you about losing control of your emotions?" "That it's a weakness." "Correct. And how has it worked for you this evening, screaming at one of the most hot-headed men in all of our nation's capital? Did your logic become more clear? Did your points carry more weight? Did you somehow persuade him to see things your way by shrieking at him like some wild banshee?" Kennedy shook her head, her embarrassment complete. Stansfield turned his icy gaze on Hurley. "And you? Are you happy that you have succeeded in getting young Irene to finally sink to your depths?" "That's bullshit. She's a grown woman. She can fight her own battles. I resent the fact that every time she doesn't like what I'm doing, she goes running to you." Hurley pointed at him. "You know the rules as well as I do. I'm in charge in the field. What I say goes. I'm God, and that too smart for his own good college punk wandered so far off the reservation he's lucky I don't put a bullet in his head." "That's our litmus test these days? When an operator doesn't follow orders to the letter, we put a bullet in his head?" "You know what I mean. He went way beyond his operational parameters. He basically threw them out and flew off the handle." "And succeeded. Let's not forget that part." "Shit!" Hurley scoffed at the point. "Even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a blue moon." "This is how you would like to argue with me, by mixing squirrel and moon metaphors?" "You know I'm right." "You are partially right. And you have also become an intolerable bully whom I'm not so sure I can keep around." "Say the word and I'll resign. I'm sick of this bullshit." "And then what will you do, Stan?" The Deputy Director of Operations leaned over and placed his hands on the table. "Become a full-blown alcoholic? Another bitter, discarded spy who closes himself off from an ungrateful citizenry? You're already halfway there. You drink too much, you smoke too much. You piss and moan like some miserable woman who's mad at her husband because she's no longer young and beautiful. And there's the meat of the problem, isn't it, Stan?" "What's the meat of the problem?" "I think you may have heard this before. He reminds you of yourself." "Who? The college puke?" Stansfield nodded slowly. "And he might be better than you. That's what really scares you." "That's bullshit." Stansfield should have seen it sooner. He stood up abruptly and said, "So your recommendation is that I cut him loose?" "Absolutely. He's too much of a loose cannon. Sooner or later, he's going to cause you a lot of problems." "And who do you have to replace him?"
Hurley waffled. "A couple of decent candidates." Stansfield looked to Lewis, who was at the head of the table. "Doctor?" Lewis shook his head. "Neither of them has his skill set. Even if we worked them for a year, I don't think they could match him." "That's not true," Hurley said, while looking as if he'd just taken a bite out of a lemon. "Irene?" Stansfield asked. She didn't speak, just shook her head. Stansfield pondered the situation for a moment and then said, "Here's my problem. We are flying blind in Lebanon and Syria. The director and the president overruled me and sent Cummins in to negotiate for the release of that Texas businessman." Stansfield stopped speaking for a second. He couldn't get over the stupidity of that decision, and all of the damage that had been done after Cummins himself had been taken hostage. "Our assets have been getting picked off one by one for the past 6 months. Our network that we worked so carefully to rebuild is now in shambles. This situation has to be turned around, and I need men in the field to do it. I need shooters on the ground. We've all spent enough time over there to know that weakness breeds contempt. That stops today. I want these guys looking over their shoulders wondering if they're next. I want the leadership of Islamic Jihad and Hezbollah afraid to pop their heads out of their holes for fear that they might get those heads blown off. I want them on notice that if they're going to grab one of our assets who is negotiating in good faith and torture him for months on end, damn it, we are going to come after them like crazed sons of bitches." He turned his attention back to Hurley. "I don't want to lose you, but I need this kid. He's too good to just throw away. He knows how to take the initiative." "Initiative? That's what you want to call it?" "Oh, for Christ's sake, Stan. Could you please get hold of your ego and hypocrisy and listen to me? This is bigger than you. We have a gaping hole in our operational abilities. A big, nasty neighborhood in the Middle East that is breeding terrorists like rabbits, and we have nothing. I need to get back in there." "You're calling me a hypocrite?" "You have an extremely convenient short-term memory. Tell me, Stan, how many times in your first 2 years did you get yourself into trouble by ignoring orders or running off and launching your own operations?" "It was a different time back then. We were given far more latitude." "And you still got in trouble." Stansfield shook his head as if trying to reconcile an irreconcilable thought. "Does the truth matter to you at all? Or do you just want to go round and round all night until you wear everyone down? You don't remember all the times I had to go to bat for you and bail your ungrateful butt out of trouble? And now you're coming down on this new kid as if you were some saint." Hurley started to speak, but Stansfield cut him off. "I'm not done. If the kid had screwed up, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He'd be gone. But he didn't screw up, did he? He made all the right decisions. He took care of our problem and didn't leave a speck of evidence and made it back here all on his own. He's a natural, and you want to throw him away." Hurley stubbornly shook his head. Stansfield was done arguing with him. "Irene," he said, turning his attention to Kennedy, "what about running him on his own? Break him off from the team. Let Stan and Richards work together." Hurley didn't hear Kennedy's answer because he was too busy reliving all the various times he'd landed in hot water with the station chief or someone back at Langley. There were too many to even begin counting. That was part of the reason why Stansfield and Charlie White had set him up as a freelancer almost 20 years ago. He'd worn out his welcome at every embassy from Helsinki to Pretoria. Simply put, he wasn't good at following rules, so White and Stansfield had removed him from the system. They had gone to bat for him against Leslie Peterson, that Ivy League prick who wanted to out the clandestine service and replace it with satellites. He liked to say, "Satellites don't get caught breaking into embassies." Yeah, well, satellites can't seduce an ambassador's secretary into working for the CIA or kill a man. At least not yet, anyway. Hurley grudgingly saw the plain truth, that he was an ingrate. "I can work with him," Hurley announced. "And if I can't, I'll turn him back over to Irene and she can run him." Stansfield was speechless for a moment. Kennedy and Lewis were thunderstruck. "Don't look so surprised," Hurley grumbled. "No one hates these fuckers more than I do."
Chapter 28. Moscow, Russia. Syed stood just inside the glass doors. He looked through the frosted window as a gust of wind whipped up a cloud of dirty snow. It moved like a ghost through the dark night and caused a shiver to run up his already frigid backside. He did not like Moscow, had never liked Moscow, and would never like Moscow. Not in summer, and definitely not in winter. His warm Mediterranean blood found it to be perhaps the most inhospitable place he had ever visited. He could practically feel his skin cracking. With voyeuristic awe, he watched an abnormally round woman waddle by. She was wrapped from head to toe in the dark fur of some animal he couldn't quite pinpoint. Why did these people live here? He would endure 100 civil wars if he could avoid ever coming here again. A vehicle entered his field of vision from the left. The handler reached out and touched his elbow. He gestured to the waiting SUV and grunted, the way big Russian men do. Syed was fairly certain he'd smelled vodka on the man's breath when he'd met him at the gate. That was another thing about these Russians. They all drank too much. Syed was not the kind of Muslim who ran around telling everyone what they could or couldn't do. He enjoyed a glass of wine from time to time, but never in excess. They would want him to drink tonight. He knew it. He didn't want to drink, and he didn't want to go outside. But he had no choice. He had been summoned, and his bosses in Damascus had eagerly offered him up. With great effort he clutched his long black coat around his neck and stepped into the cold Moscow night. The bite of the cold wind snatched at his ears and cheeks. His eyes filled with tears, and he could have sworn the hair in his nose had turned to icicles in under a second. He opened his mouth narrowly to catch a breath, but his teeth ached from the sub-zero temperature, so he lowered his head and shuffled toward the car. He'd learned that the hard way on the last trip. You never ran on a Moscow sidewalk in winter. No matter how cold it was, you shuffled, half skating, half walking. It wasn't until he was in the back seat that he realized he was sitting in a brand-new Range Rover. Apparently, capitalism had been very good to the SVR, the KGB's bastard offspring. The man who had fetched him from the gate tossed Syed's suitcase in back and jumped in the front passenger seat. "I take it you don't like the cold?" a voice asked, in decent yet accented English. Syed had his head shoved so far down into his jacket that he hadn't noticed the diminutive man sitting next to him. "How do you people live here?" The man smiled, popped a shiny cigarette case, and offered one to his guest. Syed grabbed one. Anything that would provide a scintilla of warmth was to be taken advantage of. After he'd taken a few long drags and had stopped shivering, Syed sat back and said, "I do not think we have met before." "No, we have not. I am Nikolai Shvets." Syed offered his hand. "I am Asif." "I know," the boyish-looking man replied with a smile. "I take it you work for Mikhail?" "Yes. The deputy director is a very busy man. He will be joining us later." That was fine by Syed. Mikhail Ivanov, the deputy director of Directorate S, was not someone he looked forward to dealing with. Syed had done everything in his power to get out of the trip and then to delay it when he was told he had no choice. 2 days ago, Ivanov had called his boss at the General Security Directorate in Damascus and told General Hamoud he would consider it a personal insult if Asif Syed was not in Moscow by week's end. The last the general had heard, the meeting had already been scheduled. He was not a happy man, and he made sure Syed understood just how unhappy he was. "The deputy director is very much looking forward to speaking with you. He has been talking about it for some time." Syed couldn't pretend happiness over seeing the old spider, so he said, "It's too bad you did not travel to Damascus. It is very nice there this time of year." "I would imagine." The man glanced over his shoulder and looked out the back window. "Your Mediterranean blood is too thin for our Moscow winters." The boy-man made idle conversation as they worked their way around one of the ring roads that circled the big metropolis. Syed barely glanced out the window, even though it was his habit to be constantly alert for surveillance. It wouldn't matter in this iceberg of a city at this time of night. Streetlights and headlights were amplified by the white snow, blinding him every time he tried to see where they were. This truly was a miserable place. No wonder communism had failed.
How could any form of government succeed if everyone was depressed? They finally stopped in front of a hotel in the heart of Old Moscow. A doorman in a massive black fur hat and red wool coat with 2 rows of shiny brass buttons yanked open the door, and Syed felt a blast of cold air hit his ankles. With a second doorman shuffling along with him, he walked through the front door of the hotel and did not stop. Cold air was still whistling through the doors, and he wanted to get as far away from it as possible. 8 steps into the lobby, he found himself drawn in the direction of heat, and then finally spied a roaring fire on the far side of the lobby. He actually smiled and shuffled over, his brain not realizing the lobby was ice-free. "What do you think?" Syed parked his backside directly in front of the flames. He took in the opulent lobby and nodded. It was much nicer than the dump he had stayed in the last time he was here. "Very nice. It has just reopened. It is Hotel Balchug, very historic, very expensive." Shvets left out the fact that his boss owned a piece of the hotel. He owned a piece of most things in Moscow these days. At least the nice things. A group of Russian, Austrian, and Swiss businessmen had purchased the hotel just after the collapse and had tried to renovate. After a year of getting turned down for permits and dealing with theft and workers not showing up, one of the Russians went to Ivanov for help. The problems disappeared almost overnight. All they had to do in return was sign over 10% of the hotel. Syed did not want to leave the fire, but he had to get ready for dinner. He was finally convinced to move when they informed him that his room had 2 fireplaces that were both lit and waiting for him. The room was as nice as the lobby, with gilded plaster and hand-painted murals on the ceiling, tapestries on the walls, and a commanding view of the Kremlin and Red Square. It was fit for a pasha. That was when it hit him. Ivanov the Spider never did anything nice, unless he wanted something in return, and he was being extremely nice. Syed took a steaming hot shower and wondered what the man was after. He'd heard stories lately that the SVR was worse than the KGB, that once they sank their talons into you, they owned you for the rest of your life. He suddenly longed for the bombed-out rubble of Beirut. There he was a lion. Here, he could end up being someone's lunch. Chapter 29. Syed had just one wool suit. It was black and was worn for special occasions. He was wearing it tonight because it was his warmest suit, and also because to a man like Ivanov, appearances were exceedingly important. He lectured his people about taking care of themselves, and was known for firing people who put on too much weight, or women who wore too much or too little makeup. Syed had carefully trimmed his beard and slicked his black hair back behind his ears. At 40 he was still in decent shape, or at least he wasn't out of shape. The black suit and white shirt and tie helped hide those few extra pounds he'd put on over the last couple of years. As he walked toward the restaurant, he immediately picked out the men from Ivanov's security detail. There were 4 in the lobby, 1 by the front door, 1 by the elevators, and 2 bracketing the entrance to the restaurant. The boy-man suddenly appeared from behind a large plant. His cigarette was hanging from the side of his mouth, and he was smiling. Syed had been in such a rush to avoid the cold earlier that he had failed to notice that Nikolai was extremely handsome. More pretty, really, in kind of a movie star way. There were none of the usual rough edges that were standard with the lackeys in the Russian state security services. His skin was fair, his eyes a greenish blue, and his hair a light enough brown that he would probably be blonde if he lived in a warmer climate. "Your room is nice, yes?" Shvets asked. "Very." Shvets popped his cigarette case with one hand and offered one to his guest. Syed took one as well as a light. "Director Ivanov is waiting for you at your table. I hope you are hungry." "Yes, very much so. It is the cold weather. Please follow me." The restaurant was decorated in deep reds and sparkling golds, most of it in velvet. It was typical Russian, heavy-handed and desperate to impress. This backwater behemoth knew nothing of understated class. Syed was no snob, but he was proud of where he came from. The Ottoman Empire had lasted for more than 600 years. After fewer than 100 years, these brutes had gone from one of 2 superpowers to a mob state.
A haze of blue-gray smoke hung in the air. Every table was occupied. There were easily several hundred people in the restaurant, and they all appeared to be in various states of inebriation. It occurred to Syed for the first time that the Russians were loud people, especially when they laughed. Syed didn't recognize any faces, but he guessed they were all very important. That was the Russian way, even during the height of the great workers' paradise. The ruling elite had lived an opulent life separate from the workers. They enjoyed luxuries that the little people never dreamed of. Two towering men stood watch near a booth in the back corner. Red velvet curtains were pulled open and fastened with tasseled ropes to marble columns. Syed glimpsed Ivanov sitting between two young beauties. The man was nearing 60 and was showing no signs of slowing down. He was a consumer of all things that interested him. In a way, he was the perfect man to run an intelligence service, assuming his interests were in line with those of the state. Syed had been told that Ivanov's power had grown significantly in recent years. In the days of the Politburo, the black market was tolerated but never flaunted. During the transfer from centrally controlled markets and government plans to pseudo-capitalism, no one was better positioned to take advantage of the new wealth than the men at the KGB. They had the guns, the enforcers, and the spycraft to break, blackmail, or frame any man who did not welcome them to the buffet. And Ivanov had an insatiable appetite. Ivanov saw him coming and yelled his name. He tried to stand, but was stuck between the two girls, so he gave up and sat back down. "Asef, it is good to see you." The Russian threw out a large hand with rings on the forefinger and pinky. "And you too, Mikhail," Syed lied. He reached across the table and clasped Ivanov's hand. "If you had turned me down one more time, I was going to send my men after you," Ivanov said with a hearty laugh, although his eyes weren't smiling. Syed laughed and tried to play along. The comment was without a doubt meant for him to remember, and keep remembering every time Ivanov called on him. Syed so badly wanted this evening to end, and it had only just begun. Ivanov ordered an expensive bottle of Bordeaux and introduced Syed to the girls. The blonde one was Alisa, and the redhead was Svetlana. The redhead was suddenly very interested in the spy from Syria. That was how Ivanov had introduced him, as a spy of all things. The Russians might have found the moniker intriguing, but to Syed it was an insult, one of many he was sure he would be forced to endure on this cold winter evening. More wine was ordered, along with plate after plate of food. Syed was full by the time the main course was served. Ivanov steered the conversation away from anything serious, and Svetlana steered her hands toward Syed's groin. Syed had no illusions about his ability to woo women. He was handsome enough, but not enough to garner the attention of a 20-year-old runway model. Ivanov had undoubtedly ordered her to take care of him. Syed wondered if she would be beaten after he turned her down. When the plates were cleared, Ivanov nudged Alisa out of the booth and ordered Svetlana to follow. He told the girls to go to the bar and order dessert. As they walked away, he slapped each girl on the ass. They turned around, one giving him a dirty look, the other pouting. Ivanov laughed at them and watched them hold hands all the way to the bar, and then, as if a switch had been flicked, he turned all business. After whispering something in one of his bodyguard's ears, he plopped back into the booth and moved around so that he was sitting a mere foot from Syed. The drapes were pulled shut, and they were alone. "You have been avoiding me." He'd said it with a crooked smile, but that menacing glint in his eye was back. Syed deflected by saying, "I do not enjoy travel, and the cold weather is something my body is not used to. I meant no offense." "Ah, I know what you mean. In the summer I find Damascus to be unbearable. But don't worry, I wasn't offended," Ivanov said, lying to himself more than Syed. "I just wish it hadn't taken this long. We have many important things to discuss." "Yes, I know," Syed said, trying to be agreeable. Ivanov took a gulp of wine and asked, "How long have we known each other?" "A long time," Syed said, looking into his own glass. 12 years, I think. 13, actually. And we have fucked with the Americans like no one else." Ivanov made a fist and shook it. "Every time they have tried to stick their nose in your business, we have sent them running away like a scared dog." "That is true," Syed said, making no mention of all the times the Russians had stuck their long snouts into his business.
"And now they are back again."
Syed was still looking at the expensive French wine in his glass. He could feel Ivanov watching him with intensity. He shrugged and said,
"Not really. That is not what I have heard."
"What have you heard?"
"I have heard you captured one of Langley's deep-cover operatives."
Syed's mind was swimming with thoughts of murder. The idiots in Damascus, no doubt, had passed the information to the Russian. Did anyone in his government know how to keep a secret? Knowing he was trapped, he said, "We caught one of them snooping around. I'm not sure he was an agent of any particular importance." Ivanov smiled.
"I think you are being modest."
Syed didn't know how to answer, so he took a drink of wine.
"I am told this man worked in the Directorate of Operations, that he reported directly to Deputy Director Stansfield, that he worked in Berlin and Moscow for a time."
Someone in Damascus really did have a big mouth. As you know from experience, these men are trained to lie. I cannot say with any certainty that his claims are truthful.
"They usually try to understate their importance, not overstate it."
That was true. The important thing is that we have bloodied them yet again, and as you know, they do not have the stomach for this kind of thing. Ivanov gave him a dubious look.
"I'm not so sure these days."
Syed was. "Do not worry yourself with such a little fish."
"This might be a bigger fish than you think,"
Ivanov said with a hint of inside knowledge.
"What have you heard?" "Things, rumors here and there, nothing concrete, but I've been in this business long enough to smell a rat."
"What things?"
"Hamdi Sharif."
Syed thought of the recently deceased arms dealer. "Yes, I knew him well."
"Who do you think killed him?"
Syed had heard two rumors. Mossad, more than likely. But there was something else I picked up.
"What?"
Syed was not afraid to repeat the rumor. A man like Ivanov would take it as a compliment. That he was stealing from you, and you had him killed. Ivanov looked at him with unblinking focus, but did not respond. "If that was the case," Syed said, "then that was your right." Ivanov shook his head.
"If he was stealing from me, I would have known, and I would have killed him. But he was not stealing from me."
"So it was the Jews?"
"No, I don't think so."
"Who then?" Ivanov sat brooding for a half-minute and finally said,
"I would like to speak to the American rat you are keeping in that basement in Beirut."
He had not told a soul in Damascus where he was keeping the CIA man, which meant either that Ivanov had obtained the information from one of Syed's supposed allies, or that it was a good guess. Whichever was the case, he would need to move the American as soon as he got back. "You are more than welcome to speak to him. You are welcome in Beirut any time, you know that." Ivanov began shaking his head at the mention of Beirut.
"I cannot. There are far too many things happening here in Moscow. Things that need my urgent attention."
Syed tried to deflect by saying, "So you think the Americans are trying to get back in the game?"
"I don't think so. I know so."
Syed looked skeptical.
"How?" "Because Thomas Stansfield is finally in charge of their clandestine activities."
"You think one man is capable of turning that mess around? They don't have the stomach to get back into Lebanon. This man I caught—" Ivanov pounded his fist on the table, cutting him off.
"Let me tell you something about Thomas Stansfield. I had to go up against him early in my career. The man plots on more levels than you or I are capable of comprehending. He is a master of deception operations. He gets you running around like a dog chasing your tail."
Ivanov circled his hand around his wineglass faster and faster.
"You become obsessed with traitors in your midst, and you forget to do your job. You see shadows everywhere you turn, and you become completely defensive, and that is just one facet of the man. There is another side, where he is more Russian
than American." Syed had no idea what he meant. More Russian than American? "He is the last of a breed of Americans who knew how to be every bit as dirty as the dirtiest enemy. Don't let his grandfatherly image deceive you. The man is a street fighter with a big set of Russian balls." Syed wasn't sure why the man's balls were Russian. Beyond that, he thought Ivanov was overreacting. "The Americans haven't bitten back in years," Syed scoffed. "I know. And that was because we had the CIA in a box. And Stansfield didn't have the power. But he is in charge of their clandestine service now, and I'm telling you, he is going to stick his nose in our business, and we can't allow that to happen. Trust me, if he gets so much as a toehold, we will be in for the fight of our lives." Syed still wasn't convinced. Ivanov leaned forward, then grabbed the Syrian's hand. "I am asking you this one time. I will only ask it once. Will you give me the American so I can find out what he knows? I know your Iranian friends want him, but I will make sure you are compensated." This was why Syed did not want to come to this godless frozen city. There was nothing in it for him, especially since he was not done dissecting the mind of Agent John Cummins. Unfortunately, there was no way out. If he did not bend to Ivanov's wishes, he might not make it out of the country in one piece. With a heavy sigh, he told Ivanov that he could have the American. Chapter 30. Hamburg, Germany. The Hamburg operation was significant for a number of reasons, not the least of which was that certain people began to take notice. A single murder can be an accident or an aberration. 2 murders in as many weeks, separated by time but connected by relationships, is a tough one to swallow for people whose job it is to be paranoid. The second reason it was significant was that Rapp finally realized Stan Hurley was extremely good at what he did. Hurley had given them 5 days to get their affairs in order. They were going on the road and would not be coming back to the States for several months. The old clandestine officer announced with a gleam in his eye, "We've been kicked out of the office by management. They don't want to see us back in Washington until we have some results to show for all the money and time that's been spent on your sorry asses." Rapp was not given all the details, but he got the distinct impression that Langley was upset about something. Hurley's attitude had changed even before they left the States. They were to engage the enemy and make them bleed, and the prospect of finally getting back in the game had transformed Hurley. This time Rapp and Richards went in together, or at least their flights arrived the same afternoon. Rapp arrived second. He saw Richards waiting for him on the other side of customs. Rapp was carrying an American passport on his trip, and he handed it to a nice-looking older gentleman who flipped through the pages with German efficiency. The backpack, jeans, and beat-up wool coat must have been enough to tell the man he was not here on business, because he didn't ask that standard question, business or pleasure. He applied the proper stamps and slid the passport back. Not a glance or a question. Rapp laughed to himself. If only it was always this easy. The 2 men shook hands and made their way to ground transportation, where they took a cab to the harbor promenade, or Landungsbrücken, as it was known to the locals. A big cruise ship was coming into port. Tourists lined the sidewalk, gawking at the massive ship that looked completely out of place so close to all the old brick buildings. Rapp and Richards did not gawk. They were on the move toward the warehouse district, where Hurley was waiting for them. They passed a prostitute working the riverfront. Richards turned to Rapp and said, "Isn't this where the Beatles got their start?" Rapp cracked a small smile. He liked Richards. The guy was quirky in a normal way. They were in Hamburg to kill a man, and Richards wanted to talk about the Beatles. "Never heard that," Rapp said. "Pretty sure they did. They played some strip club for something like 2 months straight." Rapp didn't say anything. "I'd like to see it while we're here." Rapp cocked his head and gave Richards a long look before he couldn't help himself and started laughing. "What?" Richards asked. Rapp lowered his voice and said, "We're here to kill a man, and you want to go hang out at some strip club where the Beatles played 30 years ago? What's wrong with that?" That we do what we do for a living doesn't mean we can't do what normal people do." Richards had a much easier time transitioning between their two worlds. "You have a point. I can't wait to see the look on Stan's face when you ask him. You watch. If it involves booze and strippers, my bet is he's all in." "You're probably right." The flat was located in one of the 100-year-old warehouses that had been converted into condominiums near the river. It was damp and cold, a lot like London. Hurley informed them that the majority of the units in the building were as yet unsold. The one they were using was owned by an American company that had purchased it as an executive apartment. Rapp didn't concern himself with certain details beyond the target, but Richards was more curious. He tried to find out which American company the unit belonged to, and if it was a former spook who let them use it. Hurley said if there was something he needed to know, he'd tell him. "Otherwise, don't worry about it." Rapp and Hurley hadn't exactly made peace. It was more of a truce. After the night he'd met George, or whatever his real name was, Rapp, Richards, and Hurley had gone back down to the lake house to begin prepping for the Hamburg operation. Hurley from time to time still looked at Rapp as if he were mentally retarded, but he had cut back on his yelling and cussing. Rapp took this as a sign of détente. After 5 days, Hurley asked Rapp to take a walk. "Have you gone over the last op in your head?" "You mean Istanbul?" "How many ops have you been on?" Hurley asked him, with a wake-up expression on his face. "Sorry," Rapp said. "Yeah, I've thought about it." "Anything you would have done different?" Rapp stared at the ground while they talked. "I'm not sure I know what you mean." "The fact that you acted on your own is behind us. I already told you that. Part of my job is to make sure you get better. What I'm asking you is a tactical question. When you look back on what happened in the park that morning, once you decided to kill him, is there anything that you would have done different?" "I don't know," Rapp answered honestly. "It all just kind of happened." Hurley nodded, having been there before. "That's good and bad, kid. It might be that you're a natural at this, ice in your veins, that kind of shit, or you got lucky. Only time will tell, but there's one thing you did jumps out as being pretty stupid." "What's that?" Rapp asked. Hurley had his full attention. "I read the police report." Rapp didn't know why he was surprised, but he was. The shot to the heart, it was point blank. Literally. The report was conclusive. The muzzle of the weapon was in direct contact with Sharif's coat. Rapp nodded. He was there. He remembered it well. "Why would you do that?" "Because I wanted to kill him." Hurley stopped and faced him. "Kid, I've seen you shoot. You're not as good as me, but you're damn good, and you keep getting better. You don't think you could have popped him from, say, 10 feet? Rapp didn't answer. "Why did you sit down next to him?" "I'm not sure." "Bullshit," Hurley said with a smile. "You allowed it to get personal, didn't you?" Rapp thought back to that morning, not even a week ago. The feeling came back, that split-second decision to sit next to Sharif so he could look into his eyes. He slowly nodded. "Yeah, I guess I did." Hurley's jaw tightened while he processed the admission. "I'm not going to stand here and tell you there haven't been times that I took a certain amount of joy in sending some of these scumbags to paradise. But you have to be really careful. Pick the right environment. Never in public like you did. He could have had a gun. Somebody could have seen you sitting next to him. A lot of things could have gone wrong." "I know." "Remember, in public, the key is to look natural. That's why I showed you the shoulder holster technique. That's why we practice it. You look at your watch, and no one thinks twice about it. You're a guy checking the time. You sit down on a park bench that close to another guy, and someone might notice. Just enough to cause him to look twice, and that's all it might take. The next thing you know, the carabinieri are chasing you down the street shooting at you." Hurley gave him a dead serious look. "Trust me, I've been there." Hurley shuddered at the memory. "What?" Rapp asked. "You ever been to Venice?" "Yeah." "The canals." Hurley made a diving motion with his hands. "You dove into one of those canals?" Rapp asked, while recalling their putrid shade of green. "And this was 30 years ago.
They're a lot cleaner now than they were back then. The condo was raw, exposed brick with heavy timber beams secured to each other by sturdy iron brackets with big bolts. The floors were wide plank, more than likely pine, stained light to add a little brightness in contrast to the dark mud-red bricks. The furniture was utilitarian, grays and blues, wood and metal frames, long sleek lines, and the kind of fabrics that could be cleaned. Pure bachelor efficiency. It was a corner unit, so it had two small balconies, one off the master bedroom and another off the living room. There was a second bedroom and a loft space with a desk and pull-out couch. When they arrived, Hurley had everything prepared. The dining room table was covered with a sheet. Hurley carefully pulled it back to reveal what he'd pieced together in 3 short days. The target was a banker by the name of Hans Dorfman. He looked innocent enough, but then again, to Rapp, most bankers did. Dorfman's crime, as Hurley stated it, was that he'd decided to get into bed with the wrong people. "You're probably wondering," Hurley asked, "why a well-educated man who was raised a Christian would decide to help a bunch of Islamic whack jobs wage terrorism." Richards looked down at a black-and-white photo of the 63-year-old banker and said, "Yep. Well, officially, it's none of your goddamn business. When we're given an assignment, it's not our place to question, right?" Both Rapp and Richards gave half-hearted nods. "Wrong," Hurley said. "I don't care what anyone tells you. HQ can fuck up, and they can fuck up big time. Beyond that, you'll run into the occasional yahoo who doesn't have a clue how things work in the real world. When you get a kill assignment, you'd better question it, and you'd better be damn careful. We don't do collateral damage. Women and children are strictly off-limits." Rapp had heard this countless times from Hurley and the other instructors. But people make mistakes. "They do," he agreed. "And the more difficult the job, the greater the chance that you'll make a mistake. But if you want to make it out of this, one day, with your soul intact, follow my advice on this. Question the assignments they give you. We're not blind or robots." Richards was still looking at the photo of the banker. "Stan, are you trying to tell us this guy isn't guilty?" "This guy?" Hurley waved his right hand from one side of the table to the other. "Hell no! This Nazi piece of shit is guilty as hell. In fact, guys like this piss me off more than the ones who shoot back. This prick lives in this fancy house, takes 2 months off every year, goes to the nicest places, and sleeps like a fucking baby every night. He thinks it's no big deal that he helps these scumbags move their money around. No." He shook his head. "This is one of those times when I will enjoy pulling the trigger." Chapter 31. Hurley explained to them that the process wasn't so much about finding the best option as it was eliminating the bad ones. That is, if you had the time to go through all the alternatives. After 2 days together, Hurley made the decision, and they both agreed. Sunday night was the perfect time to make their move, and it would happen at the house. It was located 35 minutes outside of Hamburg, a nice wooded 1-acre lot. Rapp was pretty sure Hurley had known from the get-go that this would be the appointed hour, but he wanted some pushback. He wanted Rapp and Richards to tear into his plans and make sure there wasn't a better time to go after Dorfman. For 2 days, that's pretty much all Rapp and Richards did. For Rapp, one of the more enlightening exchanges happened when he asked the salty Hurley, "What about the dogs?" "Dogs," Hurley said with a devilish smile, "are a double-edged sword. Take this fuckstick, for example." Hurley pointed to Dorfman's black-and-white photograph. Hurley had taken a black marker and drawn a Hitler mustache on him the night before. "He's an anal retentive Nazi prick if I've ever seen one. Wants complete order in his life, so he gets 2 poodles. Why?" He looked at Rapp and Richards. "Because they don't shed," Richards answered. "Exactly. Hans is a neat freak. Wants everything just so. Wakes up the same time Monday through Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays he allows himself 1 extra hour of sack time. He thinks he's too smart for the religion his parents raised him on, so on Sundays, instead of going to church, he reads 2 or 3 newspapers, studies his value lines or whatever it is that a German banker studies, and he takes his dogs for a walk along the river and comes back and takes a nap. He has pot roast, mashed potatoes, and green beans for dinner, watches some crappy TV on the couch, and then lets the dogs out one last time at 10 o'clock, and then it's lights out." Richards looked at the surveillance info. "How do you know all these details? I don't see any of it here." Hurley smiled.
This isn't my first banker." Rapp set that thought aside for a second and asked, "But what about the dogs?" "Oh, yeah, the dogs. The dogs run the show. They need to be let out 4 times a day. Every morning at 7 on the dot, a couple more times during the day, and then one more time before they turn in. What does he have to do every time before he lets them out?" "Turn the alarm off," Rapp answered. "You two see any alarms at the lake house?" "No," Rapp answered. "That's because they can make you lazy. You ever see me lock my hounds up?" "No." "What good does a dog do if he's locked in his kennel?" "If he's a guard dog, not much." "That's right." Hurley looked at Rapp and said, "I bet I can guess your next question. You think we should take him while he's walking the dogs by the river?" The thought occurred to me. "There's 3 reasons why I would prefer to avoid that option. The first is that it's harder to control things in public setting. Not to say we couldn't do it. We might get lucky and have no witnesses like you did in Istanbul, but that can't be guaranteed. But 2 and 3 are why the park won't work. I need to talk to him, and a public park is hardly the place for the kind of conversation we're going to have." This came as a complete surprise to Rapp and Richards. Richards asked, "Why?" "I'll explain it later." "What's the third reason?" Rapp asked. "We can't let anyone know he's dead before 9 a.m. Monday." "Why?" Richards asked. Rapp answered for him. "He'll tell us when we're done." The Dorfman file was shredded and burned late Saturday night. By Sunday morning the ashes were cool enough that they could be scooped into a bag and thrown down the garbage chute. They spent 2 hours that afternoon sanitizing the condo. If they had to come back, they could, but Hurley wanted to avoid doing so if possible. At 8 in the evening they packed the last of the gear into the trunk of the rented 4-door Mercedes sedan and left. Rapp was the wheelman for the evening. Hurley and Richards were going in. It occurred to him that he was being punished for taking the initiative in Istanbul, but what could he say? Someone had to stay with the car. On the drive down the E22, Hurley went over the plan one last time. Every minute or so he threw a question at Rapp or Richards, asking them how they would react if this or that thing did not go as planned. Traffic was almost non-existent, so they made it in just 30 minutes. It was a dark, cold, windy night with temperatures expected to dip near freezing. They were all dressed in jeans and dark coats. Hurley and Richards also had black watch caps on their heads. The neighbor behind Dorfman was a widower with cats but no dogs. The plan was to access his property from her backyard. At 9, they did a final radio check, and then at 9:15, Rapp turned the silver Mercedes onto the winding country road. The dome light was set to off. Rapp downshifted and coasted to a near stop several hundred feet from the widower's house. Richards and Hurley stepped from the slowly moving vehicle, carefully nudged their doors closed, and then disappeared into the trees. Rapp continued. A little less than a minute later he turned onto Dorfman Street and did a slow drive-by. The house was set back from the street about 75 feet. The front of the house was dark, but faint lights could be seen beyond what they knew was the living room and dining room. Rapp pressed the transmit button on the secure Motorola radio. All was clear up front. Hurley and Richards found their way through the overgrown property of Dorfman's neighbor with relative ease. This was not Hurley's first trip, and he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty for not telling the new recruits. They didn't need to know everything. He had personally put together the surveillance package on Dorfman 8 months earlier. The stuff about the dogs he knew from many years of experience, and as far as bankers being anal retentive, it was a fairly accurate statement. The stuff about Dorfman having left the church that his parents raised him in and being a Nazi prick, he'd learned by keeping an eye on the man for close to 2 years. To run an effective organization, you need money. Hurley and Kennedy had been working overtime trying to map out how these various groups moved their money around the globe, and they had decided Dorfman was the key. In this, the ultimate asymmetric war, where they could not use even a fraction of the might of the United States military, they needed to get creative. If they couldn't openly bomb the terrorist training camps in the Bekaa Valley, then maybe there was another way to hurt them. Hurley and Richards took up position near the back door at 9:30. If they had missed him somehow, Hurley was prepared to cut the phone line and break in. That option presented 2 problems, however. If he busted the door in, the security system would be tripped, and although an alarm would not be received at the monitoring station, the house's siren would begin to wail and would likely arouse the attention of one of the neighbors. Dorfman also owned a pistol, a shotgun, and a rifle. That Dorfman might react quickly enough to stop the intruders was unlikely, but Hurley didn't like unlikely. The backlight above the kitchen door was turned on at 10:01. Hurley was crouched closest to the door on one knee, and Richards was right behind him. From where he was positioned, Hurley could hear the chimes on the keypad as the digits were entered. The door opened, and the two standard poodles bounded out the door and onto the patio. Hurley had to trust Richards to do his job and stay focused on his. He sprang from his position and put his shoulder into the door before it could be closed. He hit it with enough force that it bounced back and hit an unsuspecting Dorfman in the face. Over his shoulder he heard the dogs begin to growl. He grabbed the door by the edge and, looking through the glass, came face to face with a stunned Dorfman. The growling had turned to barking, and Hurley resisted the urge to turn around and see how close they were to taking a bite out of his ass. Instead, he pulled the door toward him and then smashed it into Dorfman's face. There was a scramble of nails and paws on the brick patio, and then the welcome sound of compressed air forcing a projectile down a muzzle. One shot, and then a second, each followed by short yelps and then some whimpering. Hurley saw the light switches to his left. There were 3 of them. He raked his silencer down the wall, knocking all 3 into the off position and relegating them to semi-darkness. Quickly, he slid through the door, partially closed it, and stuffed the silencer into the shocked and open mouth of Dorfman. Chapter 32. The Mercedes was the same color and model as the one Dorfman drove. Rapp cruised the neighborhood, listening to Hurley and Richards with one ear and the police scanner with the other. His German was non-existent, but as Hurley had pointed out, the only thing he needed to listen for was a car being dispatched to Dorfman's address. No car was dispatched, so Rapp pulled the rented Mercedes into the driveway and turned around in the small car park so it was facing out. Hurley reasoned that if any of the neighbors saw the car, they would assume it was Herr Dorfman's. Rapp walked around the side of the house to the backyard and helped Richards carry the second poodle down to the basement. A small dart with red fins was still stuck in the animal's rib cage. It rose and fell with the animal's heavy breathing. Rapp had been tempted to say something to Hurley 2 days earlier when he informed them that they were going to use a tranquilizer gun to take out the dogs, but he kept his mouth shut. He knew that Hurley loved his dogs, but still they were going to kill a man tonight. From a big-picture standpoint, it didn't make a lot of sense to him. Hurley's way was going to take a little more effort and wouldn't silence the dogs as quickly. Hurley knew what Rapp was thinking and noted that the surveillance report said that the dogs usually barked when they were let out of the house, especially at night. It wasn't as if they were storming a terrorist stronghold. It was just a German couple in their 50s. So Rapp kept his tactical opinion to himself. Rapp was now looking down at one of the Germans. Frau Dorfman was blindfolded, gagged, hog-tied, and shivering from fright. He glanced at the knots Richards had made. They were well done. Her wrists and ankles were bound and attached with a length of rope. The only reason Rapp knew anything about them was that his little brother had been fascinated by many things as a child, but knots and magic were the 2 that became his passion. After their father died, Rapp saw it as his duty to take an interest in Stephen's various hobbies, even if they weren't his. The basement had been finished as a rec room with a bar and a small pool table. Richards had been nice enough to deposit the big German woman on an area rug. Rapp saw a blanket on the back of the couch. He grabbed it and paused. On the wall behind the couch was a poster-sized photo of Dorfman and his 2 dogs. He was holding a trophy, and the 2 dogs were licking his face. Rapp covered the woman with the blanket. It was going to be a long night for her, and an even longer morning, but unlike her husband, she would live. Rapp grabbed the phone next to the couch and yanked the cord from the wall. He quickly coiled the cord around the phone as Richards reappeared from the utility room, flashing him the all-clear sign. They were not to speak a word in front of the woman. Rapp climbed the stairs to the first floor, turned off the basement lights, and closed the door. Per the plan, all of the lights had been turned off on the main floor except for the single light over the kitchen sink, as was the Dorfman's habit upon going to bed. Rapp walked through the formal living room, past Richards, who was keeping an eye on the front of the house. The French doors that led to the study were cracked an inch. Rapp pulled his black mask down to cover his face, entered, and closed the door behind him. Dorfman was on the floor in his light blue pajamas. His comb-over hair was all askew, and his nose was bleeding. A leather reading chair had been tossed to the side and the rug pulled back to reveal a floor safe. Dorfman looked up at Rapp with tears in his eyes. Again, Rapp didn't understand German beyond 100-odd words, but he could tell the whimpering idiot was asking about his dogs and not his wife. Rapp looked around the office and counted no fewer than 10 photos of his dogs. There was one 5x7 of the wife and 2 kids that had to be 15 years old. Rapp counted 7 trophies and a dozen-plus ribbons. Dorfman was still desperately asking about his Hunde. Rapp raised his silenced Beretta and said, "Shut up." Hurley squatted down on his haunches and tapped the dial of the safe with the tip of his silencer. His German was perfect. He ordered Dorfman to open the safe. Dorfman closed his eyes and shook his head. They spoke for another 20 seconds, and still he refused. Hurley looked up at Rapp and said, "Go get his wife." Rapp shook his head. Hurley frowned. "Let me take a shot at this. What do you say I grab one of your dogs and put a bullet in his head?" Rapp saw the flicker of recognition in the banker's eyes. "That's right, you idiot. I'm going to get one of your dogs and bring him up here." Rapp reached into his coat and pulled out a tactical knife. He bent over and stuck the tip in front of Dorfman's face. "I'll do you one better. I'm going to lay your Hund at your feet, and then I'm going to cut out one of his eyes and force-feed it to you." "Nein, nein!" Dorfman looked truly frightened. "If you don't open the safe, I'm going to start with your pooch's eyes, and then his tongue, and then his nose, and then his ears, and if you still haven't opened it by then, I'm going to shove all of it down your throat, and then I'll start in on the second dog, and if that doesn't get you to do it, then I'll start in on you." Dorfman closed his eyes as tight as he could and shook his head in defiance. Patiently waiting for Dorfman to decide to open the safe wasn't in the cards. Rapp flipped the knife up in the air and caught it, reversing his hold. He then slammed the tip of it down into Dorfman's thigh. The banker's entire body went rigid with pain, and he opened his mouth to scream. Hurley gave him a quick backhanded chop to the throat, successfully choking off the shriek of agony. 10 seconds passed before Dorfman was calm enough to talk to. "Last chance. Open the safe," Rapp said. Dorfman was now slobbering, muttering something and shaking his head. "Fine," Rapp said as he moved to the door. "We'll do it your way." Rapp went back to the basement, turned on the light, and stood over the 2 poodles and the wife. He wasn't sure which one to grab, so he picked the one on the left. Rapp cradled it in his arms and went back to the office. Richards opened the door for him. Rapp gently laid the pooch at his master's feet. The sight of his precious dog in the arms of the masked maniac sent Dorfman into a near apoplectic state. Hurley slapped him hard and once again pointed at the safe. At least this time Dorfman didn't shake his head. Rapp retrieved his knife and held the tip in front of the dog's face. "Left eye or right eye, you choose." Dorfman was now bawling like a child, reaching out for his dog. Rapp wasn't sure he had the stomach for this, but what the hell else were they going to do? He glanced at Hurley, whose dark eyes, alert with uncertainty framed by his ski mask, seemed to be pleading with him to stop. Rapp got the impression that Hurley would rather torture the banker than harm the dog. Rapp cradled the dog's head in his arms and slowly started moving the blade toward the poodle's left eye. He was within a centimeter of piercing the outer layer when Dorfman finally relented. He literally threw himself onto the safe and began spinning the dial. Rapp waited until he entered the correct combination and then released the dog. Dorfman crawled to his dog and pulled him in, kissing him on the snout and the top of his head. "What the fuck?" Rapp muttered to himself and then asked Dorfman, "You care more about that damn dog than you do your wife, don't you?" Dorfman either didn't hear him or chose to ignore the question. Rapp looked at Hurley, who was emptying the contents of the safe. "I told you," Hurley said, as he pulled out 3 objects and held them up for Rapp to see. "An SS dagger and insignia. Nazi prick." "A poodle-loving Nazi who helps terrorists. Great." Rapp started to raise his gun, but stopped. "Is it in there?" Hurley held up some files, computer disks, and an external hard drive. "I think so." He leafed through the files quickly. "Yep, it's all here. Jackpot." "Dorfman," Rapp said as he pointed his gun at the banker's head. "I bet if those damn terrorists were running around killing dogs, you would have thought twice about helping them." "Please," Dorfman said, "I'm just a businessman." "Who helps terrorists move their money around so they can target and kill innocent civilians." "I knew nothing of such things." "You're a liar." "That's for certain.
Hurley said as he stood with the bag full of files and disks. He placed the rug back over the closed safe, and while moving the chair back, said, "You have their names, their accounts." Hurley shook the bag. "You knew exactly who you were dealing with." "I was doing my job for the bank." "Like a good Nazi." Hurley gave him a big smile and pointed the Beretta at Dorfman's head. "And I'm only doing my job." Hurley squeezed the trigger and sent a single bullet into Dorfman's brain. The man fell back against the hardwood floor with a thump that was louder than the gunshot. A puddle of blood began to seep out in all directions. Hurley looked at Rapp and said, "Let's get the fuck out of here. We need to be in Zurich by sunrise." "What's in Zurich?" "Same thing that's always in Zurich. Money and assholes."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.